Hey guys, sorry you guys. Ooh, Lord. Okay. I even had to fight to come here, child. The baby is like overwhelming. Ooh. Mm-mm-mm. Get in here, you guys. Ooh, shut up my hair. I have a hair appointment, you guys, on Thursday. I'm getting a bob. Getting a long bob. I need to restart my hair journey. Get in here, people. Get in here. Get in here. Get in here. Get in here. Ooh, it's hot. Ooh, I'm hot. Yeah, it's been a lot. It has been a lot. Politics is a lot. Hey, Abby, Mark, Samantha. What's up, family? What's up, peoples? What's up? What's happening? Abigail. Fallon, Queen. And I'm looking at your name. I'm like, oh my gosh. Natia. What's up, peoples? What's up? What's up, everybody? So, as you know, Kamala Harris has been chosen, right? The way, hey, hey, Morgan. Morgan, what's up, Morgan? Where's up? Yo, Morgan's talking. Oh, Morgan. Morgan, get over here, Morgan. So because I say Kamala must win, so now you come over here to say hi to me? Morgan, you couldn't help yourself, huh? I'm about to play with y'all, Morgan. I don't know, Morgan. I don't know. She's like, oh, thank you, Jesus. Marlene no longer supports Trump. Morgan, I'm a Trump supporter. Okay. Hey, Samantha. Hey, Janet. Who else is here? Miriam, what's up? Janet, what's up? You see how Morgan is? Morgan's been praying for this day. Okay. You guys, let me tell you something. Let me tell you. They've been praying for me. I just knew it. I was like, Morgan, child. Morgan been like, child, Lord Jesus, what can I do? Bring, save Marlene. Save Marlene. Lord Jesus, why? I love her. I don't want to hate her, but why she keep doing this to me? So then she saw the title. She's like, oh, yes, my prayer's been answered. God, I knew you was a good God. Child, oh no. Morgan, I'm the type of child you got to pray for. You got to fast for. You have to make offerings for. I think you prayed. You could have fasted, but I don't think you made the offering. I love y'all. The silent prayers are strong. Yes, Morgan. Oh no, Morgan. I don't think she paid the offering. I think she prayed, man. I don't think she fasted. She did like really, really fast because the sisterhood. I love y'all. Y'all crazy as hell. My God, the Cordelia say, nice bait. I know, like the Soul Train line. I'm gonna get these black people. I'm gonna get them. Oh, y'all too funny. You guys crack me up. I am so hot. I just got out the shower. James has the baby, so I was like, you know what? Let me run outside. Hey, see, I was like, let me run outside while James has the baby. When I tell you, this is a good experiment to show you that people love being lied to. My Lord, y'all crazy. You guys, I support Trump. I do. She said, "Well, you tried it." I did. No, but you know what though? I just got out of bed. You know what I'm saying? The baby. He has turned me into a human pacifier. This is ridiculous. Like he wants to sleep with my nipple in his mouth. I'm like, son, go to sleep. Like I got a life. I got friends. I need to be outside. Okay. Oh, y'all too funny. Rachel's like, "Marty, you almost had me, girl." I don't play games like that. But anyways, right? So I just got up and I was going to take my shower. Well, I took my shower because y'all was thinking. But I said to myself, you know what? I actually want Kamala Harris to win. Yes, I'm a Trumper. I support Trump. But the way I look at it, I actually want Kamala Harris to win. They'd be like, but Marley, ask me why. Come on, like, let's have a conversation. No, I really want her to win. Because, you know, something that came to my mind was with human nature, right? With people, when you're looking at people, when you're dealing with people, The more you tell somebody no, the more they want that thing, right? The more you tell someone you shouldn't do this, right? Or this is not good for you, they don't want it. They want that thing even more, right? If y'all remember, maybe y'all pull it up, right? When the people of the Hebrew people started rebelling against the God, they said, oh, they're tired of going to God. They want their own king because other nations have kings. So they also want a king, right? So they started pestering, hey Liz, they started pestering Samuel, Prophet Samuel, to say they also want a king. So Samuel goes and meets the Lord, right? Right? Oh my gosh, it's ridiculous. Yes, he doesn't like plastic in his mouth. Oh my gosh. The floor bouncer. Send me a link. Send me a picture. Right? So they're like, no. God was like, are you sure this is what you want? They said, yeah, that's what we want. We don't want to have to go to a God. We want a king like everybody else has a king. So God said, okay. So ultimately, it was Paul. It was Saul. Sorry, it was Saul. You saw how that turned out. You saw how that turned out, right? What we are seeing here in America, is that women have gotten so comfortable in America, right? Women, like the whole gender group, right? Especially like on the left side, like Democrat, whatever, liberal. But overall, Western women, especially in America, Western women have gotten so comfortable, so cocky, so arrogant, right? That like we got to a place where a woman thinks, listen, a woman thinks she's a trans man. Women think that they're just as equal as men. Us and men, we're equal. We're the same. I can do whatever a man does. Wumpty wump wump, wump wump. No problem, right? Because society, especially men, right? Even the bad ones, they have worked so hard to create an environment that is safe, to create an environment where you can call 911, police show up, don't even know who pays them, how they got recruited, right? You can pick up your phone, you can call the fire people. Bunch of dudes come out, they extinguish the fire for you, they save your children for you, right? You can call AARP, you can call your car insurance, your what, like life, life has been made so convenient for women that they don't truly feel like they need a man. Because men just show up and men service them, right? For us to be where we are today in our society, the things that have happened with the COVID, the way the economy is set up, and then all these foreign threats, right? So currently there is a war with Ukraine. What's it called? There is a war. Who's Liz? There is a war with Ukraine. You got the whole Ukraine-Russia going on. You could have an issue with China, right? You could also have an issue with Iran, okay? Like them people is solid, okay? You have an issue in Yemen. You have the conflict with Israel and Palestine. You know, you have China and Taiwan when it comes to them chips that they're fighting over, like microprocessor chips, if I'm not mistaken, right? You have open borders with all of Latin America, right? There are a lot of issues. There are serious issues. We have some serious national security issues, right? And the women who are part of our society, women who have the right to vote in our society, right, are looking, I don't know, maybe they're looking at it or they're completely ignoring these threats, right? And they say to themselves, oh no, we're going to vote simply off of gender. We want a woman because we want a woman, right? And I said to myself, Marlene, people, sometimes in life, people need to have what they want. And I really do feel like a lot of men, armed forces, police force, the military, the Coast Guards, and the firefighters, I think a lot of men need to quit their jobs. I really do think men need to quit all their jobs. If they go along with this sorcery, if they go along with being, the Democratic Party is cheating, right? But we don't have time to, if you care to know, you do. If you don't, you don't. That's fine. I might prove it. I might not prove it, right? You understand? But it's like, the way we sat here and we saw all the computers, everything went down. It was a whole IT mess, right? And the way you have all these women out here saying they would rather be, hey Shan, right? They would rather be in the forest with a bear. Let them be in the forest with a bear. Because I don't know how in your brain, I don't know how even if don't like Trump, you should at least require the Democrats to do it the right way and to make sure they pick someone who can handle all these foreign leaders, right? Hey T, the mere fact that Benjamin Netanyahu is coming tomorrow And he's saying he doesn't want to meet with Kamala. I'm like, there you go. It's starting. A lot of these men who are head of state in their countries, and their countries are not all liberal and progressive the way we are, they don't respect women. They're not there yet. And yet we have to deal with those people, right? If you think Kamala Harris can outwit Vladimir Putin, I want people to see, I want him to whoop her ass. I want him to whoop her ass. When you look at someone like Vladimir Putin, I mean, he's our fellow Libra, I guess, right? But when you look at someone like Vladimir Putin, his whole life, first of all, he was in the military. He was in KGB, right? This man has been president of Russia. They've tried everything in their power to destabilize this country, destabilize his currency, mess up his trade of gas and all the natural resources that he sells to Europe. The man is still standing. You look at that man and you say to yourself, oh yeah, Kamala is the one I want in the ring against that man. I want that to happen for you. When you look at President Pink, and the problem with most Americans, right? A lot of Americans live in a bubble. And when you live in America, Americans have this notion of always thinking that they're the best at everything, right? Oh, we're the number one in the world. We're the best nation in the world. Whatever we do, we're the best, right? People think that Americans have this pompous, obnoxious arrogance about themselves because they think everybody else is stupid. Right? And when you do that kind of stuff, when you have that kind of bias and you have that kind of blindness towards other people because you think your culture is better, you're smarter, you're this, or that. Have you ever had, you know what I'm saying? The Jinping of the China? Do you know his story? Do you know where that man came from? He grew up in the uttermost poverty in the China. Think, use your brain, huh? Use your brain. The fact that China has 1 billion people, 1 billion. I ain't said 100 million. I ain't said 200. I ain't said 300, right? I said China has 1 billion people. Imagine the kind of person you have to be to become president out of 1 billion people. Think about the kind of mental acuity. Think about the intelligence. Think about the resilience. Think about the courage. Think about the cunningness, the ruthlessness it takes for a person to become the president. The China of Mao. You see, because like I said, most Americans, even when it comes to like foreign policy, the history of other countries, most Americans, they even think Africa is a continent. You know, it's the privilege of it all that I feel like it obstructs people from actually thinking logically. Think about this for a second, right? Out of a country of 1 billion people, he found a way to become the one. The one. Them people smart as hell. Chinese people are not what you want. They look small. They have small eyes. So you might think these people, they meek. But the Bible tells you, be careful about the meek people. And you say to yourself, you want Kamala Harris to be the one to have conversation with President Ping. I want that for you. I want that for you. Iran, how many decades has America invested in destroying Iran? Them people, they're still standing. They bomb them. They kill their leaders. Another one emerges. Arab people are not afraid to die. And for them, dying for their country is an honor. Y'all know the Quran. The Quran says if you die defending the Quran says if you die defending your people, when you die, you have 7 virgins that await you in the heavenlies, right? Muslim people, they would rather die than to be embarrassed. We don't have that out here. Americans, they talk a good old game, but everybody out here is lazy. The way Muslim people are built, you don't have it in you. These people wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning to pray to God. You're asleep. You're asleep. Muslims, they pray 5 times a day. Have you ever seen discipline of Muslim people? Have you ever seen the discipline of Arabs? People, they wake up at 4:30 because you got to wake up at 4:30 to wash yourself because you got to do your dua before you can go in there and pray. The majority of Christians, they're like the Christians in the Bible with Jesus. When Jesus was up in the garden praying, they were sleeping. He said, wake up and pray. He went back to the little garden. He came back. They were asleep. When you know your ass stays in bed until 9 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 10 o'clock in the morning, do you want to start some shit with somebody who wakes up at 4:30 and prays by 5 o'clock and is ready to whoop your ass by 5:30? By the time when you're sleeping, he's already at your door. Go ahead and mess with them people. Ask anybody in America who's ever been in a STEM, I'm talking like science, technology, engineering, and math, right? If you've ever been in a STEM department, ask anybody if they've ever had a student from Iran. If they've ever had a student from Iran, ask them about the GPA of that boy. Y'all, like, I swear, people are just, I'm like, Americans live in a goofy ass bubble. You're so privileged. You are so privileged. They lie to you. Oh, we're the best in the world. You see, even with the basketball, are you keeping up with the Olympics? They had LeBron James, all these big black Americans. They went to play against Team Sudan. They reminded them, them jeans you got, them black jeans you got, is from here, from Africa, from the Nubian land, right? The game closed. The South Sudan had 100 points. Team USA had 101. Pay close attention. America's not what it used to be. So if you say to yourself, right, no, I want KAMALA to go against a Muslim, these Arab people, I want that for you. That's why I said I support Trump, but Trump needs to stay out the way. Let these women who think they can run the world because America has made it so safe for them, these men have made it so safe for them, let these ladies go because they watched Wakanda. And you saw, when you watch Black Panther 1 versus Black Panther 2, there's a difference, right? When King T'Challa, first the first king, then the second king. But when you had the Black Panther, when the kings, the father and the son, right? When they were kings, it was a difference, right? When you watch, because the baby's here, I'm gonna do a better video, but he gonna come back, so I gotta go fast, right? But in Black Panther, who brought the white man to Wakanda? Okay, when you watch Black Panther, who brought the white man? Who brought the CIA to Wakanda? Who showed the white man Wakanda and the vibranium? Was it King T'Challa? Y'all need to answer, because I know y'all watch this. We all watch Black Panther. You need to answer right in the comment section. When that white man, when the white American CIA man got shot, right? And they decided, okay, we got to save his life. That's fine, save his life. But who took it upon himself or herself to bring a white CIA agent to Wakanda? Who did? Why y'all so quiet? Sisterhood, speak up, right? And then who decided to be, oh, I'm a woman, I'm so smart, I'm a scientist, I know everything. Let me give this white CIA man a tour. Who gave him a tour? And showed him that what makes Wakanda is the vibrating. Hey, Nessa, who did? Was it King T'Challa? Huh? Who was it? Right? Hold on. Who did it? Oh, Lord. I said, Jesus. Okay. Hold on. Come over here, sis. We're trying to see something. Right? Who did it? Who did it? Oh, it was the sister. It was the black woman. It was the strong black woman. I got a PhD. Who brought the white man? They could have dropped his ass at an American hospital. Like, you know what? We don't want you to die. He shouldn't die. You could have dropped his ass at an American hospital. Shuri, with her arrogance, because she thinks she's so smart. She's a strong black woman. She knows it all. She showed everything to that man. You see, sometimes in life, in the process of despising your men, hating your men, you will do something. No, I don't like their goofiness because they're not thinking. They are not thinking. There's no way somebody could tell you. There is no way someone could tell you our borders are wide open like the legs of a prostitute. Okay? People cannot be telling you the borders is wide open. It is wide open. People can't be out here letting you know that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are flying immigrants, illegals into the country. You cannot be a woman and see women are getting deleted. Women are getting sexually assaulted by illegal immigrants because she can't even keep up with the border. And you say to her, we want to give you custody of our country. I want that for you. You know, I could not make a video when they were doing like, oh, would you rather be with a man or a bear, right? Oh, we want to be outside with a bear. We're out with a bear. Goofy shit like this. Have you ever seen a bear? Can you reason with a bear? They say goofy shit because they know they will never actually be outside with a bear. And let it be a female bear and let her babies be around. She'll whoop your ass. She'll whoop your ass. But you can say these things, right? When a lot, even white men in their sorcery, in their evil ways, right? We cannot deny that they have done a whole lot of work and even terrorism and genocide and killings and war to make sure that people fear America. When you let an entire world know that you want to have a nation that has a female president, a female chief of staff, a female secretary of defense, you want nothing but women to run your society. Think about the message you are sending to the rest of the world that puts their men in position to lead. Think about that for a second, right? So it's the same goofy shit over here, right? It's the black girl with the black girl, the black girl, the black girl, right? She takes a white man, lobster and pasta. It's the lobster and the pasta. And I'm sure many black women like Camilla because she didn't marry a broke nigga. She didn't marry no black man. She didn't marry no nigga, right? She married a white man, a Jewish man, because y'all like to put the Jewish man on the pedestal. No problem, right? So lobster and pasta. Shuri takes lobster and pasta. Exactly, a woman that has secrets. Yo, people gonna understand it's a curse. But I want that for you, right? She takes the white man to the Wakanda. She heals him. You go, okay, fine, send him back. No, I need to prove how smart I am. I need to prove all of this is arrogance. Looking for compliments. You want to show that you a strong black woman. You don't need no man. You educated. You got a PhD. She showed that man all the vibranium. She showed it to the CIA. Right? No problem. Because her brother was alive. Even her mama. Her son was alive. Right? It matters to have men in positions of leadership. There are certain things that we as women, we cannot do. But I'm like me, Marlene, like, you know, I'll say this. They want white men to act the fool. They want white men who support Trump to act a fool, to pick up guns. No, do not fall for that. Because the majority of white men who support Trump tend to be in the military, they be firefighters, they be in the police force. That's where you're going to get people. Meanwhile, if I was Trump, I would tell my people, if this woman goes through, you will quit your job. Let these women, no, that's the thing. Let Camilla do it. That's what I'm saying, Morgan. We need to let Camilla do it. Morgan, I want you to see, I want you to live under the leadership of a woman. So that way, next time, you'll be like, wow, when Marlene used to tell me, I should have listened. All these men, police force, and all these men need to quit your job. These women think they can handle the world. They can take care of the world. They don't need no man. Don't need nothing. Girl, the women, they need to quit. You need to quit. Let these women do it. Let them do it. Let them go on the world stage and get a proper spanking. And I even want them to appoint a trans woman in one of these cabinets. I want a trans woman to be like the Department of Health or the Department of Education, or like or a trans woman needs to be Secretary of Defense. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's turn this country into a whole Marvel production. Let's do it. Let's do it. I'm like, Benjamin Netanyahu, he's the first one. And you know, he's the big one because Israel is the big one for them, right? Because they love Israel. But the mere fact that Bibi is coming here and he's saying, I don't want to meet with that lady. I'm meeting with Trump because he's a man. He wants to talk to a man. And I guess he's going to talk to a black person. I don't know, right? But my thing is, there comes a point in life. There comes a point in life. And you say to people, let them have what they want. Let them have what they want. Because me, I really don't understand. No, they even need to have trans women at the border. Let's take it all. Y'all want to be progressive? Let's do it. Let's fucking do it. Like whatever agenda she has, I want her to crank that bitch up. Crank it up. We should have trans women at the borders. Yes, we need that. Let's have trans women as police officers with their long ass nail and their press on and their leave out. Let's do all of that. Let's do it. Because men are useless, right? We don't need men. White men are racist. Police is racist. We should get rid of all the guns. We should not have semi-automatic rifle. No weapon. That's all. Let's do it. I'm like, we need to do it. We need to do it. I want this woman to be president. I want her to be president. And then I want to see how she handles the world stage. Because America, it provides, there's a certain amount of shield, there's an immunity, there's a comfortability. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Because there comes a time too, there comes a time you got to show people. When they take you for granted, throw the deuces up, I'm out of here. You think you can protect yourself? Do it. You think you can police your own neighborhoods? Do it. You think you can be a firefighter? Do it. Let these houses burn. A bunch of 5'5", 5'6", 5'9" ladies show up. I would be like, yes, sister. I mean, you're short, but go ahead, girl. Go ahead, sister girl. Yes. I want all the men who are firefighters to walk out of their jobs. Walk out your job. Walk out your job. Even most men too. I want men from now until after the election. No man should propose to a woman. Let these women propose to y'all, fellas. Do not propose to a woman. Okay? Let her propose to you. What about? No. No, Abby. No, Abby. No. Men, y'all do not propose to these women. Do not propose. Do not propose to these women. They need to get on their knees and propose to you. People, I'm like, this is because people, they privilege. I'm going to snatch that shit out your eyes. Okay? Let them. I want to see Kamala Harris go into business trade deals with China. We are done. We are done. Oh, yes, T. Oh, yes. Oh, absolutely yes. These people are I'm like, y'all don't understand. You know how when you were always like the rich kid, you were always the cool kid, you always had everything, you always had the latest, nobody could put hands on you? People are on the prowl, right? You know what it's giving? You know what it's giving? Hold on. Right? Remember this? Huh? Do you remember this? Right? Okay. Hold on. What's happening? What are y'all laughing for? No, I'm being serious. When I tell you I'm going to start praying every day for Kamala Harris to be elected, the same way these women were screaming for feminism and they want feminism. You see today? Women are out here paying child support. Women are out here paying alimony. You want it? You can have it, right? Do you remember the Lion King? Do you remember the Lion King? Huh? Right? We don't need no man. Child. These are black women too. It's Africa. Okay? The Lion King is about black people. Okay? This is our people. These are our animals. It happened in Kenya, somewhere in Africa. So these are our people. Okay? So Mufasa, okay? The great king, Mufasa, that's a black man. Right? You had Nala, you had all the little lionesses, whatever, right? Then there's Simba. Nobody could touch Simba. Nobody could touch all these ladies, right? All these lionesses. What they at? Okay, lioness of what? Lion King. Where they at? Nala. I forgot all their names, child. Nala is one of them. Where they at? Right? Oh, here they are. You see? Oh, the sisterhood. Here comes the sisterhood. Woo! Come on out here, sisterhood. Okay, look at all these black women. They cute too, though. They cute. I ain't gonna lie. They pretty. You know, they very pretty. Okay, so here you go. No, you better say yes. You say no. Say no to what? You better say yes. You better say yes, Marlene. We don't need no man. Okay? We want the bed. Okay? We want Scott. Go ahead. Okay? So there you go. Azola, Sarabi, Zira, Serafina, Nala, Doti, Vitani, Kiera, and a host of other ladies. Right? Here's the sisterhood. Right? Right? And they thought that was badass. They thought they was bad. Like, you know what? We some bad. And they are bad. They're badass, right? But they are badass as long as what? As long as what? As long as you have a king. Uh-huh. They some badasses as long as we have who? As long as we have Mufasa, right? When we have Mufasa, everybody was cocky. When we have Mufasa, okay, the thing them lions do, right? Okay? When we have Mufasa out here, the block was safe. The state was safe. Africa was safe. Nala thought she was cute. Zuri thought she was cute. What's her name? Zola thought she was cute. Oh, I just can't wait to be king. Huh?
Guess who heard you being loud?
He's still quiet. You can hold him.
No, he was fine until now he sees you. He's fine. He was just losing his shit.
Okay, can you hold them for a second? No, I'm outside. I'm outside. And I gotta finish off Morgan. Hey, Maverick, I gotta handle your auntie real quick. Your auntie came outside because I clickbaited her. I gotta finish her off. Okay? So I thought that was cute. You see, here's my Mufasa right here. She's trying to leave me too. And he's holding the baby. It is giving Mufasa and Simba right now. Oh, they got so cute. Take a picture. Okay? All right? They thought that was cute. Because when you don't realize, I think you don't realize that men to some extent, right? When they're around, it allows you to also be at your best, right? Because you think you're strong when you have a man around. You don't realize it because he's there. So you take it for granted until you remove your man, right? And then you see that, yo, these other people out there, these other dudes out here, they're crazy. It's called scar, right? So you could be cute, cocky. I got my own business. Why? Because Mufasa was alive, right? And they had an apparent heir, which was who? Who was it? It was our boy, Simba, right? You feel protected. And when you feel protected, you take it for granted, right? So fast forward, right? Who was outside? Who was creeping outside like the ops? Huh? Who was creeping outside like the ops? Okay? Who was it, y'all? Y'all know? Okay? You're being evil. My Mufasa's leaving me. Daddy, they're gonna go get my ass. I'm being abandoned. Y'all don't have no male protection. I've been left with the young one. Oh, Lord, have the mercy. Okay? But who was creeping outside, y'all? The brother. Ooh, yeah. The other Europeans and Russian Europeans, they were all related. Okay? Scar. Ugh. Creeping outside. He was waiting for this moment. Yeah? He was waiting for the moment. He was outside in the cut. He said, one day, I'm going to get my leg back. One day, Scar said to himself, one day, all these heifers going to be mine. Okay? One day, all these heifers go be mine. But these heifers, they was not paying attention. They probably like, leave us alone. You're a brokey. You a dusty. You can't do nothing for me. I was talking mad crazy. Because they never thought that one day the powerful Mufasa would be no more. And then what happened? What happened, y'all? What happened? Tell me what happened, y'all. Tell me what happened. Tell me.
So Mufasa.
Tell me what happened, child. Oh, it's looking like America. Look at the fear. You see? Look at the poor Simba. Looking at his daddy. Ha 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 ha. America. You are Mufasa at this very moment. You are Mufasa at this very moment. America. Look at is that the sisterhood? Is that the sisterhood? Hold up. Is that the sisterhood? What? Are they sad? Do they feel defeated? I thought y'all was so bad with you. What happened, sisterhood? What happened to these smiles? What happened to these smiles? What happened to the smiles of the sisterhood? Are you no longer powerful? longer able to survive without the man, without the king. What happened? So what happened? What happened, Mama? Mama, 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 where is Daddy? Mama, where is Daddy? Mama, Mama, what happened to the king? Is the king all right? Is the king coming back? Mama, is he gonna wake up? Is the king going to wake up? The king ain't waking up for shit. He's dead. Because Scar got his ass. He got to that ass. Why y'all so sad? Don't be sad. Go ahead, girl. Okay. Oh, is they weeping in the land? Look at China. Look at the China. Look at China. Look at Russia. Look at Iran. Okay. Okay. This is, y'all better not forget this. Okay. You get what you wish. You get what you wish. Our boy, huh? Look at Mufasa. Mufasa used to be so strong, y'all. Right? Out here with Rakiki. Huh? Here goes Rakiki. Rakiki was out here saying all the good things, the prophecies, all them lying ass black pastors. That's Rakiki. Rakiki's them lying black pastors, child. Hold on, y'all. Sorry, y'all. She's back with my little who you is, Simba. Okay, all right. So you got Rakiki out here. Rakiki, huh? He's like he just represents them lying pastors. These lying pastors, these lying influencers. It's Rakiki. Okay, all right. But you see how powerful he was. All right. This is a powerful picture. I like this picture. Look at that. Look at Simba. Look at Mufasa. Okay? Because when Mufasa was outside, everybody felt safe, right? When Mufasa was king, everybody felt safe because they knew there was a man. There was a man. It was no woman. Okay? All right? But what happened when he dies? Everybody scatters. Everybody ran. The women ran. They ran with their babies. The elephants ran. I mean, people started running because Scar is crazy. And the thing is, it wasn't even just like you had to worry about Scar, right? But Scar was not alone, right? Because Scar had the hyenas, right? So my point is, when you've been powerful for so long, you've been rich for so long, you've been out here bullying people. America been out here bullying people. Everything the light touches will be yours one day, Simba. Lying ass pastor. Okay? You lying prophet. It's giving Bishop Jakes. Rakiki was Bishop Jakes. Okay? Rakiki was Jamal Bryant. Okay? Yes, y'all. Because I feel like I gotta put this in like things that y'all can understand. Because I think that's more relatable for you. I got y'all. And a problem. I got y'all. Right? Rakiki. Right? But Rakiki forgot to tell him, you need a man on the throne, because right now Simba too young. So here you have Scar, you have the hyena. All the ops were waiting. They were waiting for that day. They were waiting for the day. I'm telling you, the entire world is waiting for America to make the wrong call. To make the wrong call. They want America to appoint a woman because they can handle a woman. Think about this, right? Remember that movie? No, I'm being serious. People are y'all. America got ops. I think this is how we're gonna start talking, right? America has some serious ops. It is not a joke, you guys. It is not a joke. When the people from Tehran see that there is a woman in office, they about to get their leg back. How do you say leg back in Persian? Okay. Make it make sense. So I'm like, think carefully. Because the ops, they're outside. The ops, están en la calle. They're out there in the streets. They're waiting for you. They're waiting for you. Keep saying that your man's not nothing. You don't need no man. You guys, me, Marlene, have you ever seen MS-13? Have you ever seen the MS-13 gang? Huh? Hold on. MS-13 gang. In the El Salvador, right? Yeah, that's where they from. Okay? right? Right? If these people, right? These people come to America, and many of them have actually. Why do they keep doing this? Yeah, no, but no, T, no, they were not scared of Trump. Trump is not scary. No, Trump is a racist. Trump is a racist. I'm saying when Lord Jesus, right? Do you know how many of such people? Hold on, wait a minute.
It looks like a sea of
It looks like a what?
skin and tattoos.
Oh,
These images, released by El Salvador's government, shows the transfer of about 2,000 inmates, stripped to their shorts and with their heads shaved, to what's been dubbed the country's new mega prison.
Okay. All right, let's go, right? So let's say these dudes, right? Let's have these dudes come out here to the America, because many of them are at the border. A lot of these dudes at the border, or their kids, people they train, young people they train, they at the border, they coming, yo, okay? They're coming. Arriba. Okay? They're coming, right? You trust KAMALA to handle them people? I hope you do. I hope you do. I hope you do. Let these people, me, Marlene, I see a man like this, I'm running, baby. I am running for my life, okay? I am running for my life, okay? Even people in their own countries are scared of them. We're the ones, oh no, immigration, open borders. It's so racist. People come to America for good things. People come to America to work. Anybody who's an immigrant here came here for the right reason. No problem. I'm telling you, let's put some trans women at the border. I want to see that, baby. Okay? Baby, go, baby. Go, baby. Okay? I want to see that. Yes. Let's put women in all positions of power. You see, Honduras, they elected a dictator. He really is a dictator. Bukele is a dictator. He cleaned that ish up. Because men don't have time for bullshit. Men don't have time for mess. Right? When another man knows that there's a man somewhere, he probably not going to try nothing. But if a man knows it's just a woman, yeah, he going to try it. Because the odds of him overtaking a woman are higher. Right? He might find the wrong woman that day, but the odds of him overtaking a woman, they're higher. Right? In El Salvador, they put in this man. They say, yeah, go ahead, be a dictator and keep our streets clean. We're tired of dying in the hands of these criminals. Right? And you know, one thing he was saying on the Tucker Carlson thing is that many of them people, they eat babies, they do all kinds of demonic stuff, right? You understand me, right? But we're saying, oh no, we don't need men. We don't need men. We want open borders. We don't want men, right? We don't want police. Defund the police. Bet you not like, but if immigrants, illegal people are coming here, people are escaping prisons in Latin America, they're coming here. People are escaping prison in China, they're coming here. Oh no, we don't need no man, right? And matter of fact, not only do we not need men, we want to take weapons away from American men, right? We want to ban assault rifles. Do you think criminals care whether you legalize or you ban assault rifles? Right? You really think a criminal goes and buys a gun? Then like this, and it's when you hear the thing about like the gun stuff, like, oh, ban assault rifles, we should not have assault rifles. It's always women saying that because they've never truly had to fight for freedom. When it comes, that's why this is why most women start some shit and then they call their brother. They start some mess. They call their dad. They start some mess. They call their husbands, right? Because women will start some mess, but they know they won't have to clean up their mess. And this is how a lot of men end up in prison. You have a lot of young boys in prison trying to fight for their mama because he had to go beat up his mama's boyfriend, right? Because she couldn't say to herself, I got to be careful because I know my son don't play about me. My dad don't play about me. My brothers don't play about me. So if I mess with a man, he better come correct because if he does something to me, my family gonna pull up outside. No, she likes that shit. She gonna intentionally pick a knucklehead. He gonna walk upside her head. Then she gonna run home, tell her dad, tell her brother, tell her male cousin. What they gonna do? They men. They're gonna get up, get in the car, go do something stupid. Right? And this is how a lot of women put their family members in jeopardy. They put their male family members to crash like goofy ass dummies, right? I had a man, I had, what's his name? What's his name? Mr. George, right? Mr. George, back in New Orleans, right? He had a criminal record, you know what I'm saying? He had a criminal record, whatever. But one day, his daughter, she decided to mess with some boy who's a chronic cheater. So he cheated on her. She goes to his house. She takes the man's PlayStation because she wants to trigger a reaction out of him. It's giving Sweetie and Quavo. Don't take people's stuff. Right? I'm going to take his PlayStation. I'm going to take his Switch. I'm going to start running towards the elevator. He's going to snatch that thing out your hands. It's not for you. It's not your property. Neither is his penis. Let's be for real. He ain't your husband. Right? He ain't your husband. So she intentionally takes the PlayStation. She drives to her home. Now, you know, you know how hard it is to get the PlayStation 5? So he chased her up. He pulled up. He got his PlayStation. So I'm sure she fought him. He fought her back. He got his PlayStation. She ran back to our neighborhood, kind of, because we're not in the same neighborhood, but he's like not too far. And then she told her dad and she told her brother. So guess what Mr. George did? Because Mr. George, he's about that life. He a criminal. And the thing is, and the thing that's so messed up is like Mr. George, though, he a little messy, but you know, I do like him. James was avoiding him like the plague. But you know me, I'm African. I can't turn my back on black people. And my husband, he grew up around white people, so it's a little different. You know what I'm saying? But like Mr. George, he was really trying to get his life right because he cuts grass. You know, he's really good at it. He cuts the grass. Like he can fix things, right? So now her dad tried to do right, but now he got to do wrong because somebody came over there and did something to his daughter. So then he caught a case. Then he called me. He like, oh, Miss Marlene, I need some money because I had to put my hands on somebody. I said, Mr. George, who you put your hands on? He said, well, my daughter messing with this man and she took his PlayStation. Then he came after my daughter. And you know, Miss Marlene, me and my son had to go say a few things. I said, well, Mr. George, you got to tell your daughter she got to pick better because she knows you have a record. Right? She knows you have a record. She knows your temper. She knows how you handle things. So why is she doing this? You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, this is what a lot of women do. They send their male kinfolk to go crash like dummies. And they catch cases. They catch bullets. They catch they catch everything but blessings from the Lord. Make it make sense, right? Because they take that stuff for granted. I'm going to start some shit. I'm going to run my mouth. Then I'm going to call my brother. I'm going to call my son. I'm going to call my this. Like even that boy, why he couldn't do it right? What's the young man? The young man, John Morant, right? Where's John? Hold on. Let me show you John. Right? John Morant. You would not believe how ratchet his mother is. He might even come fight me down. Right? John Morant, he probably makes like $300, $400 million. His mama, she went to Foot Locker. His mom went to Foot Locker. She started mess with the cashier person at Foot Locker. And guess what she does? She gonna sit there and she picks up her phone and she calls John Morant. I'm like, you gonna call a $400 million man? You gonna call a $400 million man to come do what exactly? You see, and this is why John, he can't do right. Because his mom is ratchet as hell. She ain't got no sense. Like most mothers, if your son is worth $400 million, right, I'm not fighting with people at Foot Locker. Okay, that's ridiculous. And even if I decide to start a fight at Foot Locker, I can handle myself. Okay, I'm not calling my son. He's worth $400 million because who gonna let somebody talk crazy to the mom, right? Of course he gonna come behind his mom, but he's not anybody. He can't do stuff like that. You think she cares? No, she don't. No, she don't. And it's like that for a lot of them. NBA young boy, look at his mom. The YNM Melly, look at his mom. Look at the Kodak Black, look at his mom. The Jamaican boy, the fat one. You're so beautiful. Sean Kingston, look at his mom. Right? They're going to start some mess, but they're not going to clean it up. Because the cleanup crew is usually men. And I'm like, the time has come for men to have people put some respect on their gender, have people put some respect on what you bring to society. The security you provided, the system you provided, everything flows. You got police officers, you have engineers. It has made people feel as though, well, I can do it because you made it look easy. Hey, Anna, what's up? Okay. All right. That's a fact. You start some stuff, but when it's going to get real, like I'm telling you, if something real happens with China and Kamala Harris is president, do you truly think she can handle that? And honestly, I would trust Hillary Clinton more because she's been doing evil for a long time. So she better at it. right? Kamala Harris has no experience in foreign policy or whatever, right? She like who is she? And the thing about it too, even being honest, right? If we're being honest, if it's Hillary Clinton, and first of all, Hillary been outside for a long time. She a messy broad, she a killing broad, she crazy, right? But not just that, she got a husband, and her husband is Bill Clinton. So you say something crazy to his wife, he gonna come behind her. So if you elect Hillary, it's like you get Bill Clinton, okay? But it's like, have you ever seen Kamala Harris's husband? Okay, hold up, wait a minute. Where is he? Have you seen her husband? Okay, Douglas Emhoff, whatever his name is, right? This is her husband. Look at this lady's husband. Okay, do you also think this man scares somebody? Do you really think? Look, what is this? What is this? You really think? Okay, what? But who they be? Who are they? Who are they? Buttigieg? Buttigieg. Have you ever seen Pete Buttigieg? Let me show you what Pete Buttigieg looks like. Okay. This dude, right? When you go to, like, let's say, hold up, wait a minute, right? If there's a war, if we have a war with China, we have a war with Russia, we have a war with Iran, would you go to sleep at night feeling safe knowing that this man is vice president? This dude right here make you feel safe. No problem. I mean, he does sleep with men, so maybe he knows he has a way. I don't know. Maybe he does. I don't know, right? But me, this funny looking thing, I don't trust him also. But you know what? Like I said, people need to have what they've so badly want. Let them have it. Let them have it. Because if you look at people, exactly. Okay. Oh, okay. All right, T. Okay. If you go to bed at night, you have there's a nuclear war somewhere. There's a terrorist threat somewhere. There is something crazy. You want this dude, right? Hold up. Wait a minute. This is the man you want to know is your vice president. Seriously, this is not a gas station. It really ain't no gas station. Did Mike Pence, hold on, wait a minute. He said, did Mike Pence make us feel safe? Absolutely not. Let's pull up Mike Pence. Real quick. Let's pull up Mike Pence. You mean to tell me, that's how you know some of y'all full of shit. That's how you know. When you look, hold on, Mike Pence gives you that old traditional crazy ass white American who been to Vietnam and knows how to shoot a gun and smoke a cigar and shoot some bitches, okay? You cannot lie and sit here and say that when you look at Mike Pence, he don't give you white crazy, okay? If I had to put my life in the hands of a man between Mike Pence and Pete Buttigieg, yes, girl, I'm going white nationalist. I'm going white Christian. I'm white Christian crazy. I sure am. Between this dude and this dude, yeah. I'm choosing Mike Pence. Thank you. Okay. And when y'all wanted him, hey, Nicole, when y'all wanted him to side with y'all, did he not do it? He turned on Trump for y'all. So for you to sit here and say, oh, did Mike Pence make us feel safe? When it came down to it, I don't care. Trump don't have to agree with me. When it came down to it, did he not turn his back on Trump? To do what Nancy Pelosi wanted to do? So like y'all, you see, you don't even know politics. Don't even know what politics is. Don't even know what Mike Pence did, but he made you feel safer because he said no. Okay. I'm just saying. Between Mike Pence being the vice president and Pete Buttigieg, stop lying to yourself, okay? Lying to yourself, being the Lulu, pretending that, yeah, I will not feel safe. It ain't gonna kill you. It's okay. But like I said, me, Marlene, I want what y'all want. I support you. Indian, woman, Jamaican, whatever she is, president, I want that for you. Your first white gay president, vice president, I want that for you. See me, I'm not from here, okay? Yeah, looks indeed are deceiving. I'm not from here. Shit get real. I have 2 passports. I'll be Ivorian in a heartbeat. Bonjour, coucou. Okay, bonjour tout le monde. Bonjour. I am from here, right? This is your country. So if you say to yourself, hey, you know what? There's an imminent war with China. There's imminent beef with Tehran. You have imminent beef with you got Vladimir Putin to worry about. You have Yemen to worry about. You have your borders to worry about. You have MS-13 to worry about. If you say you feel good going to sleep with Pete Buttigieg as your vice president. I want that for you. I came here today to let you know I want Kamala Harris to win. I'm like, when I tell you, people need to have what they want. Yeah, exactly. And that's why I say, baby, you don't know politics, right? Right? Because Ukraine has a man who, what's his name again? Zelensky. Let's look at Zelensky, right? That's why I say, all you liberals, you deserve what you want. You deserve what you want. I swear. Oh my gosh. Zelensky comes forward, right? Here's Zelensky. Oh, it's with the Y, right? Exactly. Where is he at? Okay. Yes. The tiny man. Bring the tiny man to the front of the congregation, right? Yes. Yes. Just like Pete Buttigieg. Hire what was he? Wasn't like also an actor with Netflix? Hold on. Zelensky, acting for Netflix, right? Okay, this was him back in his heyday being an actor, right? And somehow they told him he could be president. This man has borrowed over $100 billion. The money that is going to Ukraine is not a gift. It's not free money, okay? He has borrowed over $100 billion for Ukraine. It's been 3 years and nothing happening, okay? He still can't win, and he will never win. Why? Because Vladimir Putin is that dude. But once again, though, y'all don't want to learn because you think money does everything for people. I think a lot of people, just like right now, they're lying about how much money she fundraised through people. She didn't raise nothing through individuals, right? When you look at a dude, when you look at a G like Vladimir Putin, you're not scared for your life. You see, that's the illusion of safety that America gives to liberals, right? Who is tough? Tough where? He tough doing the Vogue magazine. Hold on. Okay. This dude right here. Let me show y'all his Vogue cover. Where's his Vogue cover, child? So this dude, right? Here's his Vogue cover, right? This is the man. This the dude right here who gonna defeat the Vladimir Putin. This dude, he gonna go straight from Netflix, right? And because he's loaded with cash from America, somehow he's gonna he's gonna go ahead and beat a Libra that was trained to do this. Like, do you know how many years of killing people? Years of espionage. I don't know. Like, do y'all even know about the KGB? I'm sure you don't, right? A man who was at the head of the KGB. Imagine if the head of the CIA became American president. You really think you could take him down, right? Put it on his horse. Yes, he's on his horse because he's a real man. A lover and a fighter and a knocker. Oh, I can't say it. Let's do it. Put it on his horse. Where's he at? Exactly. Hold up, wait a minute. Where is he? Right? We got him playing. We out here playing hockey, which is very bloody. I don't know playing hockey. Where's it at? Okay. Oh, you didn't know he did all of this, right? Because you stop at the horse picture, right? Because he's a real man. Hold up. He's outside using his hand. I guess that's a mushroom. Go ahead, Vladimir. Do what you do best, right? And then you can say what you want. I mean, lie if you want to. Okay. Putin got a body on him. He got some muscles. Okay. All right. He don't have no fupa. He's not overweight. Okay. You can see the man works out. He's taking a cold ass bath, right? While he's over there. The other one's out here posing with the makeup. Look at Vladimir. Look at this man in his pouch. Okay. This dude got a fupa. This man got a fupa, right? Okay, Vlad. Okay. It's giving zaddy. Okay. Oh, kind of picker, yeah. That's all you can say. When the Ukrainians were out here being racist to all these black people who could not save themselves when they were evacuating Ukraine, you sure did miss that part. Yeah. Okay, go ahead, Vlad. He's a man out there. He's in nature, pristine nature in Russia. Okay, scuba diving, about to go kill some people, child. The ops are outside. Okay, playing hockey, right? Ooh, in the submarine, looking for the Titanic. Okay, shooting a gun. Oh, look at that, Russia's finest. Okay, a Kalashnikov. The man knows how to kill. Oh, who does he have in the target? Is giving Zelensky, is giving Kamala Harris. Okay, air sign. Oh, I can't claim the air sign. Okay, Okay, it's like Romeo and Juliet. This is the white man on the horse. Okay, it's giving masculine. Okay, it's not. It's not giving sweet. It's not giving sweet, and it's not giving zesty. Okay, so you tried it, but you failed. But it's okay though, because we want Zelensky for you. Okay, a man who stands behind a woman. Yes, we want that. Okay, we want this. Okay. Look at that. He's holding her. Yes, this is what you want? No problem. Keep giving your money to this clown. Keep giving your money to this clown so he can win a war or try to win a war that he's never going to win. Okay? Keep giving your money to this dude. Because today's society, you don't have to be anything. You have to identify as a thing. You don't have to be a woman. All you gotta do is identify as a woman. You don't have to be a leader. You can go from being an actor to suddenly becoming a president, to suddenly be thinking, I'm the one. I can beat Vladimir Putin. Something that people who are qualified, something that the CIA themselves haven't done. He can come off a set from Netflix and say to himself, oh yeah, I can beat Vladimir Putin. No problem. Give this man your coins. Keep believing in this man and his vote covers. I want that for you. Okay. And how many you said and how many soldiers has he deleted? Okay. Hey, what you looking for? We got what you're looking for. What you're looking for? We got what you're looking for. What makes you think I pay taxes? The lies you tell yourself. Why would you think I pay taxes? No, sure. They fought, or you mean America fought? Who's doing the real fighting in Ukraine? Who's doing the real fighting in Ukraine? Who's doing the real fighting in Ukraine? Ukrainians are fighting, or is it America sending American people in the low to go fight Russia? Tell the truth and shame the devil. Tell the truth and shame the devil. But like I said, I want that for y'all. I sure do. Kamala Harris, she needs to be president. Me, I'm serious. I'm even gonna go. Yeah, sure. I'm even go people. Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure, boo-boo. I don't pay taxes, baby. Unless you mean like taxes when you go grocery shopping, like when you shop in retail and stuff, you pay taxes, maybe then. I don't pay taxes. What the heck? If you don't work, how you gonna pay taxes? Make it make sense. Y'all work. Y'all paying for this shit. I'm not working. I don't work. I'm a pick me. I don't work. Anyways, let's get back. I'm like, it's like, we're really going to sit here and act like America is not sending American soldiers and dressing them up in a Ukrainian military uniform to fight Russia? Like, seriously? I shop. Yes. Those taxes, sure. If you call that taxes, that's sure. But usually when you shop somewhere, the money you pay in taxes is for the local government. It is not for the federal government, right? Unless there's something different. I don't know. But I thought that when you go shopping, the taxes that you pay are for the local government. Like the taxes I will pay if I go to Ulta, if I go to Sephora, that money will go to the state of Virginia, right? Now, if you're trying to tell me that it goes to the federal government, I don't know about that part. But then again, you have a selective way to talk about things. So it's still taxes. But my taxes I pay to Virginia is not going to fund the war, boo. Like, what is this? You're trying too hard. You're trying too hard. Exactly. Like, these are federal taxes. The money they use to fund these wars, to send to these other people, the money that America uses to make loans, right? That money is the federal taxes. It's taxes that people pay to federal, like corporation federal taxes, business, and people working, right? But when you go shopping, those are state taxes. And sometimes the city takes some, the state takes some, but it stays in the state. But then again, you are a liberal. Y'all don't know nothing about politics, just your feelings. So there you go. Okay? Like, well, yeah, it's the state tax that you pay. Sales tax is a state tax. It is not a federal tax. It's not a federal tax, right? But when people work, people who do work, they pay a state income tax and they pay a federal tax, right? And then businesses will pay a state tax and they'll also pay a federal tax, right? But when you're shopping, those are state taxes. Amen. God is good. But then again, I want that for you. Remember me, like I said, I am being very serious. I want Kamala Harris to win. I want her to win. Where were we, child, before we came here, right? But where's Vladimir? I did not know Vladimir Putin did all these things, though. That's what's up. You better go ahead, Vlad. You better go ahead. Okay? Who runs Iran? Let me see this real quick. Who runs Iran? Oh, well, you know he's not a feminist. Okay. So that's the supreme leader of Iran. What's his name? What's his name? The supreme leader, Ali Khamenei. Okay, Mr. Ali, Prince Ali. Okay, Prince Ali. Go ahead now. Okay. So, this is Ali Khamenei. Okay. So, all right. So, we got this man over there in the Iran. Okay, I got you. Okay. Who is the president of the China? Okay. Where's Val? I gotta go talk to Val. Okay, Val's not here yet. Okay. So, here is President Xi Jinping. Huh? Hey, David, what David said? David said, Pac said 45 winning, so I'm going to roll with my ninjas. He said, Kamala hates black. She using y'all, especially, no, she I mean, the sisterhood. David, you got to let the sisterhood have what the sisterhood wants, boo-boo. We must oblige, okay? So you have President Jinping. Oh, my Lord. Okay. So here he is. He's even sitting here with your boy, Kim Jong-un from the Korea. Okay. So they linking up. Okay. The Asians are linking up. I know that's right. Okay. Hold on. Wait a second. Let me see. Story of. Oh, yes. Oh, Lord, have the mercy. You have to let people have what they want. Let's go. Let's see this. Let's see. This is Vice. What's that? Taking so. Let's look at that. We're filming a video.
Is unquestionable. So much, in fact, that he was just confirmed for an unprecedented third term as head of the Chinese Communist Party, paving the way for him to become leader for life. No person in China has been this powerful since Mao Zedong, who founded the People's Republic in 1949. Xi has some imperial visions. He often uses the slogan, the Chinese dream. It's basically his way of saying China should be the richest, most powerful country in the world, with Xi as the dynastic king. And people are already worshiping him. The place he spent his teenage years has been turned into a national shrine, a Disneyland version of communist China. 全国各地的人都可以过来看我们的爱，学习我们的爱精神。
其实我对党的一个从热来，我应该是慢慢的强起来一个概念，对吧？这是因为强起来后开始受到了国外的打压，我们就是说以美国为主，对吧？
But the dream comes at a cost. Citizens endure the most advanced police state, controlled by big data, walled off from the global internet, and exposed only to nationalist propaganda. And the economic reality is far bleaker. 600 million people, that's 40% of the population, barely make $140 a month. And youth unemployment is nearly 20%.
No, I want to see this one. Hold on. They had this one. This has to be a long one, no? This is long.
14 days. That's how long Xi Jinping was missing before he suddenly became China's leader back in 2012.
So he got 99.86% of the vote.
During this time, he canceled meetings with foreign leaders, and Chinese media refused to comment on the situation. People naturally started to speculate. Perhaps he had been replaced, or thrown in prison, or even assassinated. Government censors blocked search results for his name anywhere on the internet. And then, out of nowhere, he resurfaced. The Chinese Communist Party just acted like nothing had happened, and they appointed him general secretary. Exactly where he was during that 2-week stretch is still unknown to this day. But understanding his journey to become the most powerful man in the world is key to understanding the future of the global world order. Xi Jinping is an enigma in many ways. His entire life is shrouded in mystery. But thanks to some intrepid reporting by anonymous sources, we're starting to learn more now. We know that he grew up in an extremely tumultuous time for China. Political power was shifting quickly, and it ultimately tore his family apart. But somehow, Xi remained dedicated to the Chinese Communist Party. To understand why, we have to go back to the 1950s. Mao Zedong was the founder of the People's Republic of China and led the entire country as the chairman of the Chinese Communist Party. Xi's father worked for Chairman Mao directly as Secretary for Industrial Affairs. This was a very important role, and it allowed their family to live in a part of town reserved for party officials. The neighborhood was gated and had security patrolling the entrance. The government paid for nannies and housekeepers, and the accommodations were luxurious. Xi Jinping was born in that private Beijing neighborhood in 1953. Although he wasn't directly in line for a political position, he was practically royalty. His father was critical to the founding of Chairman Mao's empire and was routinely featured in party propaganda. Mao had successfully unified China and ended the so-called century of humiliation that came before it. Decades of rebellion, civil conflicts, imperial invasions, and political upheaval had come to an end, and Xi's father was right at the heart of the new order. But even though he was a hero in the political realm, Xi's father was a strict disciplinarian at home. The children of Mao's revolutionary compatriots were called the Red Second Generation, or princelings, since they were set to inherit this new unified government. But parents were worried that these princelings would become entitled, so they enforced strict rules at home. Not much is known about Xi's mother. She's still alive today at over 90 years old, and Xi keeps a picture of her on his desk, but reports show that she's kept a low profile on purpose. Xi didn't spend much time with his parents growing up because he went to an exclusive boarding school, but his time living a fancy life as part of the political elite wouldn't last long. Mao Zedong was working to abolish private ownership of farmland and build up Chinese industrial capacity, but it wasn't going well. This so-called Great Leap Forward led to mass starvation, and even Xi's fancy boarding school couldn't get enough food to feed the students. Dictators like Chairman Mao put loyalty above all else. It didn't matter if people were dying left and right, as long as they could still rule with an iron fist. Anyone who questioned Mao's plan was swiftly dealt with, and Xi's father was no exception. His father had written a novel about the Chinese Civil War, and in the process been critical of Mao's leadership. So in 1962, he was removed from government and put on house arrest. Mao had to be sure that Xi's father would never question his authority again. So he sent him to a labor camp to live out his days in poverty. This was just the start of a broader consolidation of political power, though. The late 19...
Do y'all see? You see, that's why I told you guys, because I knew he won. I knew President Xi Jinping, I knew he had gone in the military, because they said he would like read books like crazy. Like he was just reading books all the time. Let me tell you something, boo. Marlene, serious, I want to go, boo boo. You subscribed to me for years. When was the last time you said hi to me? You a shaker? When was the last time you said hi to me? I didn't say I was gonna block you. I did not say I was gonna block you. I said I could block you. I didn't say I was gonna block you. You can read it. I said I can block you. I didn't say I was gonna block you. You're not blocked. Right? I didn't block you. I said I can, because it's my channel. Y'all think y'all have eminent domain wherever you show up. No, it's my channel. I can do what I want. It's my channel. So part of the magic trick, I could block you. I could put you in timeout, but I didn't do anything to you. You can type. You're still here. Right? But for you to say, oh, Marlene, seriously, I've been subscribed to you for years. Well, thank you, boo-boo. I appreciate you. When was the last time you said hi to me? You see? Did you even say hi when you came into the chat? You did not. You see what I'm saying? Right? So y'all want to say, oh, let's talk. It's a conversation. That's fine. No problem. But let's also have banners too, right? You know what I'm saying? You subscribed for years. When's the last time you said hi? I do a lot of videos. You don't comment. You don't say hi to me. But then the day you show up, it's like, oh, let's put the red carpet. I can do what I want. Why are you going to block me for it? No. But I didn't block you, though. And I did not say I was going to block you. I said I can block you. And I asked you, do you want to see a magic trick? Okay. All right. Right? So I knew he read a lot of books, because they said he was like obsessed, like when he was in the military. But I never actually watched this whole documentary, but I knew he came out of extreme poverty, because it's true. You know, when China became isolationist, when they started isolating themselves, right? Because of that, and them not participating in the world trade, there was extreme starvation. Like if you like right now, they have a hub called, like they have a city called Shenzhen. So Shenzhen is like their Palo Alto, like it's like their tech city. But that one time I watched a documentary, when I tell you that place was like poverty, it is amazing how it has turned around into a tech hub. People couldn't even eat. They had to like, you know, scour the ground and stuff to find grains of rice. I'm like, what the heck, right? That's why I said earlier, before I even knew all of this, right? Imagine what it has to take mentally for a person out of 1 billion people to become the one, right? And now we know, because I didn't even know this, his father was an op of Mao. I didn't know that, because y'all, Mao was like, what's it called? The supreme leader, Mao, right? The supreme leader, Mao, right? He's like a god in China. Like if you ever see, they have a call at, I forgot what it's called, something square. It's called something square. You always see it. Like every time they show Beijing, which is like the capital of China, there's like a red place. Like it's like super, super, super red. Okay, it's called something square, right? And they have a picture of the man. But I'm like, Mao is like the father of China. Like this dude, child. So for his father to be brave enough to say something against that man, child, he's either a Pisces or he's suicidal. Like, which one is it? Because I'm not saying it either. Well, I don't want to die. Oh, y'all, I'm risk averse, right? So the father is on house arrest, but he's like, nah, that's not good enough. I'm going to send you to a work camp, to a labor camp, the gulags of the China. Tiananmen Square, there you go, right? My Lord. So for President Xi Jinping to grow up and to want to avenge his father, that needs to be turned into a movie. That is crazy. Let me see when he was born. What's his birthday? Hold on, little baby. Hold on.
1960s brought the Cultural Revolution, and with it, broad attacks on anyone who questioned China's new socialist doctrine. Teachers were shamed for allowing free thought. People were beaten, tortured, and even killed. Even though Xi Jinping was still just a boy, he was brutally punished for his father's sins. Mao loyalists brought Xi to a courtyard in Beijing to shame him. The crowd chanted slogans about how dishonorable he had been, and even forced his mother to participate in the public denunciation. These Mao loyalists were called Red Guards, and they would stop at nothing to enforce compliance with the new political regime. They broke into Xi's boarding school and dragged the teachers into the street. They even built makeshift prisons to lock people up. It was a horrible time for the country, and Xi's family was suffering. His older half-sister took her own life because of the stress it caused her, and in later accounts, Xi has said that he thought he might die too. At age 14, Xi was locked in a detention center and left to starve. One night, he managed to run away and make it home to his mom to ask for some food. But the risk of getting caught was simply too high, so his own mother had to turn him into the authorities. This kind of chaos was unsustainable, even under Chairman Mao's authoritarian rule.
His own mom turned him in? Wow, that has to do something to a child.
So something had to be done. The solution was to send young people out of the cities and into the farmlands to learn the virtues of hard labor from ordinary peasants. Xi was only 15 when he was sent to a tiny village to start working, but surprisingly, he remembers this time fondly. For Xi, it was an opportunity for personal growth and a chance to become a stronger man. Survival in Beijing had become increasingly difficult, so Xi was excited for a new beginning, even if it meant leaving his family behind. But his time on the farm was far from his expectations. He was forced to live in a cave with very little to eat, and the locals didn't even like him. He started smoking cigarettes just so that he could take more breaks from the hard work. After only a few months, he couldn't take it anymore, so he escaped and headed back to Beijing. His plan was half-baked, though.
Y'all, guess what his sign is? Who wants to guess his sign? Do not cheat, y'all. Do not cheat. Guess what you think his sign is? Jesus Christ, these people are crazy. John, when I tell you, don't mess with these people. I don't know what's going on in the world, you guys. Y'all not commenting, so y'all go look it up. Who's looking it up? Y'all crazy. Guess what his birthday is? Y'all, guess his sign. Gemini. What is Trump? Trump is also a Gemini. There is something, I don't know what it is about this year. Like, I don't know what it is. I don't know what is going on with the zodiac. I don't know what's going on with the ages that we're in, but somehow there is this great feud between Gemini, Scorpio, and Libra. I don't know what's going on, you guys. Like Gemini is like Gemini, Libra, and Scorpio. I don't know why they're fighting like this. I don't even know why they're fighting like this. You guys, it is real. These people, they're really beefing. I'm like, what is the problem? What is the problem? Right? Because, Trump is a Gemini, right? Trump is a Gemini. Kamala Harris is a Libra, right? Joe Biden's a Scorpio. Fani Willis is a Scorpio. Her lover, Nathan Wade, was a Libra. So for him to have for him to be double teamed like that by a Libra and a Scorpio 2 times, that's crazy, right? Then you have, if Trump is president, you got Vladimir Putin. Vlad is also a Libra, right? And then you got his boy Xi Jinping over there. He's a Gemini. I don't know what's happening. But I've noticed that there's a duel between Gemini versus Libra and Scorpio. It's like Scorpio and Gemini, like Scorpio and Libra are coming together to go after Gemini. I'm like, what is happening? People who know this stuff, y'all need to get at me and let me know, because that's crazy. So he's a Gemini. Wow. That's crazy. These people don't give up, huh? They're not quitters. This isn't me, Mark. I would have given up. I'm an Aquarius. I'm like, no, F this. I'm not doing this.
And he was arrested almost immediately and forced to build sewers throughout the city. 1 year later, he decided to give the countryside another shot. So he headed back to the farm and eventually was able to have an impact on the village. He put his education to use and helped build wells, dams, and new roads. At age 22, he was finally ready to depart, for good this time.
From New York, this is...
And you know what, too? Like, you see, you heard, like, how he said 22? You know who else has, like, in her 22 year also? This girl right here. Y'all, these numbers out here, sometimes, like, when they tell you everything happens within a season, it's a season, right? Look at Caitlin Clark. How old is she? How old is she? I think she's 22, right? Yeah, she's 22. Right? Look at that. You guys, I'm telling you, like, life is life, child. These numbers mean something, right? So look at this girl. Look at Caitlin Clark. She was born January 22nd, 2002. You take away these 2 zeros, you have 22, 22, 22. And then her jersey is also 22. And for your boy over there, and she's an Aquarius. She's an Aquarius, so she's also an air sign, right? So it's like 22, 22, 22, 22, right? 4 times you see 22. And then when it comes to Jinping over there, Gemini air sign, and at the age of 22 is when he has like he's like born again, right? Hopefully that makes sense. Hopefully I'm making sense. Hold on. Where we at?
Good evening. Mao Zedong, the most powerful influence on China since Confucius, has died at the age of 82.
Back in 2022, I lost 2 very important people in my life. Big figures. It really wasn't until February.
This was a really critical turning point for China. Chairman Mao died in 1976, bringing the Cultural Revolution to an end. Finally, the mark on Xi's family could be lifted and everyone could reunite. The young princelings were back in the political elite, so most of them started celebrating. They drank and partied, but not Xi Jinping. You would think that after watching Mao's Cultural Revolution destroy his entire childhood, Xi would reject the Communist Party. But he did the exact opposite. Xi never wanted to be in that position again, so he started working to gain political power. He had seen firsthand the helplessness of political outsiders, and so he had to double down on the Communist Party. The CCP still had complete control over China, but it was the leader of the party who had the real power. Xi Jinping would need to climb the ranks and reach the top to fulfill his mission. In 1975, he managed to earn admission to a university to go study chemical engineering. The Chinese academic system had been gutted during the Cultural Revolution, and nearly every class had been restructured to teach the writings of Mao Zedong. Getting into a good university was no longer about getting good grades and passing the entrance exams. The name of the game was getting a strong recommendation from a local party leader. Even though the classes were more focused on Marxist theory than solving true engineering problems, the degree was enough to let Xi qualify for political positions. So he called up his father, who was no longer a political exile, and asked for some help. His father was able to get him a job with a military official as a secretary. It wasn't glamorous work, mostly just managing schedules, taking notes in meetings, and helping with speeches. But it allowed him to form relationships with senior army officials. Because of the chaos of the Cultural Revolution, Xi's boss didn't want him to write anything down that could be used against him in the future. So Xi would have to take notes, then run to the bathroom to memorize everything before burning the paper he had just written on. Xi was learning about the complicated power dynamics in China. The army officials he was working with were the People's Liberation Army, or PLA. These soldiers don't serve
you guys. And if you pay close attention, the biggest rivals we have, Russia. Russia is huge, you guys. You know how big Russia is? Child, that place is huge. Okay? You have Russia, the president, military, secret service, right? China, military, secret service. Yeah, he memorized it. And you know he still has it in him. I'm like, do y'all really want this lady to go against this man? Child. Yeah, they don't. But I'm like, but so think about how shrewd that has made him, right? He's like a chameleon. They made the boy starve. You think Kamala can go 12 hours without eating food? I'm like, this is what makes these people dangerous. Like they've experienced everything, like starvation, humiliation, concentration camp, labor camp, being stigmatized, being outcast. So when you go through all of this and you become the president of a nation as big as China, what can scare you? What can scare you? Because I'm like, even me now, I'm scared of him too, my damn self. I didn't know it was that bad. It's like even your own mother turned you to the police because you want to save her life. What does that do? What does that do to a person? What does that do to a boy? What does that do to a man? How does he grow up? How does he look at the world? And I'm like, you know what I'm saying? And I'm even thinking too, like, think about this, right? Because, you know, the U.S. military is mostly white men. It is mostly white men. It is mostly white, conservative white men, right? What if even within the military, let's say Kamala Harris is elected, and then within the military, they start a coup because they don't want her as a leader. I don't know if people people are thinking about all the different sides of what America is. Because I'm like, what are we without the military? And I even say they need to resign. All of us should quit. They should all quit. But I'm like, what happens if you have a coup inside the military and they don't want to serve this woman? Or they act like they're going to serve her, and then they set her up, and then she Air Force One come crashing. Sure. Good luck, sis. Y'all go ahead and be some feminists.
Of China broadly. Instead, they report directly to the Chinese Communist Party. Their job is first and foremost to keep the communists in charge and prevent any attempt at a coup. If Xi wanted to one day run the Chinese Communist Party, he would have to cozy up to the PLA. In hindsight, working in this lowly position was incredibly valuable because it gave him military credentials. But just as he was starting to make progress, he decided to completely change trajectories. He again returned to the poor rural Chinese countryside to integrate with the average worker, this time as deputy party secretary. It was a tough job, far away from the comforts of city life, but it was a critical function for the Communist Party. The communist regime needed the support of average peasants, so sending officials out to promote the party line was a win-win. Spread the message of communism while identifying future party leaders. Xi Jinping had positioned himself perfectly to join the ranks of the next generation of Communist Party leadership. This was a critical moment, as the Communist Party was going through a major strategic shift. The famines caused by the Great Leap Forward and the violence caused by the Cultural Revolution had eroded confidence in the Communist Party, and they needed a new direction. So they decided to dial things back a bit. Instead of extreme socialism with complete collective control of all industry, the free market would need to start playing a role. It would be socialism with Chinese characteristics, and it ultimately led to mass.
Look at this. So we have the Army, we have the Marine Corps, we have the Navy, we have the Air Force, and we have the Coast Guards, right? Like what's the title of the person who's the head of the United States Army? Hold on. What would you even go? Oh, boo, stop. This little baby. Is that what you would call him? Is it chief of staff? What would you call him? What's his? What's the highest ranking member in the military? Hold on, give me a second. Yes, hold on. I have a little baby here who's trying to poop. Okay. Okay, so it's the general of the armies, right? Okay, cool. So who is that? Who is this man? Chat, what? Who is that person? Do y'all know who the person is? Is it this one? Is it this guy? Let me see. Hold on, little baby. Hold on. Okay. So is this white man? Is that him? Is this him? Done told you, you're the white man here. You should be telling me how to do this. Okay, so General Randy A. George, right? So he's the 41st Chief of Staff of the Army. Okay. So you have this man. I'm sure I can click on his pictures. Okay. Hold on, little baby. Hold on. Okay. So you have this dude, right? Okay, cool. All right. Hold on. And then you have, who else do we have? The Marine Corps. How would you call that person? Like, highest ranking officer. The Marine Corps. Okay, that is called the commandant of the Marine Corps. Okay, hold on. Who is that one? Well, it's another white man. Okay, so that's going to be, so the Marine Corps is General Eric Smith. He's the 39th and current commander of the United States Marine Corps. Okay, so this is what he looks like. Hey, Cuckoo Kitty. Okay, so here's the Marines. Here's the guy in charge of the Marines. All right, so we have, this is for the Army. This is the guy for the Marines. Okay, I'm gonna let the video play so I can find more people. Hold on.
Economic growth.
Good morning. Well, history is about to be made on the South Lawn of the White House, where President Carter will officially greet Chinese Vice Premier Deng Xiaoping, the first Chinese communist official to make a state visit to the United States.
There was a new leader now. His name was Deng Xiaoping, and he was so dedicated to reforming China that he even visited America personally to build a relationship between the two countries. International trade would come to define the Chinese growth story over the next decades. But this transformation wouldn't happen overnight. Xi Jinping was looking for a new job, and a unique opportunity popped up in Fujian province. This mountainous region on China's southern coast had been a major international trading hub until Mao Zedong closed off China to the world. Fujian had become one of China's poorest provinces. But that was an opportunity for Xi. He spent 17 years there working his way up in the local government and keeping a low profile. Even though Xi was making solid progress, sticking his neck out too much could be risky, so he rarely spoke publicly. Part of the reason he was so careful about flying under the radar was the rampant corruption that plagued China at the time. Every major city had their fair share of wheeler-dealer types that were constantly making backroom deals to keep imports and exports flowing. One of the most prominent bosses was a man named Lai Cheng-sing, and he was operating right in Xi Jinping's backyard. For years, Lai had been running a massive smuggling business in Fujian, and in the process, avoided paying billions of dollars in taxes. Lai had focused on one of the ports in Fujian province, right across from Taiwan. His smuggling empire had illegally imported billions of dollars worth of cigarettes, cars, and oil, all directly under the noses of local officials. Much like Xi Jinping, Lai Cheng-sing had spent years as a ditch digger, living an impoverished lifestyle. But once China started opening up to foreign trade, he saw an opportunity. Lai was barely literate, but he was a master of building connections and manipulating people. He realized early on that the biggest winners during the next economic boom wouldn't necessarily be the smartest or most educated people, but instead the people who were able to control government officials. So Lai started growing his network and reinvesting all of his profits into bribes. Whenever times were tough, he was quick to help the police, army, or other government workers with whatever they needed to get done. The strategy worked, and after a few years, Lai controlled the entire port system. He was so connected that he could drive right into the Chinese capital without getting stopped by the guards. He even built a new airport to speed up trade and was responsible for 1/6 of all Chinese oil imports. Lai was becoming a local hero because even though he was breaking the law, he had so many people on his payroll that everyone still loved him. He was basically the Pablo Escobar of China in the 1990s. And just like Escobar, he bought a local soccer team to further cement his name in history. For his most important assets, he built a pleasure palace where absolutely everything was free. Lavish dinners, endless gambling, even prostitution. Anything was possible at Lai's headquarters, and it kept everyone looking the other way on his corrupt practices. Eventually, Lai's fraudulent empire became too big to ignore, so the Chinese government cracked down. They sent investigators to arrest him, but he was tipped off by his local contacts and escaped the country. He sailed to Hong Kong on a boat and then flew to Canada. The corruption scandal resulted in over 150 of his associates getting arrested, and some of them wound up getting the death penalty. Lai claimed that he had done nothing wrong, and the Chinese government was going after him purely for political reasons. He requested political asylum in Canada, but was eventually sent back to China after spending 12 years fighting his case. He was arrested as soon as he landed and quickly sentenced to life in prison. Even though the Chinese government made an example of Lai, he clearly wasn't the only one doing this type of thing at that time. Corruption was rampant, and nearly every major government official was assumed to be involved in either bribery, tax evasion, or some other abuse of power. The question is what Xi Jinping's role was in all of this. After all, he was a senior party official in Fujian at the time, and it's hard to imagine that he wasn't aware of what was happening. Well, even if Xi turned a blind eye to corruption in Fujian, it didn't hurt his political career. Because he was born a princeling, he already had plenty of connections and likely didn't need to get involved directly with Lai's empire. That put him in the perfect position to clean up the scandal. So Beijing officials tapped him to put an end to corruption once and for all. The official history of Xi Jinping doesn't mention any ties to corrupt business practices. China clearly doesn't want to tarnish their leader's image. But in 2012, Bloomberg News reported that Xi's family owned hundreds of millions of dollars in real estate and other business assets. And a Chinese billionaire told the New York Times that he had helped the Xi family dump some assets. But this billionaire quickly disappeared from a Hong Kong hotel and then was sentenced to 13 years in prison for bribery and corruption. Xi's wealth remains shrouded in mystery to this day. After all, he might really believe in communism to such an extent that he never crosses the line. But still, many questions remain. One of Xi's predecessors, Deng Xiaoping, had a famous saying, "Hide your strength and bide your time." It appears that Xi Jinping had taken this to heart. He had always
Sorry, you guys. My apologies. The baby pooped. Sorry, I had to change his diaper. Y'all, these are my struggle eyes. Look at him. Look at him. Look at the little pooper, y'all. Look at this little pooper. Okay? But did you hear what he said? Bite your tongue, or like hide your strength. Bite your tongue, hide your strength. You see this? I'm telling people are waiting for us. People are waiting. People, oh my gosh. I'm like, you know what? But it is what it is, though. I'm okay with it at this point. Okay? But that's like, that is something to be said. Hold on. Hold on, little baby. Hold on.
crosses the line. But still, many questions remain. One of Xi's predecessors, Deng Xiaoping, had a famous saying, "Hide your strength and bide your time." It appears...
Oh, see? Hide your strength and bide your time, right? Look at this, right? And so my thing is, they're all waiting, like all the ops are waiting for America to pick the wrong person for us, but the right person for them. So hide your strength and bide your time. You guys, this is crazy.
That Xi Jinping had taken this to heart. He had always prized power over wealth and had seemingly unending patience. He never overestimated his power, and he never stuck his neck out desperately grasping for more. It served him well because in 2002, Hu Jintao became general secretary and opened up a wave of new opportunities. Xi Jinping had spent 17 years in Fujian, but now it was time to travel north, to Zhejiang. It didn't matter that businessmen were getting rich through corrupt business practices. Xi had his eye on real power, political power, and positioning himself as the anti-corruption leader who the Communist Party could count on was the perfect move. In 2006, Hu Jintao was consolidating power, and that meant getting rid of the current leader in Shanghai. Whenever Chinese leaders remove their challengers, they almost always claim that they're fighting corruption.
As the ruling party, the greatest threat we face is corruption.
This strategy works great, since nearly everyone is involved in corruption at some level. Xi Jinping was the logical choice to take over in Shanghai, since he had publicly steered clear of corruption and helped clean up the Lai Cheng-sing scandal in Fujian. Most importantly, though, Xi was also a political independent. His loyalty and patience was finally being rewarded. Every 5 years, the Chinese government held a party congress. This event would decide who ran the country, as well as who was next in line. The 17th Party Congress was a particularly important turning point for Xi Jinping. As the party's leader, Hu Jintao, walked on stage, he was followed by members of his Politburo. These were the men who were next in line for the top job, and Xi Jinping was ahead of his main rival. He was basically on track to serve as vice president and eventually lead all of China. Only one question remained. Could Xi continue to keep a low profile and stay away from scandals? China had struggled under Hu Jintao and was eager to find a stronger leader to take the party forward. Even though Xi Jinping had styled himself as a reserved and diligent servant to the party, he was quietly planning to adopt a much more aggressive stance.
If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands.
Most of the world was still unaware of Xi Jinping in the early 2000s, but in 2008, China would host the Olympics in Beijing, and Xi would preside over the games. It was a time of great optimism. The Chinese Olympics had been hailed as a turning point in China's development. The hope was that the country would become more open, more democratic, and more free. But even though China had welcomed visitors to the massive stadium in Beijing, they also had ramped up military operations and security measures to suppress local protests. Xi Jinping had a major problem on his hands. It was a problem faced by all authoritarian governments who stay in power for decades. The population must be kept in check at all times. In a democracy, disgruntled citizens have an outlet for their frustrations. If enough people are unhappy with the current leadership, they can vote in a new government. The Chinese Communist Party didn't want to give up control under any circumstances, so managing dissent was critical.
Either this is the first Arab revolution of the 21st century. Mubarak deposed, Egypt's 18-day revolution.
Is a theater of the absurd, a murderous clown.
In 2011, Joe Biden flew to China to meet with Xi Jinping. They were both serving as vice presidents at the time and were grappling with the global political issues of the day. The Arab Spring had caused massive upheaval in countries like Tunisia, Libya, Egypt, and Yemen. Anti-authoritarian protests had spiraled into violent confrontations and calls for new governments. Xi was clearly worried that something similar could happen in China. After all, the same government corruption that had forced Middle Eastern citizens onto the streets was rampant in China. Government officials had taken bribes and cut corners while construction companies were building schools. These shoddy structures had collapsed during a major earthquake and killed tens of thousands. A Chinese infant formula company had paid off regulators and covered up a tainted batch, which caused thousands of children to develop learning disabilities. And across the country, corrupt government officials had stolen land from local farmers and sold it off to the highest bidder, all while pocketing the profits. This was just how things got done in China at the time. Even the smallest interactions with the government, like getting an ID card, would require a bribe. Sometimes it was just a few packs of cigarettes, but often party officials would take everything they could. This had been boiling over into a major protest movement. It was extremely risky for citizens to take to the streets, but they had no options left. There was just no way for an honest...
Okay, so because people be saying that, we need to know what they're talking about. So here is Yemen, in case you don't know. Okay, it's really close to Africa when you think about it. Hold on, little baby, hold on. So Yemen is right there. You have Ethiopia right there. It's really close to Africa, child. Get closer. Wow. Eritrea, Djibouti, Ethiopia, Yemen. It's right under Saudi Arabia. Okay, so now we know where that is. And then here is their leader. Right? All right. So, all right, let's keep the show going.
Or work for the party and extort the locals. Xi Jinping knew that China was uniquely vulnerable. He couldn't let the revolutionary ideas of the Arab Spring spread to the Chinese populace. Fortunately for Xi, in addition to being the vice president, he was also serving as the first secretary of the Secretariat. It's a bit of an opaque title, but it gave him much more power and a unique insight into the day-to-day operations of the party's bureaucracy. This role allowed him to learn the inner workings of the party and understand how to actually get things done efficiently. But while Xi was grinding through the bureaucracy and keeping his head down, another man had his sights on becoming China's top dog. His name was Bosu Lai, and he had a very similar upbringing to Xi Jinping. They're both roughly the same age, and they both come from prominent political families. But Bosu Lai wasn't interested in keeping a low profile. He wanted power, and everyone knew it. Bosu Lai was more like a Western politician than others who had come before him.
Let's play the little zodiac game. What sign you think he is? You say, I don't want to try. He has to be an earth sign or a water sign. What's his name? Boshi Lai. What was his name again? Let's see. What sign y'all think he is? Hold on.
Similar upbringing to Xi Jinping on becoming China's top dog. His name and how to actually get things done efficiently. But while Xi was grinding through the bureaucracy and keeping his head down, another man had his sights on becoming China's top dog. His name was Bosu Lai, and he had a very similar upbringing to Xi Jinping. They're both roughly the same age, and they both come from prominent political families. But Bosu Lai wasn't interested in keeping a low profile. He wanted power, and everyone knew it. Bosu Lai was more like a Western politician than others who had come before him. He loved the spotlight, and he had a great sense of humor. He also pushed lots of populist policies and tried to appeal to the largest audience possible. Like Xi, Bo saw that getting tough.
I got it right, you guys. Oh, I said earth sign or water sign. Yeah, he want to be seen. He's a Cancer. Yes. He's like, no, he wants to be seen. He wants to show off. So like, if it's not an earth sign, he's a water sign. He's a Cancer. Woo, well, I'm getting good at this. Okay. So see, Cancer trying to play with Gemini. And you guys, who else is a Cancer and a Gemini duo? Oh, it's so easy. The man is a Gemini. Who else? The man is a Gemini and the woman is a Cancer. It is very easy. It's Black people. Who else, you guys? Who else? And that's what people say. She's going to lose. Who else, you guys? Come on. Y'all only got 15 seconds. Like, come on, hurry up. The man is a Gemini. He's Black. He's from Africa. Okay. The woman is Black. She's from America. She's a Cancer. The man is a Gemini. It's a very, no, not Beyonce. Beyonce's a Virgo. Atlanta. I'm gonna give you another clue. Atlanta. They're currently fighting. Okay. Yeah. They're currently fighting. They're in Atlanta. Well, I guess the guy can't be in Atlanta because he's not a U.S. citizen, but they are in Atlanta. The woman's on a show. Portia and who? Portia and Simon. Portia is a Cancer. Simon is a Gemini. And people have been saying the way Simon be handling Portia. I said, Portia, you might want to stop. Leave this Gemini alone, Cancer. This isn't what you want. You know what I'm saying? I like, this is not what you want. Leave these Gemini people alone. I don't know why. I don't know what it is with these water signs. They keep Scorpio, Cancer. I haven't seen Pisces come after Gemini, though. I haven't seen that. But it's like Cancer and Scorpio, for some reason, they have decided to start these little wars with Gemini. I'm like, girl, it's not going to end well for you, sis. So Portia is a Cancer. What's his name? Simon? He's a Gemini. June 2nd is his birthday. Will and Jada. Will is a Libra. Jada is a Virgo. So you see, you had a Cancer trying to go against the Gemini. The Gemini played a low profile. Cancer coming like, you see me outside. Look at me. I'm so cute. I'm so shiny. I'm a little crab. Child. Wade and Gabby. I don't know. Oh, you're just guessing. Oh. Let's resume.
Fund corruption was the quickest path to power, but he was too gung-ho about it. His fellow party members could see through his rhetoric and knew that he was arrogant and overly ambitious. Back in 2007, Bosu Lai was serving the party in Chongqing. The city was absolutely massive, but with this scale came tons of problems. Pollution was getting worse every day, and organized crime was running the city. Bo's mission was simple: clean up the city and use that as a platform to gain political power. So he teamed up with a grizzled police chief named Wang Lijun. Together, they purged criminal organizations from the city, and for a time were hailed as saviors. But that wouldn't last. Bo was engaging in his own corruption and feared that he would be caught, so he fled to the American consulate. Over time, the truth surfaced. Not only had Bo been corrupt, but his wife had killed an American businessman by poisoning him. Bo was stripped of his government title, and his wife was found guilty of murder. All of a sudden, one of China's most promising leaders had been unmasked as a corrupt fraud. It was a massive setback for a government that had been trying to prove that scandals were limited to lower-ranking officials. Even the top party leadership was capable of horrific actions, which would undermine trust in the system. So there were two possible paths forward: give more power to the people, or completely centralize control. Unsurprisingly, the party decided that they needed an even stronger leader, someone who could root out corruption once and for all. It's unclear what role Xi Jinping played in all of this, but the end result was certainly to his benefit, since Bo Xilai was his primary challenger for control. This is one of the leading theories for what happened during the 14 days Xi Jinping was missing in 2012. No one knows for sure, but shortly after Xi's disappearance, Bo Xilai was removed from power and charged with corruption. By November, the party had consolidated around Xi and sworn him in as general secretary. Bo Xilai would wind up getting sentenced to life in prison. Xi had successfully consolidated power within the Chinese Communist Party, but this was really just the start. After all, no one wants to be at the helm of a dying party and quickly get overthrown by a populist revolution. Control over the Chinese population would be a new challenge entirely, and Xi Jinping would look to history to inform his strategy. So now we got to talk about Tiananmen Square.
A brutal massacre of Chinese students and other protesters by the Chinese army. The death count goes on tonight. It may go as high as 1,000 or more, and the fighting is not yet over.
In the late 1980s, China was changing. Calls for democracy were getting louder and louder each day, and the party could no longer ignore them. There was a real risk that the Chinese Communist Party could fall if something wasn't done. Protesters had gathered in Tiananmen Square to demand democracy and an end to the relentless political corruption. Citizens were closer than ever to grasping freedom, so the Chinese leadership had to take drastic measures. It wasn't just average citizens who were calling for change. Several party officials were also sympathetic to the protesters. So Deng Xiaoping sent the army to Tiananmen Square and locked up the most prominent official who had been supporting the protest. We still don't know the official death toll, but it's likely in the thousands. Photos and videos from that incident are heavily censored to this day. The protests weren't confined to Beijing, though. They had already spread across the country. And even though Xi Jinping was thousands of miles away in southern China at the time, the official party history states that he remained loyal to the party and blocked local students from protesting. Having lived through the chaotic Cultural Revolution, Xi believed that democracy would lead to more violence, not less, and dedicated himself to consolidating authoritarian control. But although the Chinese Communist Party had managed to stay afloat in 1989, the Soviet Union wasn't so lucky. Mikhail Gorbachev was celebrated in the West for bringing an end to the Cold War, but Xi Jinping saw the fall of the Soviet Union as a massive failure. After all, the original Chinese Communist Revolution was heavily inspired by the Russian Revolution, so watching a similar system collapse was terrifying. The Chinese Communist
I don't know if you guys did, if you watched the sit down that Vladimir Putin had with Tucker Carlson. Maybe you did, maybe you didn't, maybe one day we will. But in that interview with Tucker, the interview that Tucker had with Vladimir, he also felt the same way. Vladimir, he was like, that was embarrassing because it felt like we kind of caved to America. We bent over and just let him sodomize us, right? Like, so I'm like, the Jinping, the Gemini over there, and the Libra over there, they felt the same way about the fall of the Soviet Union. Okay. And I'm like, another thing also I want you to see, I hope you realize too, think about all the different positions and roles and personalities that he had to deal with, right, in order to become, like, quote unquote, the president of China, right? From what he had to endure as a child, then he had to join the military. He had to pretend to be meek. He had to pretend to be like, oh, I'm not interested in power, right? He had to serve other people. He probably had to serve people he resented, right? He had to serve a party that embarrassed his family, that embarrassed his dad, that sent his dad to a concentration camp. I mean, like, you know what I'm saying? Because he's being fake. You know what I'm saying? He's being fake. So I'm like, all the people he had to meet, all these elders, all the psychology he had to learn, you know, it's like, this man is deep. He is really deep. He is seriously deep. And then look at someone like Kamala Harris. But like I said, I want that for you, though. But look at someone like Kamala Harris, right? What's her experience? What's her experience? I'm not even going to be mean and talk about her city girl behaviors, right? But I'm like, if you just take into account the fact that she was DA in San Francisco, okay, sure. And then she became a senator like not long ago, okay. And then she got to be VP. And if we have to be honest, she's vice president because she was, quote unquote, a black, quote unquote, close unquote, woman, right? She's a complete DI hire, right? She didn't have to fight. No, I mean, it's the truth though. Listen, I already said it once, I ain't gonna say it again. Okay. But it's like, I'm just saying, like, if you compare how she got to where she is, how she got her job, and you compare it to how President Jinping became president, I'm like, who do you think mentally knows how to play chess? Who do you think like mentally knows how to play the long haul game? Who do you right? Like if you had to bet, if you had to put your money on one of these politicians, who you put your money on? Be for real. Be honest. Like this dude, he like carefully crafted everything about his life. Like to be like, you know, me, I can't do it. So hey, but I see it in James. I do. Jimmy, like, if he wants something, oh yeah. You know what? I'm seeing something in my own husband. Like, now that I'm looking at President Ping, I'm seeing certain traits in James that Ping has demonstrated. Because Jimmy, when he like, if you see James in a corporate setting, you'll be like, is that the same person? You know, me, I have a hard time being fake. This one over here, he don't have a hard time being. When James wants something, he'll be a whole new person. You're like, is that the same person? What is going on? Right? I'm like, think about that. You gotta think. And one is about to get she's getting a nomination. They're just giving everything to her. They're giving her nomination. They're throwing money at her. They don't want her to have to fight for the delegates. They don't want her to go into a debate. They're trying to completely get rid of the entire process. Oh no, she's a woman. She's black. Just give it to her. No problem. Go ahead. I wish you all the best, right? But then think about the people that she has to go against. And these people, nobody gave them anything. Right? And that's and then like if you're being honest, if we're really, really being honest, most women across the world, but since we live in the West, so we're in the West, but most women are coddled. You see the way they're handling the whole passation, like the way they're like passing the torch from Joe Biden to Kamala Harris. She's being coddled because she's a woman, right? Do you think they would actually do this for a man? Like a man could just get the nominations behind closed doors. A man could just get the money behind closed door. A man could have all these closed door dealings they're doing for her is because she's a woman. And then tomorrow, when people call her DEI, or people say, don't put these girls in power, they can't take the heat. Do not trust them with what they can't, they don't compete. Most women do not compete. They don't compete. She's coddled. And so for all y'all who think it's cute because you think it's feminism, if you're really a real feminist, you would find this to be regressing. It is regressing. Because if you want to compete with men, you should, if you think you're as good as men, you should actually compete with men. She's been given stuff because she's a woman. It's the same thing with the lady who got to be the CEO of Facebook. She was given that position because she's a Jewish woman. Right? She went to a party. She knew the guy that had the party. The guy also knew Mark Zuckerberg. Is a bunch of Jewish people getting together. Oh, you know, we want to hire a woman. So you're Jewish. You went to Harvard. There you go. Right? And you see when stuff got real, she left. If you look at the CEO of YouTube, right? Helen, whatever her name was, the one who recently lost her son, right? You think it's random that she's the sister-in-law of the Sergey dude from the Google? Right? The CEO of YouTube is the sister-in-law to the founders of Google, Sergey Brin. Right? And she's also Jewish, and they're all Jewish. You want me to believe? I came outside because of you, Val, right? You see, they gave her that position also because of who she's married to. You look at what's your boy, the independent one, RFK Jr., right? The Kennedy, the lady he picked for vice president. She's a divorcee. Like if it's not Sergey, Larry, the other guy, Larry, not Sergey, Larry. She's the ex-wife of Larry of Google, right? So she's using the money from the divorce settlement to go out here and to buy her way into politics. And one of the reasons why, right? No, Val, we need to pray for her to win. She needs to win. Okay, right? The reason why RFK chose her, she wrote him like $100 million check or something, and that money is not even her money, right? It's Larry's money. But through a divorce settlement, she became multi-rich. So now she thinks she's a badass, and she really thinks she could be vice president. And that's why a lot of people withdrew support from RFK, because it's like, okay, you're supposed to be different, and now you have this big old corporate donor. And the only reason why you have her as your vice president, my hands are busy because of the baby. So I would show you her face, right? But I will, right? They're like, nah, we can't do that because she bought her way. You know what I'm saying? She bought her way. She bought her way into politics, and she bought her way as RFK's vice president. She did not earn that position, right? So you see these women out here screaming about, oh, I'm a bad bee, I'm a feminist, I'm a woman, I can do it, I can do what a man can do. But when it really comes down to it, they are coddled. They are given stuff. They become wealthy and rich, not because they worked hard, but because of some divorce settlement made them rich, because they knew a man that knew a man, right, that put him in position of power, because they happen to be white Jewish women, right? I showed you last time with the girl from Glossier. What is her name? Emily Weiss, okay? Who made her rich? From where she got the money, her Jewish family, all the Jewish people with the investment funds, right? Venture capital. The majority of her co-CEO, like her co-founder, he's also a man. When it comes to Tory Burch, allegedly, Tory Burch is a billionaire. Who helped with her business? Her husband, right? Who was on Wall Street. Her dad was on Wall Street. Hey, Elena, right? The lady who has Tarte. What's her name? I forgot her name. The white woman with Tarte. Her husband too. He used to work on Wall Street. All these white women that you see with all kinds of money, they don't work. They don't, I worked so hard. No, you didn't. Okay. You either got divorced from somebody, and so you got a big old payment because you got divorced, right? Or your daddy, your father, somebody that you know is already in Wall Street or is a venture capital, because most likely you're Jewish. Okay. Most likely you're Jewish. Or you're Jewish and you know someone that's Jewish that's looking for a woman, because now you fit because when you're Jewish, you're a minority, allegedly. Okay. So now you fit the whole diversity quota. Now you look at Kamala Harris too. And I'm saying, like, look at how, whether you like pink or not, but you can't deny men don't do the same thing. That is not true. That's not true. That's not true. Most men have to fight. Most men can't go to another man. I mean, unless you're Vance, the Van Jones, where you sit there and you cry because a man gave you a job, and you cry because Jeff Bezos gave you a job. Most men, they have to go get it in blood. People don't really give stuff to men like that. Men, you give the few men who happen to come from rich households, maybe, but their father had to go get it. Most men don't inherit wealth from their mothers. Most men, if a man, like if you take Trump, for example, right? You take somebody like Trump, he inherited money from his dad, not from his mom. Most men don't get money from their mothers. Most men get money from, if you have a rich dad, he'll give it to his son because that's his son and he carries his last name. But as a man, he's still gonna have to fight in this world, right? But most men who don't come from rich family, they have to get it in blood. If most men want to be middle class, they're going to have to work to be middle class. Exactly, because his dad was rich, right? But when his father came from Germany, when Frederick Trump came from Germany, when his people came from Germany, whatever the ancestors came from Germany, who gave him something? No, they made it happen for themselves, right? But the majority of women that you see, they call themselves boss bitches, especially all these white girls, even the other one, Sophia Amoruso, her too, another fraud, right? I've studied this. See, I'm not making this up. I have studied this. The majority of white women who are like billionaires, multimillionaires, there is a man somewhere. But they don't like to talk about it because they want to sell these books. They want to sell you the myth of, oh, I'm a boss, I'm an entrepreneur, and I was working so hard on my computer, and I was looking and I was shopping for this product, and I saw that there was nothing like it in the marketplace. Womp, 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 right? Jessica Alba, how did she become a billionaire? The whole company is named Honest Company. The entire company has bad chemicals in there. And she still gets to keep the company. Why? Because the Asian boy who went to Harvard, who started Zappos, I guess somehow he got deleted. Maybe like he deleted himself or they deleted him. I don't know. But it was the founder of Zappos who invested in her. And that's how he put the whole team together. And he said, since you're a woman and you're pretty, whatever, you're going to be the face of it. And you know, the thing about Jessica Alba, even though she's Latina, she's white passing Latina. So she got to become a billionaire. You understand? Even Huda Beauty too, she went to a white man. TSG Consumer Group. And the white man, his name is Miss Charles something. He also gave her like $50 million. When do you ever hear black women get them type of opportunities? That's why when y'all was going crazy about, oh, black men, what black women are for billionaires? Like billionaires where? What has he done for her financially? What has he done for her community financially? Right? But the majority of them, I'm running blanks right now. But they all have a white man in a cut somewhere, whether they want to be honest or not. Look at Kamala Lee. Kamala Lee became who she became because of Russell. Now she wants to act brand new, like she don't know how he made that money, right? How did she afford, like when she, oh, I'm gonna quit being a model, I'm gonna stop working and just be and act like I'm an entrepreneur. Who paid for baby fat? Who paid for baby fat? Take Vanessa Bryant. Right now, Vanessa Bryant has a net worth of over $600 million. Why? Because of Kobe. She's almost a billionaire because of her husband dying and leaving her that money. That's how it goes out here for most women. They do not compete. They don't compete. Even the WNBA. These guys are, oh, we're not making money as much as the boys. The boys should, like one, what was it? Lisa Leslie. Okay. Lisa Leslie was asking for the WNBA to subsidize the WNBA. They want the man in the NBA to pay their salaries. They do not want to compete. Women do not want to compete. They don't want to compete. They act like they do. They don't. They just want people to give them stuff. Then like fake the whole system and make it seem like they actually deserved it. They do not. I'm like, for real. If you were really about that, that's why I said, like, I don't respect women who lay on their backs to become successful, right? Like for Marlene, I won't have respect for someone like a Cassie. Yeah, what happened to her is messed up, but at the same time, she went in there not trying to work. She didn't want to compete, right? So Diddy felt like, yeah, if I sleep with her, if she gonna let me sleep for a record, so he did it, right? Even her being with Ryan Leslie, because she didn't want to really compete. So she attached herself to Ryan. And then when Ryan takes her to go see Diddy, she realizes, like, oh, you know what? That's an even bigger fish. He got way more connection. He has way more music. He has way more success. He has way more accolades. So she attaches herself to Diddy. And it's okay to hold her accountable, right? But she was greedy. Her stomach was, her eyes was bigger than her stomach. She's not all the way innocent. She's not all the way innocent. Because most women will sleep around to get what they want, right? When you look at the lady who got to be the CEO of BT, after Bob Johnson, she was sleeping with him. She slept with him. And you think it's a coincidence that his mistress got to become CEO, right? What's her name? Barbara Johnson? The CEO of BT. Hold on. This baby, child. I'm going to send you your daddy. Right? Deborah Lee, right? Deborah Lee was having, oh my goodness, with this baby, I can't even do anything. Hold on, you guys, hold on. He's fighting sleep all the time. I apologize, you guys. It's hard to, that's why I don't come outside, y'all. He's asleep, but he'll fight sleep in his sleep. It's just crazy. Deborah Lee, this lady, right? She was having an affair with Bob Johnson, while Bob Johnson was still married to Miss Sheila, right? So I said, that no sisterhood. These are two black women. Little nephew, Auntie Reba says hi. Okay. She was having an affair with Bob Johnson, right? Okay. And I'm sure it went from being consensual to conveniently being non-consensual. Because why do you think she got to be the CEO of BT? And why do you think the sale of BT to Viacom went through? Because most likely she threatened to sue him for sexual harassment. That's how it goes. A lot of these women, they will consensually sleep with the boss. And then they'll leverage sleeping with him and say, if you don't give me what I want, I'll say that you sexually assaulted me. Auntie Val said, go back to sleep. We love you. Okay, that's how it goes. Because was she really qualified to be the CEO of BT? If we were to go meet Miss Sheila right now in her West Virginia estate, okay? Because his wife is Miss Sheila, the ex-wife. She's in West Virginia. She got like a spa. She's rich. She's rich, right? Was Miss Sheila okay with her being the CEO of BT? I bet you she wasn't. Right? Is this woman the most qualified to be the CEO of BT? No. But I promise you, she threatened them with a lawsuit for sexual harassment. So they put her up as the CEO. They probably paid her all kinds of money, and the sale of Viacom went through. And then Miss Sheila filed for divorce. So he went his way, she went her way. Right? But she was married too. She was married, having an affair with the man, trying to secure a CEO position. It's the same thing with Kamala Harris. When she has relationships with Mr. Willie, he is married. I don't know what she said. She said, no, he was divorced. No, he was not. He was married. He was her boss. And that's why part of their agreement was she was going to become district attorney once he stepped down. She didn't earn the position. She didn't earn it. The majority of women, even Barbara Walters told us for her to have like the Fidel Castro interview, she had to smash. She agreed to have sex with someone so she could have the interview. A lot of these women that they prop up over here, oh, y'all want you should be like her. She's a career woman. She's a feminist. She works so hard. Many of them is city girls. The majority of career-focused women are city girls. They are forever side pieces. Okay? We talk about, oh, men are bad. Let's make the workplace safer. Well, let's talk about women who come to the workplace and agree to spread their legs to get ahead. They also are part of the problem. They are part of the problem because you make it unsafe for the next woman. And so many of them, like my brain is like going crazy, right? Who knows who Oprah had to sleep with also? Maybe she slept with Quincy Jones. What do I know? Maybe Whoopi Goldberg also slept with Quincy Jones. You think it's random that Quincy Jones hired Oprah and Whoopi to do Color Purple? Yeah, right. Yeah, right. What did you do? Right? Because we know about Quincy Jones and his nasty ass. What did you do? That's what the majority of these ladies do. Right? You saw, what is it called? Tamar. The only reason why Tamar dated Vince, and two reasons, right? The first one was Tony told her to do so. Because I'm sure Tony tried to get her money back. Because he was her manager. Somehow go date that man, sis. He gonna give us money. I need my money back. So first, Tony sends her sister to go after the man. But if you watch The View, Tamar herself said Vince actually likes white women. And he likes them blonde. And for a long time, she was stalking Vince's ex-girlfriend before she became his ex, right? And she also said one of the reasons why she wears all these blonde wigs is because Vince has a thing for blondes, right? And she also said, I forgot if it was like The View or if it was on the show, the Braxton Family Values. But there was one time Tamar said she knew that if she was married to her manager, he would prioritize her career, right? When you look at Nevaeh, you look at, what's that little girl? Take it slow. Christina Milian, Nevaeh. You know what I'm saying? You think it's random that both of these girls dated and they were both married to the dream? #1 producer, one of the best producers, Beyonce's favorite producers. You really think Christina Milian I love the dream. I just love him because of him. I just love his personality. No. And one time he talked about their divorce. I think it was on the Breakfast Club. And he was like, she was really mad because I will never give her any of my songs. Because where you going to take it? You ain't going to get no Grammy. So he would give his songs to Mariah. He would give songs to Beyonce. But he never gave songs. Exactly. Then you flip over Nevaeh. Once again, look at this. So Nevaeh and Christina, they both married. They didn't even date. They married the dream, right? Okay? They're both singers. And they married a really great producer. That's not right. #2, Nevaeh, Christina, the same two bandits, and Lauren London go after Lil Wayne, right? To the point, though, Nevaeh and Lauren London have babies that are born on the same day by Lil Wayne. So most likely, Lil Wayne smashed both of these girls raw on the same day or just about the same day. He was having unprotected sex back to back between these two women. You see, this is how women act. This is the reality of it. All this, I'm educated, I compete. Most women do not compete. They lay on their backs or they get on their knees and they give head. Let's be so for real, right? Look at Drea. Drea is 40 years old. She went and got pregnant by a 21-year-old because she has no money. She has no career. She has no retirement plan. Look at Evelyn Lozada. She has a grown daughter. Shanice is 33 years old. She goes and gets pregnant by what's his name? Oh, the guy who signed Meg Thee Stallion. What's his name? Carl Crawford, right? Because he had a $150 million deal in baseball, right? But I'm like, that's the reality of how women get to be successful. They don't want to work. They don't want to work. They don't want to compete. They like look at Kim Kardashian. Kim Kardashian also slept her way to the top until she found her biggest catch, which was so you sleep with Ray J. At that time, Ray J is Brandy's sister. Brandy was huge. Like when the sex tape came out, Brandy was like one of the biggest selling artists, right? The whole Cinderella movie thing that like she's the Black Cinderella. So you have sex on camera with the little brother of Brandy the princess. Then she gonna keep sleeping at Nick Lachey, Nick Cannon. I mean, she don't smash everybody, right? Until she found Kanye West, the one man who could get her on the cover of Vogue. Kim is not self-made. Without Kanye, there's no Vogue. Without Kanye, there's no Met Gala. Without Kanye, there's no Skims. Everything she has done without Kanye has not been successful. Even her fashions. Ever since Kanye left this girl, she can't dress herself. Right? Like the Kardashians understand, without a man, without us having these men in our lives, we are irrelevant. We are irrelevant. So it's like to sit here and to act like, oh, we can have a society. We don't need men. The majority of women rely on men to take them to the next level. It's not just Hollywood. I showed you the corporate world. I talked about Hollywood. I talked about the corporate world. It's how it goes out here. If we could do most drama in most offices and most like everyday people's life, we would see the same behavior where a lot of people, a lot of women, they sleep their way to the top. They don't want to work. And there's nothing more. There's nothing easy to get what you want out of a man than to threaten him with sexual harassment. You threaten a man with sexual harassment or sexual assault, that's the end for him. He's done. He is done. So in that position, he will give you whatever you want. He will give you whatever you want. And a lot of women are fully aware of that. One time I was watching, what's the boy, the guy who from South Africa, the comedian guy, Trevor Noah. He said he took this girl to his house, and while she was in the house, she's like, oh my gosh, I feel kind of faded. I felt kind of drunk. He said, ooh, child, it's giving lawsuit. It's giving sexual harassment. Okay, right? He said, let me call you an Uber. He said he took her ass and her drunk ass, put her ass in the Uber. And then he texted her, are you home safely? Just so he could have his receipt. Because he said, God forbid, you're going to wake up the next day and say like, oh, I don't remember her. Did I give consent? Did I not give consent? This man came all the way from Africa. He ain't trying to go to prison. Because this is how it is out here, right? A woman can give you consent today and say, oh, I take it back tomorrow. Right? And then she'll threaten you for your career, for your job, for money, for a position. We also know there are people who are truly sexually assaulted, but there are people who go into it. They have consensual sex with people of power. And then when they don't get what they want, or they want something more than what they agreed to, they weaponize the fact that in America, a woman can take back consent. And because we have believe all women out here, right? Who cares? As long as she cries hard enough, people will believe her. When in reality, they both agreed to have sex. Right? But who was there? Nobody was there. So whoever comes first, and if it's the woman who comes first and she starts crying boohoo tears and said, oh, look at this powerful man. Look at this rich man. People don't like rich people already. People detest. They have a lot of resentment for rich people. People don't like rich men because they feel like they're rich. They get away with everything. They have their way. They're womanizers. They're misogynists. There's a lot of things. There are a lot of preconceived notions about rich men. So when a woman comes out and she cries hard enough, and especially if she's very pretty, and she cries hard enough and she can sell a compelling story to people, oh, you're done. You are so done. You are absolutely done. Right? So like I mean, for me, I'm a realist, right? A lot of these women, they're not as frail and as innocent as they seem to be, but they know how to weaponize it. But many of these women have not achieved the success because they worked so hard, because they went to Harvard, because they put in more hours than the next person. No, many of them sleep with their executives. They sleep with them as long as it takes. And the day she finally feels like, okay, now it's my time to say, this is what I want, then she'll weaponize it. Like, oh, by the way, right? I don't particularly care for any gender. I care for the truth. And I'm like, people need to be of a sober mind. And we need to look at things, right, from a rational perspective. Point blank, period. Because you're not going to lie to me and be like, oh, when you met Diddy for the first time, you weren't like, oh, wow, that's Diddy. right? Oh, he has lots of money. He has cars. He has this. You saw that. Okay, it's a lot easier to be the girlfriend than to actually compete. But I'm like me, I'm reading the laws. I'm like, how can anybody say to themselves, I don't know how to sing, I don't know how to dance, I don't know how to perform. You don't want to work for anything, right? Don't even try to work for anything. They're like, did Cassie really try with her career? No. Are you trying to improve your vocals? You trying to dance better? You trying to like have more? No. There's no progression. I'm gonna be his girlfriend. I'm gonna be his pretty thing. And I'm like, and I told y'all, me, Marlene, I even believe that in the beginning of her relationship with Diddy, she was also passive aggressive towards Kim. Because a lot of times these women, they never think it's also going to be that. Oh, he treats me better. Oh, my skin is whiter. Oh, I'm from the Asia. Blah, 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 blah. You gas yourself up because you think there's something about you that is so much better, that is so special. Plus, you don't have kids. You never got pregnant. You don't have stretch marks. You don't have a sagging belly, right? Your boobs are still perky. You gas yourself up. It's not until 2-3 years into the relationship that he shows you the monster that he is. They're like, oh, dang, is that what Kim had to go through? But when you first came in, though, you thought you was cute. Okay? You thought you was cute. You thought you was cute. Right? So it's like we have a whole city girl movement. That's, I can't say it's okay, but it's life, though. But me, a long time ago, I've realized that all these women out here who are selling me these books, the girl boss books, the woman empowerment books, this is how I got to be a CEO. I started looking more into them. And I usually saw there is a man in there somehow. If it's not their father, it's their husband. If it's not their husband, it's their boyfriend. If it's not the boyfriend, they were having sex with the boss. If it's not the boss, there's always a man in there. And then they sit. I remember one time, Isoken went to a marketing class. The marketing class was being held by Ming Lee. If y'all know Ming Lee, she's like an influencer. She used to sell hair, but she's out in Atlanta, right? So she went to a marketing class because Ming Lee said, I'm going to show y'all how to get your name out there, how to promote across social media, how to sell some hair. So when Isoken went, she came back. I said, oh, Isoken, what did you learn? She's like, oh, she told a story about how one time she had to put the money for her salon and she needed $30,000 cash. So she asked her boyfriend, do you have $30,000? I said, oh, so she ain't self-made, right? Because you're asking someone, you don't have it. Number two, I said to myself, what kind of man? Because everyday people do not have $30,000 like just laying there somewhere to give to their girlfriend, right? So I'm like, she's not dating a regular person. If he's not a drug dealer, yes. If he's not a drug dealer, he has to be a rapper. If he's not a rapper, he's a baller, right? But when you would see Ming Lee back in the day talk about how she made it, oh, I just printed a bunch of business cards, and I used to be at the mall every day. I would print all these. Hey, Ryla, what's up, baby? I would print all these business cards. and I will go to Lenox, and I will give my business cards to everybody. I'll be out there until all my business cards were given away. You know what I'm saying? That's what she would tell people. But the reality of it is she was dating a rapper, whatever. Then it slowly came out that it was Rick Ross. It was Ricky Rose. So when you saw her, I remember, oh my gosh, if y'all don't know, y'all know. But the day Ming Lee opened her Snob, it was called Snob Life Studio. The day she opened her hair salon, like all the videos that were on social media, it was so beautiful. And I'm like, damn, she was able to pay for all this just selling hair. It was just weird. But then it came out, y'all, it was Ricky Rose. It was Rick Ross. Right? Rick Ross was subsidizing her entrepreneur lifestyle. Right? A lot of these women entrepreneurs, they have a sugar daddy somewhere. They have a sponsor somewhere. Right? Even one time too, the girl Chinese, maybe she does, maybe she don't. At that time she didn't have her cookbook. She only had the Closet Envy clothes, right? But then it came out, she was also dating Gunna. I said, it makes sense. It makes sense. But they'll come out here and they'll make it seem like, oh, I'm a businesswoman. I grind. I work hard. Make sure you post your content. Get you a product. Girl, shut the hell up. Tell me where the ball is at. Hey, ladies, where the ball is at, okay? Because that's how they get the money. I'm like, I swear, I used to be, I'm going to play the Chinese video real quick, right? But I used to be so confused because like when I was running my business, you guys, I barely had time to do my hair. I barely had time to, I couldn't even do my hair. I couldn't even do my makeup. And so I would get on social media and I would see these girls who call themselves entrepreneurs and boss bitches. You guys, every single day, makeup is done, hair is done, their nails is done. And I'm like, what? Like, when do you wake up? Like, when do you actually wake up, put your wig on, your weave on, glue the wig, like secure the wig, right? Do all this makeup, put all these outfits. And the thing that will always kill me was that they would be walking through a warehouse or they'd be going to the office in heels. I'm talking like stilettos. And I'm like, how do you manage all day? Because me, hey, Diana, I'm standing on my, like, I would go to work at like 8 o'clock. Sometimes I wouldn't even come home until like 7:30 because I had to take the last packages to the post office. I was so confused. I'm like, what am I doing wrong? Like, how come I can't put makeup on? Right? I didn't have the time. But then slowly but surely, you really know, Marlene, they're not really entrepreneurs. They're just posing as entrepreneurs. Okay? They're dating basketball players. They're dating rappers. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, huh? Yeah, Diana, it's like, it's insane. But then they'll tell you, oh, come to my class. Come to my business class. Come to my marketing class. I'm going to tell you how to get more followers. I'm going to tell you how to do $100,000 a day. I'm going to tell you how to sell this. I'm going to tell you, girl, about shut up. There was even one in New Orleans too. I was like, what? Come to find out, she set her hair salon on fire. She agreed with the owner of the mall. Y'all, let me, like, stuff, it always comes out. She, once again, with the man, allegedly, her and the owner of the shopping plaza, they agreed to set it on fire because there was no footage. So she got money from the insurance. It's a lot of insurance scams in New Orleans. A lot of these black entrepreneurs in New Orleans, they've been doing all kinds of insurance fraud. That's why insurance is so high in New Orleans. Like one of our neighbors, he was married to a child. Yo, I got stories for days. The boy, our neighbor, our neighbor, his wife is the daughter of a very famous bishop in New Orleans. Right? One day he came over when he told us how him and his boys be running scams like insurance scam because he got locked up. And the whole church found out that the daughter of the bishop is married to a scammer who does all kinds of car fraud in New Orleans. Like they intentionally get into car accidents. Y'all, it is a wild place. And that's why one day I had to make peace with myself. And I had to say, Marlene, the problem is not that you can't make money. You have too much integrity to make money because I can't do stuff like this, right? But, oh, let me tell you how I do this, But they never tell you how they really got the money to start the business. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, how long was Mingley out here selling classes to people, how to be an entrepreneur, how to put yourself out there, how to do this, how to do that, how you gonna make all these sales the whole time, y'all? It was Ricky Rose. So like you, a regular person, how can you compete with a woman who's dating Rick Ross? Do you know how much money Rick Ross has just laying around the table? And you're a regular person. Like, even if Jimmy wants to help me, like, oh, wife, I'll help you with some money, right? How can my husband, who has a regular job, compete with a damn rapper? Make it make sense. And they never tell these girls, like, you know what? Even though I do work hard, I can't discount the fact that, oh, I have a boyfriend, he's a rapper. I have a boyfriend, he's a basketball player. I have a boyfriend, he's a football player. And yes, he also has given me this amount of money to start because he's an investor. They never say that. Oh, I was at the mall and I was just giving out my business card and I would stay there all day, all night until I gave out all my business card. And that's how I made it. Girl, shut the hell up. Shut the hell up. Right? All these girls. There's another one too. She's in Miami. Always have all these Chanel bags. She got makeup on every single day. Chanel bag. You don't ever see what man she with. Okay? But oh, be an entrepreneur. Believe in the Bible. Girl, shut the hell up. Who you sleeping with? Right? The majority of these entrepreneur females, they have sponsors. There are people who go to Dubai to do bad things in Dubai and they come back with loads of money and they act like, oh, it's my business because I work hard, because I put myself out there, because I post my content. Shut up. Who don't post content? Who doesn't post content? Right? But there's nothing competes when you start a business and you have somebody who could give you 30,000, 100,000, 200,000 of working capital. Yeah, that's why you can take your time and do your makeup and do your hair, put your lashes on, get your nails done, wear these heels and go to the office and do packages. Who can pack packages in high heels all day, every day? It don't make no sense, right? And a lot of people have investors. A lot of people have sponsors. A lot of people have in the office, and they have relationship with a higher up. But they want to come over here and tell you, oh, they work hard. You work hard for what? Doing what exactly? And that's the part I cannot stand. And that's why I say a lot of women do not work. They don't compete. They refuse to compete. Because if Kamala Harris was serious, if she was really serious, she wouldn't even want these people to do all that for her. She would go out there at the convention they're having. She would have a debate. She would want people to see, and that's exactly what Obama said. She would want people to see all these delegates say, you know what, this is who we pick. But she knows she cannot compete. Baby, I ain't saying no name, sis. I ain't saying no name. But that one, I used to always look at her side. Was like, this don't make no sense. How do you afford your lifestyle? And if y'all remember years ago, Funky Dineva called her out because she was selling fakes to people. She was selling fakes to people. Because Funky was confused too. Like, what is going on? Oh, my business, girl, shut up. The business, I have a business. I'm a social entrepreneur. I'm a digital entrepreneur. It is nothing but a front from some dark activities. Because how you paying for all of this? How you paying for all of this? They're Bentleys. I mean, you'll see Chanel bags that you had never seen before. I said, these are not basic Chanel bags. 10 grand, 15 grand, $6,000, $7,000, a Bentley, a mansion. But we know. And it's not, and I'm not trying to be offensive, right? Because I have a lot of followers. I mean, come on, sec by sec. Okay. A lot of my people is Haitian. One of my grandma, she's Haitian. I got love for my peoples, right? But a lot of Haitian people in Miami, they outside. And it's the truth, right? A lot of men in Miami, a lot of Haitian men in Miami, they get busy. And many of these girls, they be dating them people, right? But they want to come out here and tell you, oh, entrepreneur. No, your dude, a drug dealer. Your dude's a dope boy. Your dude is into something, even Cash Doll. Oh my gosh, you gone. Hey, Cash Doll. Y'all must not remember when Cash Doll used to be signed to the label with the other guy. Where's she from? Detroit. You guys, she would take money. I'm talking like loads of money. Like, you see this box? Hold on, let me show you something. You see this box of Huggies? When I tell you Cash Doll will wake up in the morning, you would have money. Imagine you could fill this whole thing up. Imagine that sitting on the table and it's just money. I'm talking like $100 bills stacked up on the table. One day she did a video. She put the stack of money on a plate. She put the money in the microwave. I said, hold up, wait a minute. Then she went and she put, hey, Aquarius, right? She took the money. She took more money. I'm talking like a stack this big. She put it in a blender. Put the money in a blender. You guys, Cash Doll will Keisha walk around the house in her little Chanel underwear, and she'll go like this, just spreading money all around the house. And I was like, what in the world? This is not normal. And I was like, this is not clean money. Because when you work hard for people who work hard for the money, they never handle money like this. Right? You know what I'm saying? You will never see, not saying it's impossible, but for the most part, you will never see somebody who works hard, who really works hard for the money. Maybe ballers because they make a crap load of money, but an actual entrepreneur who had to really work hard for his money, you will never see them make it rain. You will never see them in a club, throw away money. People who had to work hard for their money, they're very cheap with their money because they had to work really hard to make that money, right? People who throw money in the club, throw money over here, people who don't have respect for money because they got the money in ways that are not clean. When you steal, when you scam, when you sell drugs, or you get it from a man, you don't respect money because you didn't work hard for it. When you work hard for money, even $1, if you see $1 on the ground, you'll pick it up like, oh, child, I know what I can do with this. Exactly. Kodak Black throwing money in the toilet, right? Because he makes easy money because he's a singer, he's a rapper, all that foolishness. You know, he does these collab, probably charges like $500,000 for 16 bars. So you see, when money comes easy to people, they don't respect it. But people who had to toil, who had to suffer, who had to grind to make their money and to become wealthy people, you will never see them in a club throw money. Most of the time they'll use a coupon. Most of the time they use back points. That like they always find a way to save some money because they understand the value of a dollar. Because it's not criminal what they're doing, right? But the way Cash Doll used to handle money, I said, no, this is drug money. This is drug money. Because I'm like, who is Cash Doll? It's not even like she's known like Little Kim or she's known like a Missy Elliott. If I see Missy with all that kind of money, Missy has enough hits, okay? Missy has enough hits to be like, okay, I can see how I will never sit here and question how much money Missy Elliott has because the work is here, okay? Missy has too many hits for herself, for other people. She writes, she produces. Against my window, okay? I can't stand the rain, okay? But someone like Cash Doll, girl, what? You opened one time for Drake, okay? And right? So then I went to look it up. Cash Doll was signed to one of the biggest drug dealers in the Midwest, and at that time he was outside. He was out on bond, awaiting his trial date, right? And you know, for a lot of these drug dealers, they have record labels because record labels is a way for them to wash their money. This is why Yo Gotti also has a record label, right? Because if we're being honest, we should all know it's not through music that Yo Gotti has money, right? So when you see Angela, the lifestyle she lived, I wonder how much of it is funded by the streets and how much of it is actually funded by the music, right? And that's why he was very upset when Young Dolph did not want to sign to him. Because he's trying to go legit. But if you don't have artists that actually make it believable, it's going to be hard. You can't keep doing this, right? But I think we all know Yo Gotti don't make his money the clean way. Normal people don't get their brains blown out for going to a funeral. You're involved in the street life, okay? I even went to his concert in New Orleans. The whole concert felt like they were laundering money. I was like, this concert right here, it's something that is an expense they had to put together so they could justify laundering money. Because where are the people? And why would you use such a big venue? Who are you? Like, what, right? So it's like, you got to know this. But they'll tell you, oh, buy my book, buy my e-course. I'm going to show you how to be an entrepreneur. My e-course, my secrets, girl, bye. Girl, bye. Unless you're going to tell me how to get a man like yours, shut the hell up. Okay? Be quiet. Entrepreneurs. And they're always shaking their asses. You guys are like, what serious businesswoman comes on Instagram, is in the back of a car, she's twerking, she uses her hand, she spreads her butt cheeks open. You're looking for your next sponsor, right? You're not a serious businesswoman. I'm not trying to be funny, but it's like bunch of hoes. It's like bunch of 304s out here, right? Pretending to be business owners when in all honesty, they're looking for sponsors. They sell ass. Then they buy a few things off of Alibaba and talk about, oh, I'm a businesswoman. Like, girl, go sit down somewhere. Girl, bye. I got time for this. I don't have time for this. I'll take him seriously. But I'm like, Kamala Harris, she's being coddled. And the way they handle her is because she's a woman. Okay? If she was not a woman, they would not be doing this for her. She would have to go toe-to-toe with Trump. First of all, she would have to go toe-to-toe with everybody. Everybody in Democratic Party. Yeah, that's what they do. Because they need to pretend like they're entrepreneurs to quell their conscience, you know, because it is something to sell your body. It's not right. And everybody has a little bit of God in them. But where I can't stand it is when you try to sell courses or you try to sell ebooks, you know what I'm saying, to make people feel like, oh, if they read your book, if they come to your seminar, if they come to your ba 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 ba. And I'm like, no. What got you started is the fact that you was dating Rick Ross, right? And Rick Ross was an investor, because that's really what it is. He was an investor in your business. Say that so they know. But don't tell people, oh, when I started my business, I only had $500. I only had $700. Girl, shut the hell up. Shut the hell up. Okay? You was dating Rick Ross. Imagine if you date a rapper, how much money he has. Imagine how much money he has. You know what I'm saying? But the regular girl, the everyday girl, what boyfriend or husband can give her $30,000? Like, oh, here you go. Maybe over a year or like 2 years he can. But okay, here you go. Huh? My goodness. That's a lot of money. Yes, but it's a lot of money.
Fall of the Soviet Union to this day and has become completely obsessed with avoiding a similar fate. So why did the Soviet Union fall? And what exactly would Xi Jinping's survival plan look like? Well, in Xi's mind, China would need to do two main things differently. First, they would need to double down on indoctrination. Everyone had to understand the history of the Communist Party, or at least a positive version of the history that would lead everyone to fall in line. There could be no room for ideological exploration. Second, the regime should be prepared to use violence to stop revolutions. This is why the People's Liberation Army is so important to the CCP. They report directly to the party and can quell uprisings before they gain steam. In Xi's mind, Gorbachev allowed the Soviet Union to fall because he didn't have the tools to reassert power. The communist ideology is built upon the idea of equality, but as corruption spreads, that concept breaks down and people lose faith. As soon as Xi took power, he promised to go after both the tigers and the flies in his first public speech. That meant rooting out powerful but corrupt tigers high up in government, as well as the petulant flies engaging in low-level bribery. He didn't just lead the charge himself, though. He wanted to create a culture that had a zero-tolerance policy toward political corruption. This led to an 8-point code to govern political behavior. No longer would officials be allowed to accept expensive gifts, fancy cars, or even free dinners. Then Xi made a point to publicize the trial of Bo Xulai. The judge quickly ruled guilty on all counts and handed down a lifetime sentence. This was an important message to send to any would-be challengers. It didn't matter how high up you were in the government, no one was immune to anti-corruption investigations. The purge reached the highest ranks of the Communist Party, people who were normally able to operate with impunity. Members of the Politburo.
You see how the Gemini is so evil? He said, don't hate the player, hate the game, right? So what they did to his dad, he did to the same man. Like he did to that man. He is crazy. He did the same to the man. Lifetime in prison, that's excessive. That is excessive. That's excessive. But you know, it's like he also had like the flies and the tigers. It's giving when Trump says he want to drain the swamp, but he didn't really do it. He didn't really do it though. Hold on, let's keep
The standing committee were arrested and charged with abuse of power. High-profile citizens were forced to turn over billions of dollars in assets, and high-ranking military officials were quickly stripped of their ranks. Every time Xi would remove someone for corruption, he would replace them with one of his own people. He understood at a deep level from his time in government how the system worked, so no stone could be left unturned. And although his campaign was ruthless, it was hugely.
And what they say, from his time, he spent a lot of time in politics, you guys. It wasn't overnight. And with KAMALA is like, oh no, you have someone overnight from whatever. Oh yeah, make her president of the free world. Child, like I said, I wish that for y'all though. I really need to see this though. We really
popular with average Chinese citizens. There really was a ton of corruption all throughout China, and nothing could get done without paying bribes. By the time he was done, Xi had identified more than 4 million corrupt people throughout China. This led to a huge improvement in lifestyle for the average worker. Peasants wouldn't need to bribe officials anymore to get basic assistance from the government. But this created a new problem. The wealthy Chinese elite started to hate Xi Jinping. He had taken so much from them. Before, they could relax and enjoy a steady stream of profits from their unscrupulous business practices. But now those cash flows had dried up, and no one was safe from investigation. He had to get these people to fall in line. It wasn't enough to keep the peasants happy and let the elites plan a response. Everyone had to recognize the new leadership. The solution was to codify a new version of the communist doctrine into the party constitution. The vision comes directly from Xi Jinping and is referred to as socialism with Chinese characteristics for a new era. The party now uses a mobile app to ensure that everyone is studying the principles important to the party. The app quizzes people on Xi Jinping thought on a daily basis and is required for party members, university professors, and young students. In order to build out this ideological content pipeline, Xi Jinping needed support. He found his answer in a Chinese scholar named Wang Huning. While China had been turning over massive swaths of the political elite, Wang Huning had somehow managed to remain in his position. He'd served in the government since 1995 and remained committed to the Communist Party. Because Xi Jinping had such a tumultuous childhood, he was never able to develop a strong grasp of political theory or Western philosophy. Wang Huning was able to fill that gap and develop a set of Chinese policies to usher in a new era. Wang Huning had written a book called America Against America, in which he argued that the United States was going to tear itself apart because citizens were granted individual freedoms. This was exactly what Xi Jinping wanted to avoid. So rolling out a comprehensive indoctrination campaign was the next logical step. Political slogans became a cornerstone of this new ideology project. The Belt and Road Initiative, the Chinese Dream, Common Prosperity. Each of these served to solidify the new party vision in the minds of the populace. But unlike in America, where you can choose between Barack Obama's Yes We Can and Donald Trump's Make America Great Again, in China, there was only one option. Non-compliance would be met with swift punishment. The apparatus that Xi had created to fight corruption could now be used as he saw fit. and it wasn't long before he started using it to punish challengers. Even though plenty of corrupt officials had been removed from their positions.
You guys, the book is on Amazon. America Against America. Child, you need to watch this because you need to know what's going to happen. They're waiting. They're waiting in the cut. They're waiting for people to pick the wrong person. And once you have the wrong president in that place, once you have the wrong leader in the White House, these people are going to come guns blazing. My Lord. I'm going to buy this book. It's $20. I'll read it. You see, they've studied America. I think Americans don't realize all this like LGBTQ fighting, abortion fighting, gender fighting, all these. Everybody around the world is watching. And they're like, let's start making predictions. Where is this nation going? Right? And because here we are so obsessed with individual rights, me, what I want, self-interest, we fail to see that to the rest of the world, we come off very immature, very reckless, and we don't recognize what we stand to lose. Right? So I'm like, this is pure madness. This is utter madness. But if they truly feel like, because I'm being really serious, right? Just like the people with Saul, if people really want a king, like God told Samuel, if they really want a king, let them have it. If this is what they want, you gotta let people have it. If they truly want to have a female president, if they think a female president can manage all these threats, she can run the military, every single branch of the military, right? She can take care of China. She can take care of Russia. She can take care of Yemen. She can take care of Iran. She can take care of the border. She can take care of the economy. If they truly believe that someone who's been mostly a prosecutor in San Francisco, right, doesn't even speak any other language, okay? If they believe that with, I guess, like what, how many years, like a couple years in Congress, how many, like not even 4 years as a senator and 4 years as VP where she barely did anything. She barely even went to the border. If these people believe that she has what it takes to face all these challenges, let this woman do it. I'm so sick and tired of feminism, but at the same time, I'm so sick and tired of talking about it. I think it's about time for these women to get their asses whooped. They need a proper ass whooping. They're gonna sit their asses down because sometimes when you keep protecting people from themselves, they don't realize that you're trying to save them. A hard hand meant for a soft ass, right? Let these hard-headed women go around there and think that they are ready. In this, it's not even like we live, if we were actually in an America that was prosperous, like if the economy was high, if there was lots of money and lots of jobs, like people are happy and things like that, I'm like, okay, sure, like, it's not that bad. But how divided we are, how bad the economy is, how expensive everything is, right? This is not a good time. But if you feel like a woman can handle all these challenges where she has yet to even take her behind to the border, but she said she's been to Europe, no problem. I want this for you. You got to give these feminists what they want. I even think people should let them, even this whole abortion thing, I think people should let them even have abortion until the time of birth. Let the world see how sick and evil women are in America. Let the world see how deranged they are and how they poorly manage their vaginas. Let the world see they don't want to use birth control. They don't want to be careful who their daddy is, but they sure will kill a child. Let the world see how barbaric, dystopian, Orwellian these women are out here. They're unhinged. They are seriously unhinged. These are women who want to be with bears. They want to be with bears. They want a bear in their house. They want a bear in their car. They want to be outside with the bears. Like, what normal person would say such a thing, right? Let them be with bears. And they got the pandas. Even let me with the pandas from China, okay? Let the Chinese pandas come over here and take over. Fuck a bear. Bring a panda. Okay? So I'm like, we are in decline. When you find yourself that women say, we don't need men no more. We don't want men to help us. We got this. We can do it all. We are in decline. When boys want to be girls and girls want to be men, right? When you have the she, he, him, them, zer, zim, zem pronouns, right? When you live in a country where you can get arrested for using the wrong pronoun, where you don't have to be a woman, you just have to identify as a woman, we are in decline. We're in a moral decline. It's not even just the economy. There is moral decay in America. There is serious moral decay in America. women are having 2 women get together. They want to raise kids together. 2 men get together. They hold on. They use their money to get a woman pregnant. Surrogacy out here is becoming a new trend because you have money. You go and buy a womb. We sell wombs in America for $30,000. You can get somebody else to carry your child. America is on the decline, okay? And that's how it goes. Before your money goes, your morality goes. There is no more morality in this country. It is gone. People want to have abortions in 9 months. I'm going to show you where it is in the Bible. People want to have abortions in 9 months. They want to kill babies type of birth. They want to have abortions in 30 weeks, 27 weeks. Kill babies just because as birth control or to spite a man, right? Let these women have their way. Step out the way. When you're dealing with a rebellious people, you need to let them reach the acme of their rebellion. Let them be rebellious. Because they're going to meet some men out there, right? She's going to meet the Jinping. She going to meet a man who's going to give her a spanking. She's going to sit her ass down. I want her entire cabinet to be full of women. I even want them to replace all the high-ranking officers in our army with women, okay? With the Marine Force, put a woman up there. With the military, put a woman up there. With the Coastal Guards, put a woman up there. Put women in every single position, okay? Well, put the woman in every single position of power. Let a woman run the army. Let a woman run the Marines. Put a woman at the head of the Marines. Do it. And let a bunch of trans women also be in it. Y'all think y'all some Amazonian or whatever it is. What's that thing from Black Panther? What's the female thing? I forgot their name. The warriors from Black Panther. People watch movies and they think it's real life. There's a reason why you don't see the stuff in real life, right? Put a bunch of trans in the military. Put a bunch of trans in the Coast Guard. When you saw the army in the China, you saw the people in the China. You see them people, right? Let a bunch of trans women go fight them people. I would love to see it. Give me some entertainment. I'm like, this is pure madness. But then the people are mad. So when people are mad, let them engage with their madness. But here's the book. It's on Amazon. It's $20. We should read it and see what the man says. But right now, all these countries are banking on America picking the wrong person. Let's bring the wrong person into the world ring. They're going to whoop that girl's ass. They're going to tear that ass up. A man who was meant to starve for months at a time, okay? A man whose mother turned his back on him. This boy had to grind and fight to get to the top of the China, right? You want to send Kamala Harris against this man? I want you to. He going to whoop her ass. He going to whoop her ass. You going to see? America going to be sold to China. Watch.
Still left empty-handed. Farmlands had been sold off to the highest bidder, and local citizens had no way to reclaim what had been stolen. As protests started to build again, Xi Jinping turned his anti-corruption campaign on the protesters and arrested a local leader on charges of bribery. Corruption was bad, but political dissent was worse. Absolute control was all that mattered. But dragging people out of their homes in the middle of the night is still a last resort. Xi Jinping realized that if he could control the flow of information and shape how people thought, he might never need to send in the troops again. So he set up a massive censorship operation. Every message sent over the Chinese internet would need to be scanned, first by algorithms to flag sensitive words, then by humans to review in more detail. It was exhausting work, but the Chinese government had plenty of resources to throw at the problem. They literally employ millions of people now just to censor internet content. And as more and more Chinese citizens gain internet access, the task has only grown in scope. The band.
And I'm going to say this too, right? I'm going to say this too right now. Even like all this discourse. Y'all, when I say China is way in this country, it's not even funny, right? When I'm telling you right now, the same way they spy on their people, they spy on us too. Well, I tell you, they probably have 100,000 people in China right now in a special room somewhere studying all the conversations we're having about politics in the chat rooms and on the what's that place called? What's that? Reddit, right? On Reddit, on TikTok, on Instagram, on whatever, right? They are listening to us. Hey, Peggy, they're listening to us. They're spying on us. They're making predictions, right? They're making predictions too. Right now, any country that is powerful in intelligence is spying on America. And they're also using their intelligence to make predictions, right? What are the American people most likely to do? Who's most likely to be elected, right? These people have money. They have money. Russia has money. China has way more money. And I wouldn't be surprised if India was also spying also, right? We're all being listened to. Think about all the people who buy from the Temu. All of us, I definitely use TikTok, so I know they got my information. But if you use TikTok, if you've been on Alibaba, AliExpress, if you've been on Shein, like they have so much of our data. They have so much of our data, right? And they're studying us too. What are the American people most likely to do, right? They're studying the electoral college votes. They're studying the swing states. They're studying people's moods and we are being studied right now. And I'm like, these people are waiting for us to have the wrong person. Pick the wrong person. They're going to whoop that ass. It's about to be a new day. And I'm like, America really is on the decline. America is about to be turned into a second world, third world country. Look at what's happening to London. They're fighting in England. They're burning stuff. I mean, it's a hot mess, right? But keep doing that stuff. Keep doing it. You're going to meet your
word
man.
list is constantly changing and has to include lots of seemingly bland words that could be used to covertly signal dissent. When the internet started really growing in the 1990s, controlling the flow of information seemed like an impossible task. President Bill Clinton even described internet censorship as sort of like trying to nail Jell-O to the wall. But to the Chinese Communist Party, it didn't matter how difficult it was. Free speech and the open internet was a direct threat to authoritarianism. Lots of independent observers had argued that the internet had played a key role in the Arab Spring. Protesters had coordinated on social media sites, and that couldn't be allowed to happen in China. The first stress test of the censorship apparatus came in July of 2011, when 2 high-speed trains crashed. 40 people died, and everyday citizens turned to social media to ask questions about how this could possibly be allowed to happen. But government censors worked tirelessly to shut down the conversation. 120 people spent 3 full days deleting posts about the accident, and the trains were quickly buried in dirt right where the accident happened. Xi Jinping was gaining more and more control over the internet, and he wanted to make it clear to every party official that censorship was a top priority. A secret memo known as Document Number 9 outlined how the new regime would reject the rule of law and the West's idea of journalism. The crackdown expanded to famous newspapers, popular bloggers, even actors and lawyers started to disappear from the internet. Anyone who felt comfortable criticizing the government and had a decent following needed to be controlled. The goal was to get everyone to fall in line with the ideological goals of the Chinese Communist Party, specifically around the idea of national rejuvenation. This refers to Xi Jinping's goal of Chinese supremacy. Everyone in the country.
And you know what? You know what came to my mind? You know what came to mind? When I listen to a lot of American politicians, right? Whether it's Republicans like Trump, etc., or it's the Democrats, Biden, Kamala, whatever, I think these people, they're thinking of an old way of fighting. You know how they talk about, oh, it's going to be World War III, right? And America's like an elephant, okay? America's like an elephant. America's like a rhinoceros, right? America's used to fighting the way they won. Because, let's be honest, right? The way America won the Second World War, right, was with bombs and things, but a whole bunch of killing and a whole bunch of bombing, right? And that's really what allowed America to become the superpower, is because they're the ones who came and saved the day, aka D-Day, right? And ever since then, nobody's really checked their powers like that. So America's thinking like the way we're going to fight, if there's ever another war, World War III, it's going to be a war of bomb, a war of nuclear. Anybody trying to use no damn nuclear, right? The new war that is coming, the war that China is going to do on America, that's what I see. The war that China, the war that China is going to wage against America, the war that, what is it called? The war that Russia is going to wage in America. It's going to be a war of misinformation. It's like you're not even going to know what's real or what's fake anymore. Like, I'm like, if America, if any of these politicians think that, oh, there's going to be a bomb or a missile coming out of Beijing or coming out of the Shenzhen, you are sadly mistaken. Those days are gone. They're not aware of that. Because I'm like, even this AI stuff, God forbid, this AI stuff can be infiltrated by the Chinese people. And then they control what they control what we receive, right, from our AI. It's going to be, I'm like, the World War III, it's going to be an age of like misinformation. You're going to see stuff. You're going to see pictures. They don't even know if it's a real picture or a fake picture. You're going to look at videos. You're going to have to ask yourself, is it real? Is it fake? Okay. You won't even be able to tell the difference, right? There are going to be massive outages. Nobody dropping no bombs. The Chinese, I'm like, he told y'all. He said it doesn't matter how hard it is. He's not giving up. Over here, when stuff gets hard, we give up. Because America has lost its way. America lost the way of being hard workers, being innovative, right? America used to be the land of innovation. America used to be the land of like you people coming up with like all kinds of tech. Like what was it? Like look at our phone industry, right? What came out of Apple? The Apple Watch, okay, and even that the stuff like the the technology they were trying to put in there to read your blood sugar, they stole it from a man from Iran. Okay? And they had to pay that man his money. They had to run his money. When was the last time Apple was innovative? When was the last time Microsoft was innovative? We don't have innovation anymore. We don't have it anymore because we lost that because we're too busy fighting on gender, on pronouns, right? Even Elon T. If you go on TikTok T and you see, little baby, if you go on TikTok and you see electric cars out of China T, they have one electric car T. It can drive in water. I'll show it to you when this baby calms down, right? They have a car. They have an electric car in China. T, it goes underwater. I'm like, what? Like these Chinese, when I tell you these Chinese cars, Chinese electrical cars have nothing on them. Oh my gosh. If they were to actually do what they say they are about, like, oh, free markets, liberal markets, open the markets, right? The American companies could not stand a chance. Apple cannot stand a chance against Huawei. Huawei already has 6G. Even like the 5G we have over here, it's not even a real 5G. Yeah, it's not even a real 5G. Huawei has the 6G. They're probably working on the 7G. We are so far behind. When it comes to all like the stuff they use for the stuff you have to use for these renewable battery stuff, right? China has most of them. Korea has most of them. America is behind. We are so far behind. It's not even funny. Like, look at how many charging stations we have around this country, like for people who have electric cars. We don't have that many. We don't have that many, right? So I'm like, and then like the outage that you saw, we're going to start seeing more outages. More and more people they're not going to have access to their bank account. You're going to log into your bank account. It's not going to work. You don't see all these banks, all these businesses who are getting hacked and consumer data is missing, is being leaked. We're all receiving these weird text messages. Your numbers on the dark web. A lot of us, our cell phone numbers are just out there. Like they're already in. They're in our devices. They're in our computers. They're in our refrigerators. We're being spied upon by them Chinese people, girl. When I tell you World War III, it's going to be like, you're going to have to like fight for your sanity. Right? And they also know how to create viral clips to make people fight each other because we're so consumed by our identities. And I think like when you, if I'm not mistaken, when you study empires, one of the ways that you know that an empire is on its way out is when people become consumed with their identity. It happened in Rome. It happened all over the place, right? But I'm like, these gonna be the new wars. Fighting over currency, fighting over information, fighting over trade. Nobody's gonna be dropping no nuclear bomb. Nobody wants to die because they know how dangerous nuclear is. It hurts everybody. They ain't gonna do that. But what's China getting ready to do? Confuse us. Confusion. Just like that. You'll see stuff drop on your phone. If you're black, you'll see a white person kill a black person. If you're black, if you're white, you'll see a white person get killed by a black person. You'll see all kinds of weird stuff dropping on your phone. Right? So they can test how easily they can turn people against each other. And that's how people go crazy because you have a country that is no longer united. If we're being honest, America is way too divided. There's too much division. There's no forgiveness. There's too much hatred. It's white versus black. It's men versus women. It's child versus parent, right? It's straight people versus the trans people. It's Christians versus everybody else. You know what I'm saying? The world, America is so divided. It has all the right ingredients for a civil war. And the way these things go, they gonna make us turn on each other. The way the Chinese people have given us a taste for cheap goods, for very, very, you go to Temu, you can buy stuff on Temu for 50 cents, okay? They know that we're consumers. We don't create nothing, okay? We love coupon codes. They have studied us to the T. And I'm like, this is where we're going. This is where we're going. But the threat is going to be, you see, and that's the thing, like you said, right? Like when you look at all the wars, World War I, World War II, right? People felt like, oh, we got to protect America against this and that, right? But these people the American people today, they don't care about the nation, right? The American people today do not care about the nation. When you hear people say, when you hear someone like Whoopi Goldberg, baby, stop. When you hear someone like Whoopi Goldberg say if Joe Biden poops on himself, I'll still vote for him. Then you understand. She doesn't even understand her duty to her nation, right? Because when you vote, it's not just about what you want, but you also got to think about what you want for the country. How can you say that a man who poops on himself can sit here and really look after the best interest of the country? He poops on himself. She said, "Oh yeah, I'll still vote for him if he poops on himself," right? When you hear people say, the only reason why I'm going to vote, who can allow me to have a late-term abortion? That's all you care about is abortion? The economy, education, the roads, transportation, right? Better security. No. Who gonna give me an abortion? They will vote based on who has the most progressive abortion policy. They don't care about the economy, right? You have people like, oh, I'm gonna vote for KAMALA because she's a black woman. That's it. Is she qualified to run the country? Are you thinking about all the threats that America is facing abroad? No. She's a black woman. That's it. Can she, no, because they still think like we're back in the 60s or we're back in the 90s where America was like the super dog, right? Because they don't see. Because when you live in America, nobody tells you about what's happening in China, the technology in China, the advances in China, what's happening in India, what's happening abroad, right? When you live in America, you think America is the best, is the most fanciest, most advanced country in the world. And everybody else is living like a peasant. Everybody else is living in poverty. Most Americans think that people live in huts. I don't know, right? Until they go to Dubai, then they see how fancy Dubai is, right? Like here in America, everybody worships a Tesla. Oh, I want to get a Tesla. Right? It's hard to get a Tesla. But then you go to places like Dubai, a Tesla is for a cab. Cab drivers drive Teslas. It's not a big deal out there. The majority of them think that because the majority don't have a passport. The majority of Americans don't have a passport. Okay? The majority of Americans haven't even visited 4 or 5 different states. They don't even have a passport. Many Americans have never left their home states. They've never been to LA or Miami. They don't know. Because America is that big. Right? Why do I need a passport for? They haven't been abroad. So people who are immigrants or people who are people who really love to travel, they know, this is not a big deal, right? But for the majority of people, they don't know. They don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of people don't know what Shanghai looks like. A lot of people don't know what Tokyo looks like. Right? And when they go there, they're actually really shocked. Like, damn, these people are advanced. They are seriously advanced. They have phones. They have tech in Japan. You know what I mean? It's like, oh my gosh, this is crazy. There's so much we don't have in America. Right? You go above. You go to Asia, you go to China, you go to Japan, you go to Indonesia, you go to India, right? The way their cell phone stuff is set up, the kind of cell phones they have, what they can do with their cell phones, it is crazy. And the price is so cheap. The price is so cheap. We pay so much for some stuff over here. You go to India at the market, they sell the same stuff for like $5. Yeah. Exactly. A lot of Americans do not have passports. A lot of Americans have never left the U.S. They've never left the U.S. Right? So they don't know. This is all they know. So they're still under the illusion that, oh, America is so powerful. America is so great, right? America this, America that, right? But the world has changed. Hold on, y'all. I need to pass the baby over so I can do my videos. Yeah. There was a time, I ain't gonna lie. There was a time where America was really a superpower. Like the stuff America had, nobody else had it but Americans. You had to come here to get it, right? But today, even Korea, if you watch K-drama, you see how they live in Korea? You're like, damn. Omoni, right? Anybody who watches K-drama, do they look like they're struggling out there? Look like they got these fancy restaurants, fancy hotels. They got these beautiful houses. They have all these little gadgets for the house. Okay. Do Korean people look like they're struggling? Do they look like they live a primitive life with no electricity? No, they're very bougie. Koreans are very bougie. The world has changed. Okay? The world has changed. America is not the top dog anymore. They are very advanced, even with skincare. Even with skincare. Okay? Even with skincare. They don't need anything from America. Do you see Korean buy American skincare? Hell no. Okay? But you'll see a bunch of Americans buying Korean skincare because their skincare is so advanced. Even the ingredients they have, okay? These people are so advanced. We are like, when you really think about it, we are so ghetto now. We are so ghetto. We are so ratchet. Yeah. Australia is very clean. They don't play. Right? We are so ghetto. We're so ratchet, but we're still Delulu. Like, we think we're the America of like the 90s. We're the America, the early 2000s, right? We're like, we don't see it. Come on, Mufasa. Rakiki.
Well, you know, throw him over your head.
Yes. Oh my gosh. A little break. Thank you. Y'all, sorry, the Mufasa Kimmy got the baby. Bye, Simba. See you later. Okay. Yeah. Even Japan. If you study, like, maybe one day we'll do that, right? But Japan has like one of the best healthcare system in the world because their old people live until they're like 100. I think Japan, like the Japanese old people, they live until like they're 100 plus. 100 plus. Over here, people have heart attacks, bad hips, bad heart, bad knee, bad eye, bad everything. Okay? Like, no, America is falling behind. It is real. It is real. They have money. When I watch the K-drama, these girls be pulling up in these S-Class Mercedes. I'm like, these people want for nothing. If you're a Korean, if you're in Korea, if you're in South Korea and you're a middle-class South Korean, why would you come to America? Unless like you really want a bigger house. Like, we have more space. Yeah, we have more space here. But I'm like, the successful Korean, the successful South Korean, we ain't got nothing out here for them. They have no reason to be envious. They have none. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, child, they have the chaebol too in South Korea. They got them chaebol people, right? But I'm like, yo, you watch K-drama, these girls are like, they're fly. These are some fly-ass girls. They are fly AF, okay? People got money. They got the beach out there. They got the water. They got the seafood. I'm like, it's very pretty. It's really, really pretty. And it's clean.
It needs to be working to improve China directly. And that means following strict social norms. Women should get married and have babies. Men should be strong and stop playing video games. Anything that violates the idea of traditional family values is censored. And so is talking about Xi Jinping directly. A student was actually sent to jail for 6 months just for posting a picture of Winnie the Pooh. And this line is extremely blurry. There isn't a law written down somewhere about how to speak about government leaders. You can just be punished for saying anything Xi doesn't like personally. People are constantly finding ways around specific bans, but the censors are always just one step behind. It's a constant cat and mouse game, and it's made understanding what's really going on in China extremely difficult. Some analysts say that despite all of this, Xi Jinping is actually very popular. And that's not as crazy as it sounds. China's economy has been growing rapidly for years now, and the average living standard of Chinese citizens is on the rise. If the alternative is chaos and corruption, censorship might seem acceptable to many people. The Chinese censorship machine isn't stagnating, though. It's actually growing in scope every single day. Over half of the world's CCTV cameras are sold in China. Those cameras are all connected to the Chinese surveillance system. Citizens can be tracked both on and offline now. But the amount of data required to do this is overwhelming. If China had human monitors doing all of this work, there would be no one left to grow crops, make clothing, or assemble iPhones.
You see, I'm gonna stop it right here too, right? Even though this might sound extreme, I can see it. You know, if you're over here, you're quite sensitive. You believe in like individual liberties and stuff like that. Yeah, sure, whatever, right? But my thing is, when you think about the way our borders are wide open, like just wide open, like okay, right? Wouldn't it be nice also to have CCTV everywhere to track people, to know who's who in America, right? Because I'm like, right now it's like what 7-8 million illegals who came since Biden has been president, right? Wouldn't it be nice to actually be able to track people, to know who's who? Because I'm like, the threat is increasing. Hey, Lily, the threat is increasing. We say, oh, defund police, be nice to immigrants, let as many immigrants as you want come in here, right? But it's like, okay, but how are you protecting everyday people? And so it's like, to me, even though this, you know, it sounds extreme, but at the same time, when you're managing 1 billion people, yeah. Okay. Yeah. When you manage 1 billion people, you need to know who's where, and who's where doing what. Right. And I told y'all this. I even said, me, Marlene, when I see the foolishness that is going on in New York City, especially New York City subway, they should have facial recognition everywhere. Facial recognition machines and camera in every single subway in New York City. Like, just even when you get ready to take the stairs to go down into the subway, you have a criminal record. You're known for putting your hands on people. You have an outstanding warrant. It should be like Mayday, Mayday, Mayday. Okay. We should be able to know who is going into our tunnels, who is going into our subways. Because I'm like, imagine one day somebody puts a bomb in there or somebody does something crazy in there. That's the underground. Who gonna go get y'all? Okay. Who gonna get y'all? When 9/11 happened, that was above ground. And even that, it was so hard to extract people. Some people stayed in there. Right? And so it's like, imagine something. No, you're laughing, Nicole, but it's real. It is real. You have people that have mental illness going on. It's underground. They're under the ground. Okay. People with mental illness, people with arrest warrants out for the arrest. You got people who are out on bail for violent crimes. You know, when you get into the subway, when you're in the subway, you don't know who you're next to. When you get on a train and you're about to go into this dark tunnel, do you know who your next door neighbor is? Right? When that guy went crazy with the gun inside of the train in New York City, right? There was nobody else who could actually disarm him. What if he had shot everybody up in there? And the mere fact that you can have a gun, you can have weapon, go underground and get into the subway, and nobody even knows. And the civilians who are in your little cart section, right? They are at your mercy because people are powerless underground. Okay? If something happened to the train underground, do people know which way to go to get out of this underground business? And nobody's taking this stuff seriously because in America, people take safety for granted. People take public safety for granted. There's one thing, and it's like, there's one thing I've noticed also as an immigrant, right? My lips are so dry. Is that I feel like when it comes to American people, when it comes to the American psyche, they think they're invincible. I think most American people, they truly, truly think that they are invincible. Like nothing bad could happen to them. They see their countries involved in all these wars, and they think somehow there's never going to be a trickle effect out here. There's never going to be somebody from a foreign country who saw his people die and from these American missile who will come and try to do some suicide bullshit. Right? It is crazy to me. But then again, people here are entitled. American people are delusional. They have a mental illness. It needs to be cured. Like, it's so for real. Because me, if I saw my country wage all these wars, trigger all these people, kill all these innocent people, baby, let me tell you something. I would make sure I'm safe. Right? One time we did a video. I showed y'all the boy, he pushed the man in front of the train in the subway in New York City for no reason. And he was just laughing. Right? People getting their asses beat, waiting for the train. People getting pushed in front of trains. People are like, there's one girl, I showed you the video, right? The girl was coming from work at midnight, and the guy followed her from out when she gets out the train. She's walking through the train station. She's getting out the underground stuff, right? He follows the girl. He tried to rape her. This is what's happening in New York City. And we continue to allow people to think that it is a right for them to have access to public transportation, especially when it pertains to underground. We somewhat protect the what's it called? The ports, right? They have some type of police out there for the ports, right? We have the TSA people at the airport. But isn't it kind of crazy? And it's kind of crazy that we don't think about protecting our subways. It is underground. And on top of these subways, you have buildings. You have corporate buildings. So what if somebody puts a bomb in there? What are we going to do? Nobody thinks about that. Oh, send money to Ukraine. Send money to Ukraine. No. When you start shit in other people's countries, when you start wars with other people, when you kill foreign leaders, you have a responsibility to protect your public transportation, your airport, your seaport, anything that involves even your trains. You got to protect your trains, because what happens if the next terrorist attack happens on a train? We're not ready for that. We're not ready for that. It's really scary. Like one time I saw a movie, I think it was like on Netflix or whatever, right? But the man put a bomb like in the subway somewhere. It was like here in DC at Metro Station. Now you can say, oh, it's Hollywood, but how many times we've seen something in a movie and it came to pass in real life? And I'm like, oh my gosh, imagine the panic. People would not know how to get out. But nobody thinks about that. Oh no, it's okay. No, it's not okay. But when I see the level of violence in New York, and now you know there are people who are out here. No, they're not. Don't stop lying to people. Stop lying to people. Nobody's considering that, because if they did, the crimes that we see currently happening in the New York subways will not be happening. There is no protection. A young man could be hiding somewhere in the cut and pursue a woman throughout the train station, follow her outside, and try to rape her. She was all by herself, until another man who was a private civilian came to her rescue, right? It's in front of everybody that the guy, he pushed the man in front of the train and he died. And he just stood there and started laughing. Come to find out, he has serious mental health issues. So why is he allowed here, right? You have people who beat the train workers, and you have no way of tracking them to make sure that you take away their rights or their privilege to have access to public transportation. But this stuff is real. It is really real. I don't even know how most people do not see the imminent threats that are coming our way, though. Make it make sense, right? But how, like, for one train, like when you look at the subway station in New York, right, the way it's built, for one station, how many openings do you have for one station? And are these things protected? No. Instead, they're going to waste $1 billion, $9 billion taking care of the illegal immigrants. But what they should do is protect New York City and protect the people of New York City. And most cities should have a way of protecting their people who take the subway, because you just never know. You just never know. And if something bad happens, people will be stuck in there and they're going to die in there. They're going to be screaming. It's going to be really bad. But I'm like, you're not safe. So if you think World War III is going to play out the way World War II happened, you're crazy. Been there, done that. The new way, they're going to fight wars. It could be like guerrilla warfare out here. And you know, when it comes to guerrilla warfare, America went to Vietnam and they lost to very unsophisticated fighters, but the people understood. Hit him here, hit him over here, hit him over there, and eventually you make everything weak. But me, what I see happening in New York City, it is seriously unsafe. It is seriously unsafe. People are not safe. Men are not safe. Women are not safe. And the children are not safe. Because when you get in the subway, when you get on that train, you have no idea who's sitting next to you. You don't know if they have a gun. You don't know if they have a knife. You don't know if they have a machete. You don't know if they just ran out of some kind of crazy ward and now they're in your train. You have no idea. And sometimes from one station to the next, you can be underground in the dark for like 2 to 5 minutes. Anything can happen in 5 minutes. You can kill a whole lot of people underground in the train in 5 minutes. It is not a joke. It is not a joke. But because you have irresponsible people who run the country and who are not thinking ahead, like, how could these people hit us? Because where you think you might be hit, that's probably not how you're going to get hit. They're going to hit you somewhere else. Well, you're thinking like, oh, they're going to try to do an act of war. They're not doing that. Because today people understand no nation is going to just do an open act of war against the United States. America's out here doing open acts of war. Nobody's going to do that in return because nobody wants to go to the whole nuclear thing. But people are still going to try. So we protect our airports. We protect our ports at the sea, right? But we don't protect our subways. We don't protect our buses, right? Even Amtrak, I told you, when I got on Amtrak from Jersey, I got on there from Jersey all the way to Virginia, right? Nobody checked me. I walked in there. Nobody checked me. Nobody checked my ID. The man came and got the thing. He got my ticket, but he never asked me to show my ID to make sure that I'm the person, like my name matches what's on the ticket. No one checked my luggages, right? It's just like, it's wide open. If you ever take Amtrak, nobody checks anything. There's no metal detector. They don't check your luggage. They don't check your passport. Don't check your ID. Don't check your boarding pass. No. And by the time they come over, the train man, by the time he comes over to check get your ticket, the train's already moving. I'm like, this is crazy. This is really crazy. And you don't think you have foreign intelligence people who are here in America, and they have also like made a list of all the weak places that could hit this country? See, when you're so busy focusing on other people and destroying other people's country, you forget to take care of your home. So, fuck around and find out. Me, Marlene, I don't put nothing past people, because when 9/11 happened, nobody saw it coming. And I'm like, even every time the people keep saying the people coming at the border are not regular people. The people coming at the border are not regular people. These are military-aged men. They keep saying that, and nobody wants to pay attention. Nobody wants to pay attention. There could be a militia forming right now under our very noses. You could have a foreign militia being built right now in America under our noses, and we don't even know. Because we think, oh, it could never happen to us. It can never happen to us. They're so scared of us. They're scared of what? We are a nation at war on our moral values, our identity values. We're so consumed with our personal interests, we fail to see how unprotected we truly are. But like I said, if people can go to bed at night knowing that with all these threats out here, Kamala Harris is the one for the job, let them have it. Let them have it. Because me, I know what's coming.
So they have to employ technology. Artificial intelligence is the only way to scan every text message, image, and video uploaded to the internet. So that's where China is investing most heavily. In 2018, Xi Jinping faced a problem. The constitution had a 2-term limit on leadership, so he would have to step down in 2022. So he changed the constitution to allow him to rule for life. A big change to the structure of the government like that would normally be met with heated debate online. But the censors made sure that only positive comments survived online for more than a few seconds. The censorship was so all-encompassing that you couldn't even search for the term disagree. Support for Xi Jinping was the only acceptable opinion. The censorship also extends to areas you would think would align with the Chinese Communist Party's interests. Topics like socialism, trade unions, and workers' movements are all banned. That's because even though the government markets itself as communist, what they really care about is complete authoritarian control. It can't allow smaller groups to organize and start making demands, because that could undermine their power. Even though Marxism lies at the core of Xi Jinping thought, discussion of the topic is tightly controlled. Ideas that seemingly align with the goals of the Chinese Communist Party can only be disseminated through propaganda. Individuals who spread messages of workers' rights are quickly silenced. This practice was made evident during a workers' protest in 2018. No journalists were allowed to report on what was going on independently. Xi Jinping declared that the media must pledge absolute loyalty to the Communist Party and only print stories directly from China's state news agency. When questioned about his absolute control of the media, Xi and his fellow party members have pointed out that American media is politically biased as well. They argue that this is merely the status quo. But even though
and that's the thing I was going to say, and that he went to the media. If you notice carefully, if you can see it carefully, if you can see it clearly, right? Between mainstream media, I'm talking like CNN, MSNBC, ABC, Washington Post, New York Times, right? The majority of them, they always echo everything the Democratic Party wants them to say. And this is why, me, I'm a Trumper, I support Trump. But this is why, if you look at it carefully, if you can be like sanguine about it and look at it carefully, you will see that the media, like the mainstream media, belongs to the Democratic Party. Whatever the Democrats want, this is what they say. If they say we want a vaccine, it's vaccine, but right? If they say Trump is a terrorist, Trump is a threat to democracy, okay, they just repeat whatever they say. It's like the thing, like there's a situation right now with a young woman who was shot in the face. Her name is Miss Massey. She was shot in the face by the police. Police officer shot her in the face, y'all, right? So I forgot who sent that to me. I was like, what the heck, right? So I looked at it. I was like, why is this coming today? I was like, did it happen today? Because I'm like, what dumb police officer on the day that is being announced that Kamala Harris, the black woman, right, is going to be the Democratic, somewhat of the Democratic nominee. What white police officer thinks it's smart to go shoot a black woman in the face? Are you stupid? Right? So like, that's kind of weird. So I looked carefully at the date on the video, the camera footage, right? It happened July 6th. I said, well, how come something that happened July 6th, they're talking about it today, right? I don't believe in coincidences, right? It happened on July 6th. You wait until the day that Kamala Harris is being announced as the first Black woman president, where they want to vote. Oh, because now if you say anything about her, especially if you're white, anybody who says anything about Kamala Harris potentially being the candidate for the Democrats, right? You're gonna be called a racist, a misogynist. If you're a Black man and you speak against her, they're gonna call you all kinds of coon house Negro, right? So they're gonna use shaming and insults to kind of quell or quash the people who have valid questions about her abilities, right, to be the president of the USA. You understand? So I thought it was very odd and very interesting that something that happened on the 6th of July, right? It could have been released the following week. Then people waited almost 20 days, which means they sat on it, right? Because they want to start with the whole, it's racism, it's white nationalists, it's these Trump supporters, one thing. Do we even know if the man support the Trump, right? Was it racially motivated? Maybe, maybe not. Was it him being fidgety and being scared? Maybe. But you know how it goes. It's every time it's election season, the Democrats gonna hit you with the police brutality. White man shot a Black man. White police officer shot a Black woman. You know how it goes. So I think it's kind of weird. And so when I went on Google, because the way I saw the video, it was very choppy. I said, okay, let me see on Google what truly happened, because I don't trust these people no more. Especially since COVID, I no longer trust videos. I need to see the whole thing. Okay? I need to see the whole thing. I need to see it for myself, and I want to see the whole video. So I go on Google, right? And when you go on Google for the Massey girl, right, it's nothing but, hold on. Not now, right? So when you go on Google, for example, right, you go on Google, look at all the people who are covering this. And that was like yesterday. So you have CBS, CNN, Washington Post, The Guardian, AP. It was like, it was nothing but mainstream media. The people who usually agree with the Democratic Party. And I'm like, what are the odds? What are the odds? Let me write her name. Right? So I was like, what are the odds? Forbes, so these are usually the people who are usually liberal, right? They're usually with the Democratic Party. But I'm like, I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything from like another side, like let's say like a Fox News or whatever, right? I'm like, what about like, I guess, conservative Republican outlets? Why aren't they covering this, right? I was like, oh, and then the White House also had a press statement. And I'm like, so when people usually die, does the White House talk about it, right? There are hundreds of people who get shot by police. Does the White House issue a statement every time somebody gets shot by police? Okay. I'm like, people, she's American, but I'm like, okay. Why would the White House write about it? See, BBC, right? See, it's on the White House. There's a statement from the president. I said, don't you have COVID? Don't you have COVID? Okay, you can barely walk to your plane. You can barely walk to get out the car. Don't you have COVID? And you like almost like unalive, right? So you got out your COVID bed to write a letter for the Sonia Macy. Boy, if you don't sit down somewhere, okay? So it's like, to me, it felt orchestrated, right? So the thing happened. They knew about it, right? They sat on it until the day or the day after they announced that Kamala Harris, the first Black woman, right, who's going to be running for president, right? And then they're like, oh, it's racism, it's misogynist, it's this, is that. And then a few hours later, somehow this video is all over the blogs, right? All the blogs have it. You go on Google, every single press publication that usually leans mainstream has an article about it. I'm like, y'all don't write articles in a day. You don't even write articles in 30 minutes. So you were ready. You had this ready. Somebody send you a press release. Y'all were all sitting on it. And you said the day she going to announce we're around her too, we're going to start building this whole momentum of, right? Black people fear the police. Police come after Black people. They hate Black people. White nationalists are outside. They're crazy. A lot of people started focusing on the fact that the young man had like skulls. I'm like, Shab, if you know anything about white people like them skulls. White people and Mexicans. Okay, white people, Mexicans, Latin American people, they love skulls. Like, they like to put skulls on their bodies. That is their thing. It's a white people thing, right? But you also have Black people who get tattoos all up in their necks. tattoos on their faces. So I'm like, child, please. It's a cultural thing, right? But does that mean that he's a racist? No, because for me, when I watch the video, when they first show up, they're outside. They seem very pleasant. They seem like they wanted to help her. I didn't see like, oh yeah, they were like rough with her. I don't think the boy is racist. He could have racial biases though. You cannot be a racist but have racial bias. But the onset on the video, it's not giving. These people came to hurt this woman. They came here to harm this woman. But when you are in an election cycle and you're dealing with the Democrats, that's what they love. One thing the Democrats do every time they feel like Black people are drifting off the plantation is to ring the bell of trauma. And then they come right back like, ooh. You know what I'm saying? Like, child, we're not falling for this, right? It's really messed up what happened to her. For me, honestly, I don't believe in shoot to kill. I believe in shoot. You should shoot in order to disarm. Okay. I'm like, child, it's a pot. It's a pot of hot water. It's boiling water, maybe. Boiling water also can create severe burns. You can have like 3rd degree burns, 4th degree, 5th degree burns. It can go really, really deep. So I get that, right? But is it sufficient cause to shoot her in the face? Because when you shoot her in the face, it's giving Emmett Till, okay? We don't need Emmett Till 2.0, all right? You don't shoot people in the face. Shoot her in the shoulders, in the arm, her pinky toe. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. But do you have to shoot her in the face? Right? Because for me, I feel like they should have tased her ass, right? Tase her, and then you tase her and have your partner put the handcuffs on her. I don't believe that police should be always have the approach of we're here to shoot to kill. So Nicole and I were going back and forth. This is the way I look at it. Not every situation requires shoot to kill. Now, if a person has a gun and they try, okay. But a woman, a skinny woman like that with her hot pot, I rebuke you, child. You know what I'm saying? Tase her ass. There's 2 of y'all. One of y'all tase her, and then the other one put the cuffs on her. Clink, clink. Because from the outside, even her disposition outside, it seems like something was off with her. And then when they go into the house, the way the house was, the house was very cluttery. I ain't gonna lie. Okay, it's giving hoarder, and most hoarders have mental health issues, right? So for me, I felt like she had mental health issues, and the way the house looked, it was giving mental health issues, right? And I understand there were parts of the house that, like, the room right here was kind of dark. It was very messy. You don't know if somebody's in there, okay? Then towards the kitchen too, there's a part of the kitchen that's kind of dark. It looked like the back, like a den or something. It's kind of dark back there. So I could understand, like, okay, like, this is kind of weird because we don't know. Somebody could be in here. It could be a trap to kill police officers. I get that, right? But I'm like, if you feel unsafe also, you can walk outside. Like, actually come back outside because we don't feel comfortable in your house, or you call for backup, right? But for me, honestly, I don't feel like they had to shoot her, especially shooting her in the face is giving Emmett Till. And for me, that's a little too much. That's excessive. You know what I'm saying? I'm not against the use of force, but I'm definitely against the use of excessive force. And shooting somebody in the face is crazy to me, right? That's crazy. So, but I did find the release of everything suspicious because I'm like, of all the days this could have came out, since it's happened on the 6th. It happened July 6th, right? Of all the days this could have came out, why is it coming out today? Right? Right? So in America too, we have the same thing. It's just that the propaganda machine with the press and a political party, it's the Democrats doing that, right? The Democrats have a really unhealthy sexual relationship, okay, with the media, with the mainstream media. But because people feel like the Democrats have the best interest at heart, because I guess they call themselves Democrats, people actually think they do follow the democratic process, when we clearly see with the Kamala Harris process, they really don't. They truly don't. Just because they call themselves Democrats does not mean that they also abide by a democratic process. It's just a name, okay? It's just a name. But by their behavior, you can clearly see that they themselves do not believe in democracy. From Bernie Sanders to where we are today with Kamala Harris and how she might get the official nomination, these people themselves do not believe in democracy, right? But they work very well. They have a very unhealthy relationship, sexual relationship, right, with the media. And the media pretty much endorses, validates, regurgitates, right, everything that the Democratic Party wants to say. Very seldom do you see them challenging. For the longest time, the media was telling us, CNN, MSNBC, you name it. They were all telling us, oh, there's nothing wrong with Joe Biden. Joe Biden is so healthy. Joe Biden is so strong. Joe Biden is so this. Joe Biden so that, right? But we could all see with our eyes that something was wrong. You know what I'm saying? Joe Biden, like, we could all see something was wrong. Like, something is off with this man, right? But the media said, oh, no, what you see is not real, okay? Because they work with the Democratic Party. And I think another thing also with America is that Americans feel as though only other people are authoritarian. Only other people practice propaganda. We have propaganda happening every day in America, right? You'll have a lot of people like, oh, I don't like Trump. Trump is a racist, or Trump is this. And when you ask them, okay, what is it about Trump that makes him a racist, right? What policies has Trump passed that makes you feel like he oppressed you as a Black person? What they can't tell you, right? So when people say things and they're not able to substantiate why they say the things that they say, here you have a palpable example of propaganda. You don't even know why you hate the man, right? But because you have been convinced that he's bad, you say to yourself, he's bad, Democrats good. So because they're good, I trust them completely. But I ask you, is that ever a safe thing to do, right? When it comes to politics, when it comes to business, even when it comes to love, should you ever trust anybody 100% because they make you feel safe? Are you really safe, right? Are you truly safe? And the thing, for me, I would have thought, right, coming out of COVID and the things we saw during COVID and post-COVID, realizing that a lot of the things we were being told during COVID was a complete lie. It was completely fake. The way people lost their jobs for not getting vaccinated, the way people who did not get vaccine were called super spreaders, and they said if you don't have a vaccine, you're going to spread it even more, only to realize that people who didn't get the shot were not even spreaders, but the people who had the shot were spreaders. I would have thought that COVID in itself would have been a learning lesson for all Americans to say, can we truly trust any government 100%, right? Especially, can we trust the Democrats? Since 2020, we have openly, it's been it's so blatant, right? We have blatantly seen, the Democrats lied to us over and over. They lied to us about COVID. They lied to us about the shot. They lied to us about the people were losing their jobs for refusing to put a vaccine. You know what I'm saying? They wanted people to be stripped of their civil rights for simply refusing the vaccine. When a government forces you or mandates that you put a vaccine in your body, have you not reached a state where you are looking at someone who's being authoritarian? Seriously, how can a government tell you what to put in your body, right? But they said, no, we're not authoritarian. We're doing this for the greater good, right? It's for the greater good. Some people even came out and said, oh, if you're a Christian, that's the Christian thing to do. Where is that in the Bible? Okay. All right. But you would think, right? They forced the kids to have remote learning. It was the Democrats. They said the children got to have remote learning. How many kids now are behind because of remote learning? How many children dropped out of school because of remote learning? How many kids are falling, like they can't read because they lost 2 to 3 years? Who was the people who said the kids cannot do remote learning? It was them crazy ass white people, right? They forced a mask mandate on us. They told us that we had to social distance and be 6 feet apart, only for Dr. Fauci to say, who's also a Democrat, like, oh, I made this up. And people forgive, right? People had you look at Governor Cuomo telling people not to go see their parents, their grandparents in these nursing homes, right? The whole time he's seeing his mother. He spent Thanksgiving with his mother. They were all outside. Andrew was outside. The governor was outside. They were eating the mama's bologna for Thanksgiving. Meanwhile, people couldn't even see their family members. Even in these nursing homes, people were dying in there. Yeah, people missed out on prom. My brother, for his MBA, he didn't get a graduation. Right? Lives were completely flipped upside down. You saw parents, you saw grandparents who had to hug each other from a window. There was this one white man. It was so sad. The grandpa, his wife, he'd never been away from his wife because of COVID. He couldn't see her. So he had to stand outside. I'm like, oh my gosh, you people, y'all going to kill these old people. it's like nobody apologizes. They put people through hell, and it was all fugazi. It was all fake. So I'm like, it really pains me how quickly people forgive. People just forget all the evil things the Democrats have done because, quote unquote, Trump is racist. Are you kidding me? The damage they caused during COVID. Even to take the test, for those who didn't want to go and do the vaccine, you got to take the test, right? Them tests were like $175, $200, all that stuff. The prices were super expensive for nothing. These tests don't even cost $20. But price gouging, they raised them prices to $200. When my brother got married in California, I had to pay $175 for them to put a freaking swab in my nostril. What the heck is this? $175. People were starting all kinds of businesses, testing station, whatever, just to make money off of poor people. It was all fake. The transfer of wealth that Dave Smith talked about that happened in 2020, the way the Pfizer stocks, they shot up, all of that brought to you by the Democratic Party. And nobody holds them accountable because Trump is a racist. Are you kidding me? But like I said, right, I've made peace with this because there's only so much you can tell people. At the end of the day, it's their choice. Right? Then it's their choice. Me, Marlene, I never put that thing in my body. Me, my mom, my sister were like, I'm not putting this in my body. You remember, like, we have a sister here, Ashley. Ashley took the vaccine because she had to work. And then I remember because she was going through her pregnancy, and she was like, Marlene, pray for me because she was having issues with her pregnancy. But I said, oh, go talk to the Lapo, but I didn't think much of it. Then one day I was taking my shower, and it hit my spirit. I said, woo! She took the vaccine. Could that be the thing that is affecting her pregnancy right now?
He's pissed off.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is.
He seems calm to me, right?
As soon as I sit down, he gets pissed off. He's hungry.
No, he's not. He's calm.
I just wrapped him up like crazy.
You see how your daddy is? That ain't right.
You know, he pissed off in a minute.
No, he's not. He's gonna be nice.
That's why I wrapped him up so tight.
He's gonna be nice, right? Yeah. Because I didn't think about it until like days later. And I was like, but then she never came back because I was gonna ask her, like, Ashley, did you take? Because I remembered it was the vaccine. I was like, oh my gosh, Lord Jesus, right? And I'm so like, I didn't even know I was gonna get pregnant, but I'm so glad I didn't put that stuff in my body. Right? And now look, people are dying, people having heart attacks, people having all these complications, and people are so forgiving. You were forced by these people to put something into your body. You couldn't travel if you didn't have the vaccine. In New York City, you could even eat at a restaurant. They wanted to put in place a system that you had to carry an ID with a vaccine on it. Right? So the fact that people don't even realize that when you look at the Democratic Party and the policies they put in place during COVID, and how that's comparable to being like in an authoritarian government, that's crazy to me. I'm like, how people forget so quickly? But then again, when you read The Prince by Machiavelli, that's it. Hold on, baby, hold on. When you read The Prince by Machiavelli, that's exactly what he said. That's exactly what he said. You can treat people like shit. And all you have to do is just be nice to them one time, and they quickly forget. Throw a little party for hip hop, right? Throw a little concert for Juneteenth, and people forget. How quickly people forget. I'm gonna play the video, and then I'm gonna go look at the place where like Machiavelli said it. And it's so crazy how he talked about it. He's like, when you're a ruler, you can abuse people as much as you want. And usually when you abuse them, it makes them come together. And then one day start being nice out of nowhere, and it confuses them. And then they start loving you because they've never known a nice side of you. But I just don't know how people do. How people have. It's just been 4 years, right? It's only been 4 years, and I'm like, have people easily forgotten what these Democrats put us through? Are you kidding me? Wow. I mean, I don't know. So that's why I said today, if these people really want Kamala Harris, let them have Kamala Harris. If they feel safe in the hands of these, Democrats, let it be. Let it be. Let it be. Because what else you gonna do? Hold on. Hold on. What? The volume went out? Hold on.
Is merely propaganda. The real goal may lean right and MSNBC may lean left. At least America has opposing viewpoints. In China, there's no room for a difference of opinion. During that 2018 protest, students started coming out in support of the workers. After they were censored on social media, they were raided by the police and subjected to constant surveillance. Even after being released, these students were assigned government jobs, forced to live in specific dormitories, and even required to wear tracking devices. This is the heart of Xi Jinping's China. A government that claims to serve the peasants and workers clearly doesn't care about individual rights.
Even what he says, like, oh, you don't have divergent views in the China. And I'm like, I guess because he's white and because he's American, so he has like, oh, my country better, China's so bad, right? But if you're honest too, in America, you cannot disagree. Go right, you guys. The way I used to get, like, oh my gosh, my Instagram, the way my comments would get deleted, I would be suspended. They will put me in like DM jail. They will put me in comment jail, all kinds of stuff. I'm like, what the heck, right? Because you recognize, like most social media platforms, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, right? They're nothing more than echo chambers for these wild ass liberals. Like, you're not supposed to challenge them. As soon as you challenge them, your comments get tagged for bullying. I said, bullying? Who that bully? Okay? I don't bully people. Just because you don't agree with someone and you apply pressure, that does not make you a bully. Okay? But they don't know how to argue because they're just fed nothing but propaganda, right? So like now I've learned to go back and forth with people in a way that my comments can't get tagged for bullying. Sometimes I don't even engage because I know if you engage with these lunatics, you're going to be punished. And next thing I know, I'm in YouTube, I'm in Instagram jail. Like last time they had me in a DM jail. I was in DM jail for like 48 hours. I'm like, why am I in jail? So people message me, I respond to them, and then because they can't come back at me because I make too much sense. And that's the thing too. In the comment section, if you make too much sense with your comments, they'll say that you're bullying them. No one is bullying you. Right? And that's why a lot of times social media is not even a real place to get. It's not even a real way to gauge how most Americans feel about an issue, because most people who don't agree, we know better. If we write how we really feel, you're going to be banned. You're going to be in the Instagram jail. You're going to be, I've been in comment jail. I have been in the DM jail, right? Even one time YouTube said I bullied someone. I said, please tell me how I bullied someone. Okay? Make it make sense, right? Because when you're too logical, it's called bullying, right? It's called bullying. You're like, oh, yes, and yes, and yes. And I don't have to say yes to everything. If it doesn't make sense to me, I don't have to agree, right? If you see somebody who's overweight and who's delusional, and they say, oh, I'm slim thick, or they think they're slim. You say, oh, no, you're not actually slim. You're overweight. They're like, oh, you're bullying me. Bullying you how, sis? You're overweight. You're fat. It's a fact of life. Like, make it make sense, right? If you see a young man who looks like a man but thinks he's a woman, oh, I'm a woman too, and I can wear tampons, and you're like, no, you cannot wear tampons. It's like, oh no, he's being bullied. Oh, she's bullying me. She's bullying me because you're telling him what biology says. Son, you are not a woman. Now you can dress like one, but you're not a woman. Yeah, but you cannot comment. Because once you comment, it's a problem. Because social media is a place where you go to agree. It's like a shrine, right? It's like going to a temple. Okay, social media is like it's like temples of the left. Okay, and so when you go there, what you are allowed to do is to agree. You have to agree, or you regurgitate what you've been told. Like right now, if you go on social media right now, especially with this whole police thing and the police officer who shot the black woman in the face, right? They're like, oh, and you see, Trump wants to give them full immunity. Trump wants to get, first and foremost, can any president grant anybody full immunity? No, that comes down to Congress and it comes down to the courts, right? No president can grant nobody immunity. He can pardon you. He cannot give you immunity. Okay, that's why I said people should not have the right to vote. People should have a license to vote. We have too many idiots out here. We have too many idiots who have the right to vote. And that to me is a threat to democracy. Okay? All right. And I said that nobody is talking about giving police officers full immunity. Even the president does not even have full immunity, right? They're talking about qualitative. Is that what it is? Qualitative immunity, right? But it's not full immunity. Who's going to give anybody full immunity? Like, come on now, think for a second. But you think these people think? They don't think. And then when people say, let's get rid of the Department of Education, oh my gosh, why would we? But look at the results. The majority of people here went to public schools and they don't know how to think. Don't even know how it works. They have no idea what branch of government does what branch of government can do something, right? So it's like, why are we going to keep giving y'all public education? It has failed all of us. I'm like, when you go on TikTok, you see where your money went when you pay taxes for public education. Look at these kids on TikTok. Look at American kids on TikTok. Are you proud of where your money went or how your money was used? Right? We produce some of the dumbest students in the world. And they grow up into adults who cannot think for themselves and just regurgitate things that they heard from their favorite celebrity, that they read somewhere. I was like, what the heck? Let's talk about it, right? But no one is going to get full immunity, because even a Supreme Court justice, he gives full immunity to a cop. What happens when if the cop shoots his ass? He's going to get full immunity? It makes no sense. It makes no sense. And when people hear things, they don't even think to question, like, you know what, does that actually make sense, right? Does that even make sense? Does it make sense that the Supreme Court or any other court would grant people, especially people with guns, full immunity? No. But they believe, though, right? And the moment you try to educate them, they're going to report your comment for bullying. Make it make sense, right? So that's why even on my page, if my stupid Instagram, I don't even post on my feed. I only post in my stories because I know how they are, right? But if you twerk, if you're half naked, if you promote your OnlyFans and you have a bunch of almost very pornographic pictures, at that point, oh no, now it's fine. Instagram likes you, right? Right? Because that's what the left is about too. Promiscuity, excessive promiscuity. They don't have morals over there, right? So I'm like, America is the same way too. You cannot express yourself. You're not allowed to disagree. You're not allowed to say, you know what? I look at this differently. Because the moment you do, especially if you're a Black person and you look at things differently, or you have questions, you're a coon, you're a house Negro, you're tap dancing, you're a band witch. I'm like, this is insanity. Okay. So most people just go along. They just go along. So we have the same problem here. But to me, it's coming from the Democratic Party because they run the media. They truly, truly run the media.
Or freedoms. All the talk about the plight of the worker is merely propaganda. The real goal of the CCP is maintaining social stability and their own power. Xi Jinping will do anything to maintain control. He's imprisoned hundreds of journalists, shut down human rights lawyers, and repressed religious groups. Everyone thought it would be impossible to build such an all-encompassing surveillance state in the internet era, but Xi accomplished it by gradually ramping up restrictions over time. The watchful eye of the Communist Party reaches every corner of China, but nowhere is it more ever present than in the rural province of Xinjiang.
The Uyghurs. They're a mostly Muslim ethnic minority.
Castro has dismissed as fake news, currently detained in
Xinjiang is the home of the Uyghur Muslims, a small minority who speak a language that's actually closer to Turkish than Mandarin Chinese. There are roughly 12 million Uyghur Muslims living there, and for decades, the Communist Party has been pushing them harder and harder to assimilate. Xi Jinping has a metaphor that he likes to use to describe his grand vision of Chinese unification. He says that all ethnic groups should be like the seeds of a pomegranate, bound tightly together inside one Chinese nation. Sounds reasonable in theory, but this strategy has led to brutalities I can't even mention here on YouTube. So let's focus on the technology side of how Xi Jinping controls the Uyghurs. It all starts with propaganda. Historically, Xinjiang has been a bit of a battleground state. It wasn't until 1949 that the Communist Party took power and got full control of the territory. Once they did, they immediately started incentivizing Han Chinese to move into the region to help prevent any calls for independence.
So even this too, I mean, I guess if he wasn't a white American and he was a bit more lucid, right, it's giving Israel and Palestine, right? Because, listen, America does not, I mean, America, the people who run America, they don't like Muslims. They don't like Muslims. They don't like Islam, okay? They don't like Arabs. They don't like Persians. They don't like them, okay? Why you sad? Why you sad, Fab? What makes you sad? What's making you sad? Tell me what's making you sad, right? It's the same thing. Like this giving Palestine. I'm like, America has the same mindset when it comes to Muslim, when it comes to Arabs, right? They send money to Israel to bomb these people, do all kinds of stuff. Israel is always looking for new people to come to Israel to become settlers, and they give them land of the Palestinian people, right? But like I said, sometimes when you think too highly of yourself, this is what I've noticed, like people who are self-righteous, when you're self-righteous, when you think too highly of yourself, you don't see how you're just as bad as the person you think is a monster, right? Because I'm like, over here, we do the same thing. We've been bombing these Arabs like before, like with George Bush Jr., Senior, right? People, they've been bombing these Arabs since then, since the 80s. We're still bombing Arabs today for God knows what, right? Only God knows, right? But you see the faith of the Palestinians, it's just because they're Palestinians, right? The same Hamas, the same group they call Hamas that they call terrorists, America is the one. America and the Benjamin Netanyahu to go against Yasser Arafat. You know what I'm saying? Right? They are the ones who built up Hamas. Hamas was always an extremist group. They were always extremist. But America has a tendency of giving money and weapons to extremist group to go against a group that they dislike. They did the same thing in Chile, did the same thing in Nicaragua, did the same thing in El Salvador. This is what they do, right? And then and in Pakistan also, the Taliban, it was them. It's always them. They go find these extremist groups of people, don't know where the people come from. They give them weapons. They train them in the bushes. They train them out there in the forest. They train them in the desert. And then they just let these people loose to create complete chaos, right? But I'm like, had they let Yasser Arafat live and his party thrive, we would not be here today, right? But most Americans also are not going to ask, but this whole Hamas, how did Hamas came to be? They don't sell weapons in Palestine. Where are these people getting weapons from? Where are they getting money from? How did they get to a place that they have so much power? America. They built this monster that is called Hamas. It is their baby. Just like the Taliban are their baby. But every time these bastard kids of theirs start acting a fool, because they were always fools, then they're like, oh my gosh, why are they so crazy? They were crazy from the jump. They were seriously crazy. So now here we are. Child, this baby.
But that's a story you won't hear on TV in Xinjiang. Chinese propaganda is constantly playing and tells a different story, one of Uyghur slaves that were liberated by the Chinese Communist Party. As attention shifted from televisions to smartphones, so has the focus on the surveillance state. WeChat is the primary communication tool throughout China, and it's also the primary method of control. It's more than just a chat app. People get their news there, they pay for things with the app, they can even trade stocks. But the CCP has full visibility into what goes on inside the app. And they use that information to target anyone that they think might be interested in undermining the current regime, or even just promoting the Uyghur culture as a unique identity. In one particularly horrific case, the party targeted a linguist who had returned to Xinjiang after studying abroad to teach the Uyghur language to locals. They tossed him in an unmarked car, threw a black bag over his head, and took him to a detention facility. He had been accused of being a CIA spy, sent by America to encourage revolution. They also claimed that he had misreported financials of a related company. Really anything to cover up the truth. he was being silenced just for continuing to spread the Uyghur language and culture. He was humiliated and tortured before getting sentenced to years in prison for his alleged crimes. And since then, more than 1 million Uyghurs have been sent through these detention centers. It wasn't always this way. Before Xi came to power, the Uyghurs thought he might actually usher in a new era of peace. After all, his father had been particularly soft on China's ethnic minority groups, but Xi had a different plan: social stability at any cost. These brutal strategies have a hidden cost, though. The goal of all this oppression is to reduce the amount of unrest in Xinjiang, but the primary cause of unrest in Xinjiang is all the oppression. The end result is an extremely unstable cycle of violence and human rights abuses. Xi Jinping would argue that his actions are limited in scope and ultimately outweighed by the benefits of social stability. After all, economic growth has been high in Xinjiang, so in his mind, the policies are working. Even though the oppression in Xinjiang has its roots in religious and cultural conflict, economic factors are becoming more and more important. Globalization has led to many American companies having close ties to China. Apple needs China to make iPhones, big financial firms need Chinese investors, and even the NBA needs China to help expand their viewership. It's led to a situation where a huge swath of Americans can't speak openly about China without fear of consequences. This kind of international influence is unprecedented in history, and it's becoming a massive source of strength for Xi Jinping. American celebrities are afraid of criticizing him. They know it will hurt their professional prospects, so they stay silent. The sheer scale of Xi Jinping's influence is hard to wrap your head around. It's really not an exaggeration to call him the most powerful man in the world. After all, he has absolute control over the Chinese Communist Party, which has nearly 100 million members. And the CCP has absolute control over China's entire population of 1.4 billion people. There are no checks and balances in China. Xi doesn't have to get approval from senators to make new laws, and his decisions can't be challenged by independent courts. Remember when Nancy Pelosi caused a big stir by visiting Taiwan? The trip was viewed by the international community as a sign that America would support Taiwan in a future conflict. And Xi Jinping didn't like the sound of that. He actually called Joe Biden directly and warned that the visit would escalate tensions. Think about that for a second. Xi Jinping basically called the president of the United States and told him to stop the Speaker of the House from visiting Taiwan. It's an outrageous demand, but perhaps most importantly, it reflects a fundamental misunderstanding of how the American government works. Nancy Pelosi doesn't work for Joe Biden. The legislative and executive branches of the US government are separate entities. Biden really can't tell representatives what to do. He just doesn't have the authority.
But now we know all he's saying is a lie because we've seen it, right? We see Nancy Pelosi. We saw what happened. We saw, sorry, sir. We saw the little coup, okay? We saw the coup they staged. So America tries to do a good job to make it sound we're more democratic. We have more independence. We're more like, we have more autonomy from one branch to the next. We have more autonomy, but it's not true. It's the illusion, okay? It is nothing more. It's nothing more than the illusion. But this one, I'm gonna stop because he a little silly. So, but anyways, I just want you to see what the President Jinping, whatever his name is, child, the ping pong, wherever he was coming from. Hold on, let me see this. Let me show you this. Let me show y'all this. Because I was here yesterday. Yeah.
The future of your business is here. With Wix, you get advanced AI capability.
Which is crazy, but Joe Biden, he dropped out the presidential election. How you feel about that?
Yes, sir. What is my reaction to President Biden dropping out of the 2024 presidential race? I have several thoughts. Number one, we have to put this within its proper political context. The United States government is not controlled by neither the Democratic Party or the Republican Party. They are simply the public government. The president, the Congress, the Supreme Court, they are the public government. But there is a private government, and that private government includes, but is not limited to, the National Security Agency, the Trilateral Commission, the Council on Foreign Relations, the Federal Reserve, and the Bilderberger Group. And the Bilderberger Group, we need to pay particular attention to, because the Bilderberger Group, in my opinion, at this moment in history, I believe is the most influential of all of the secret societies. It was the Bilderberger Group that made Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton come to a truce back during the Obama years when he was running for president and the Democrats were struggling over whether to nominate Obama or nominate Hillary Clinton. They both had to go and sit in the Bilderberger meeting and receive their marching orders. So I found it rather interesting that President Obama has surfaced as being one of the leading Democrats who influenced President Biden to step down. There's a strong possibility that it was the Bilderberger Group who gave Barack Obama the instructions to tell his good friend Joe Biden to stand down, because they may very well have wanted the Democrats to remain in power in the White House. But I think it's crystal clear, the more we get closer to Election Day on November the 5th, it's becoming more clearer that the American public, from what I see, is more behind Donald Trump than they are behind President Biden. And I believe that the Bilderbergers may have told President Obama to instruct Donald Trump to stand down. But it gets more interesting because President Obama does not support Kamala Harris's endorsement. He said that the Democratic Party need to take a look at all of their potential contenders who could replace Joe Biden as the presidential nominee, which is kind of interesting from a personal standpoint, because both he and Kamala Harris are two mixed race Africans who never really identified with Black people, and both were puppets for the white power structure. So you would think he would have a lot more in common with Kamala Harris. It could be a case of narcissism, but no matter how you look at it, I wouldn't be surprised to find out that the shadow government instructed Barack Obama to make President Biden stand down. And I'm also rather intrigued by the fact that President Biden decided to stand down on a Sunday, a non-business day, not Monday, not Tuesday, not Wednesday, not Thursday or Friday, but he did it during the weekend. That means that the shadow government found it necessary for him to be replaced right now and not a second longer. Let me make this make sense for the listening public. America is not a democracy. The people do not choose the president. Presidents are publicly confirmed by the Electoral College. It is the Electoral College that votes for the president, not the people. Now, based on your popular vote, whoever wins the popular vote in a state generally will carry all of the Electoral College votes for that state. But the electors of that state are not required to vote for the person that won the popular vote. So, for example, you beat me in Pennsylvania for the popular vote for president of the United States. You clearly won the popular vote. The electors for the state of Pennsylvania, 99.9% of the time, will vote for you to be president because you carried the popular vote. But they are not required to do so by constitutional law. And the reason they are not required to do so by constitutional law is the United States government is not a democracy. It is a republic. It is not the rule of the majority. It is the rule of law. That's why the word democracy is not in the Constitution. The word democracy is not in the preamble. The word democracy is not in the Declaration of Independence. The word democracy cannot be found in any of the 50 state constitutions of this country. This is not a democracy. It is not the rule of the majority. It is a republic, the rule of the law. And who controls the republic? The aristocracy, the elite financial powers of this country. That's who really chooses the president.
So then you see, once again, lying ass Democrats, when they're telling people we have to save democracy, we're doing this to save democracy, Donald Trump is a threat to democracy, he is a you hear this? We're not even in a democracy. So what democracy are we saving? Right? But like I said, the majority of people went to public schools, okay? So the fact that they don't know nothing, you need to blame the public school system for that. Get rid of it. Get rid of it or revamp it. The fact that most Americans do not, we're not a democracy. America is a constitutional republic. And it's not a democracy. That's why I'm like, sometimes I'm so confused. Oh, we gotta go save democracy. Black women are gonna go save democracy. Black women, what are you gonna save what? There's no democracy. That's number one. Number two, unless Black women have all the electoral college votes, sit your behind down somewhere. Like, you don't know how this stuff works. right? They're lying to you because they use you as a front. You're like this fake nail shop. Okay, I'm like, I wish black people understood that. When it comes to Democrats, you're like the fake nail shop. You're like that fake mattress store. You are like the fake laundromat that drug dealers and whoever's out there uses to launder their money. You are a front. They need you to make it seem like this is who the people really want. But they know what they're about to do. They're about to cheat. Okay? But I'm like, we don't even have a democracy here. We are a constitutional republic. We have, like you said, popular votes, and then you have the electoral college. You need 270 to win. So I'm like, you gonna save one? Oh, I'm voting for Kamala. You're not doing nothing, right? Just like right now, they really want people to believe that Kamala Harris raised $80 million in 24 hours. The lady, when she ran for office, she couldn't even make it to the primaries. She couldn't even make it to Ohio. She could not even win her own state. Who is her base? What is her base? In a country of 300 million people, who even knows this? I'm not trying to be funny, but I'm like, when it comes to Trump, you see MAGA country like it is real. Like these are real people. MAGA country, it is a real thing. It's full of real human beings. So if Trump is like, yeah, I raised 20, 30 million for my people, I'm like, yeah, it makes sense because a lot of people love Trump. It is not a joke. Who loves Kamala Harris? Who loves her? Who's excited about her? Like I'm like, even she ran for office, she got washed. She didn't even make it to Ohio. Did she even make it past the first or second debate? The girl is always stuttering. She can never answer questions with her weird laugh. Okay, so I'm supposed to believe that in 24 hours, all these imaginary people came out of nowhere to show all this love and devotion to Kamala Harris, and somehow she got $80 million in 24 hours. You really believe that? The same way you believe Kylie Jenner was a billionaire, only for them to circle back and say, oh, you know what, by the way, retraction, she's not a billionaire. Duh, right? And the people who bought her brand, the Cody people who bought her brand, made a huge mistake because they bought into a lie. They saw her, a white girl, on the cover of a magazine, the Ford magazine. It was all a scam that her mom set up. Her mom lied on the financials. They overpaid for that business. Because anybody knew, like, this doesn't make sense. Look at that. Like, it just doesn't make sense. People are really out here buying that many lip kits off of lipstick. She's a billionaire. Get the F out of here. Right? But people are so gullible. They're just so gullible. That's what I'm like, I don't even believe it. When they tell me that Jay-Z is a billionaire, I'm like, how? How? Beyonce has a more successful career than him. Beyonce has done world tours, American tours. When has Jay-Z ever filled any arena as big as the arenas that Beyonce is filling up? Right? And even if Beyonce's business tend to fail, but it's like Beyonce has had boku business. To really sit here in your mind, in your sober mind, and to believe that Jay-Z is worth more money than Beyonce. Are you serious right now? Are you really serious? How is he going to be a billionaire before Beyonce? Okay? She has 300 million followers. Like, do you know how much people love Beyonce? Even like the Secret, it probably didn't do as well because she chose not to really put her heart behind it. But I'm like, I'm sure Secret at least made 100 million. Jay-Z, his music catalog is only worth $75 million. Do you know how much Beyonce's catalog is worth? Sometimes I'm like, I don't know. People just believe stuff just because they read it in a glossy magazine or because they heard someone that's famous say it. Like, I'm like, do you actually use your head? Does it actually make sense to you? Beyonce got paid $20 million or more to do an ad for Verizon. When has Jay-Z ever had these opportunities? Seriously, you really think Jay-Z got more money than Beyonce? Please tell me how. Please tell me how. And I'm like, it doesn't even make no sense. And because she chooses to be quiet, and most likely he takes all her money anyways. And I told you, he's so obsessed being a billionaire. I feel like he took her money and he invested in crypto and he lost a lot of her money. That's why she had to go on tour like this. But people are just so gullible. I'm like, what is wrong with people at times, right? But who's really going to sit here and truly believe that Sean Carter has more money or he's worth? You think the Jay-Z brand, the drug dealer brand, I'm a drug dealer, I'm the jigger man, I'm a pimp. You really think that's really that commercial? That he can make more money than Beyonce? Exactly. Like think about it. She has more Grammys than him. She has more music than him. She has more fans than him. She has started more businesses than him. Look at this kid. Like when she does her tours, do you not see the people? Give me a song Jay-Z had that was just as relevant as Put a Ring on It. Show me a single music video of Jay-Z on YouTube that has reached 1 billion views. If you say you feel like The Weeknd has more money than Beyonce, okay, maybe he does because The Weeknd goes hard, right? If you say you feel like Drake got more money than Beyonce, maybe because he goes hard too. Because these people, you go on their YouTube, it's like 1 billion views, 1.6 billion views, 2 billion views, right? I said, sure, I can kind of see it. But Jay-Z, though, does Jay-Z have oh my gosh, does Jay-Z have any single music video on YouTube that has over 500 million views? Matter of fact, does he even have a video with 300 million views? How can people really sit here and just be so, I don't know, be so gullible like this? There is no way. If out of the Carters, someone's going to be a billionaire, it's going to be Beyonce. It makes no sense. And that $200 million house, even that, did it? I don't think it did. Hold on. And even that, he has to use, even if it did too, he's in there with Alicia Keys. Hold on. Let me see. No, it did not. You see? I told y'all. Look at this. I knew it. 262 million views. He is not that popular. He is not that successful. He's a fraud. He's a fraud. And right now, honestly, if it was not for Beyonce, he would not be relevant. He would not be relevant. Like Beyonce is seriously. I do talk about like her hair was fake though in that video, but okay. Beyonce is insanely successful. It is not a joke. It's not a joke. And that's why I said for Kelly Rowland to act like she's bothered to answer a question about Beyonce. Girl, shut up. Don't nobody care about you. What you got going on with your boring ass? Okay? Make it make sense. None of y'all be relevant if it was not for Beyonce's work ethic. Beyonce is seriously successful. It is not a joke. It's not a joke. She's like a mega superstar. Okay? What label? What label he got? Rock Nation. Okay? Even, what's it called? And even for Rock Nation, how you make money for the most part in Rock Nation? Rihanna. When was the last time Rihanna made an album? Okay? Because she also doesn't want to put money in his pocket. He has Rockefeller. They used to have Rockefeller Records. I don't know how they broke up with when he broke up with Damon Dash. I don't know how they split Rockefeller Nation, or if Rockefeller Nation was record was swallowed by Def Jam. But like right now, he has Rock Nation, right? Hey Army, right? But I'm like, how can anybody believe that this man has more money than Beyonce? I'm like, sometimes I even feel like he takes Beyonce stuff and he puts it on his tab so he can feel richer. Beyonce protects that man a whole lot, but he's not that successful. He is not that successful. He is not. Okay? I'm like, make it make sense. Make it make sense. Like, come on. I'm like, stuff has to actually make sense, though. Jay-Z's a billionaire, but Beyonce is not. At least if you said Jay-Z's a billionaire and Beyonce's also a billionaire, that's fine. But he's like, he does weird things to that girl. He's not a good person. And only God knows if Beyonce even has access to her own finances. That's why you don't make your husband your manager. But he did everything in his power to separate her from her dad. You know, Beyonce, she don't stand up for herself. Sure, I'm telling you, she doesn't know how to stand up for herself. Watch me. I wish you would. I wish you would. I wish you would. I'm going to work this hard and you're going to take credit for my work and my money and tell these people that you're a billionaire? How? What? What? Did you see the way people came outside for the Renaissance tour? It's not even that the people just came outside. They got into it. They bought the outfits. They were all with the silver glitter thingy. When has Jay-Z ever done that? When have people ever used their American Express card to buy flights to go see Jay-Z in Paris? What? Nobody. Let's not lie. Okay? The Jigga Man. Nobody's ever done that. Okay? The kind of stuff Beyonce does out here, it's really impressive. Now, I think she could work on her songwriting. Okay? What has been? In the words of Kamala Harris, could be unburdened by what could be. I'm like, no, let's not do this. Let's not do this. He is not. There is no way he's richer than Beyonce. Yeah, Beyonce's a doormat to that dude. He mistreats her, and one day it's all gonna come out. Y'all gonna be like, oh, Marlene told us. Yo, people need to pray for her. He uses her like a workhorse. He's an evil person. Then you'll see he'll try to do the same thing with Blue Ivy. He's so fake. He stands up there and he acts like he supports her, and you black women eat it up. Oh, he's standing beside his wife. Shut up. He's standing beside his money. The more Grammy she has, the more he can charge people. He loves Beyonce weird. He loves himself more. Get out of here with that. He's an evil man. He's an evil man. That lady was on tour where her leg was hurting. I said, you see this? Everything was so rushed with Renaissance. Look at how she released stuff back to back to back to back because he squandered their money. He wasted their money. Me, I will keep saying it. I will keep repeating it. See, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something, okay? Let me tell you a little story. Years ago, I told my little brother something. The one who comes after me. I told him something. Little boy lost his shit. Started yelling, money, stay out of my life. I said, okay, no problem. You gotta tell me twice. I stayed my black behind out of his life. You don't have to tell me twice. I promise you. Remember me? I stand on business. Okay? I stand on the business, right? So then what I told him came to pass. I guess it came to pass in April. He didn't tell me nothing. But today he saw it fit to call James, and he told James. So you know my messy behind. I asked him. He told me. I said, oh, do you remember what I told you? I was sitting on my bed, you guys. I was minding my business. Oh, yes, ma'am. I was minding my business in New Orleans. I was sitting on my bed. And then, boom, I saw this vision, you guys. I saw a vision. I said, oh, my gosh, this is really bad. And I told him. You know what I mean? You know? Hold on. Just a baby child. He wants to be next to me all day. It's too much, right? You know, before I used to feel bad. I thought maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm wrong. You know what I mean? But I know, Marley, you're not wrong. You're prophetic. So you know, with time, I've learned to have the confidence in myself. Like the stuff I say, I'm not crazy. I'm really not crazy. Right? I'm not crazy. But I'm like, one day they're gonna make a biopic about Beyonce. And people will see. People will see the kind of man she married. People will see. And I told you, when it comes to their money, when it comes to her money, with his obsession, Jay-Z is so obsessed with being a billionaire. Instead of being grateful for what he has, he wants that billionaire status by any means necessary. When he was out here hanging out with Jack Dorsey and all these people, right? I said, this man about for something stupid. Crypto. Going to that guy, Mike Rubin, the guy who does all the white parties in the Hamptons, right? Beyonce's never, all the years we've known Beyonce, right? All the years we've known Beyonce, you have never seen Beyonce be so like chaotic with product release, like music, just releasing stuff like back to back. That's not usually how Beyonce does things. But this is weird. You know what I'm saying? It felt really rushed. Not because she needs the money, because he did something stupid. Even Tidal. I'm sure when he messed up a Tidal, she had to front the money to cover it up. Because it's not going to be good business if her man's out here owing people money. Because he didn't do his due diligence. Went and bought a goofy business, right? Then came crypto. Hanging out with Jack Dorsey. Acting like he got all this money. What you got? What money? Okay. He took her money yet again. And so when he makes bad choices, poor investments, or he buy bad business, Beyonce has to foot the bill. And that's why the whole Renaissance thing, the tour, the product, everything felt so rushed and chaotic because she had to rush to make the money to foot the bill before something bad happened in the media. But he's not a good person. He's not a good person. And so, what I say, I stand on that. I'm like, this man, he took her money. How a man like this gonna make a song and be like, oh, eat the cake, anime, eat the cake, anime. Okay? Trying to poke fun at Tina Turner, getting her behind tossed up by Ike Turner. That's like, because you know, Tina Turner's name is anime. Tina Turner's real name is anime. Oh, eat the cake, eat the cake. Eat what cake? Eat what cake? He lets people know the kind of POS he is, right? And nobody wants to see him for what he is. He's not a good person. She did not marry a good person. She did not marry a good man. He's not a good person. But one day, it's going to come out. And the people will say, Marlene told us this man was up to no good. And this man was practicing financial abuse in that marriage. You think a man who cheats is going to stop at just the cheating? Yeah, eat the cake, anime, eat the cake, anime. I'm like, what is he saying? And you see how he isolates her? Every time you see her outside, he's somewhere in the background like he's a shadow. But you would never see Beyonce be outside by herself or her girlfriends. He always has to be in there. It's like, what the heck is wrong with this man? Because he's controlling her. Because she's his money machine. She's his money machine. And he's going to get exposed. In the name of Jesus, he's going to be exposed. And everything he's done to Beyonce, he will be exposed for that. Everybody there, your day is coming. I don't care how long it takes. Your day is coming. Count your time. Count your days. Your days are coming. Evil people.
Now, if that is the case, why so much attention is put on the popular vote? Because since this is not a democracy, it is important to keep the illusion of inclusion alive and well. When people don't think they have a say in government, they overthrow it. When people don't think they have a say in government, they spark revolution. When people don't think they have a say in government, rebellions happen. So it is important for the power structure, the media, the corporate oligarchy to manipulate the American collective consciousness into voting for the person they pre-selected. It is important that the people come to the same conclusion through manipulation and indoctrination as the power structure. When the power structure chooses one president and the people choose someone else, then the illusion of a democracy begins to yield its dirty head. And that can spell trouble for maintaining the status quo and the social order. For example,
Are you driving way less than you used to? Do you have a clean driving record? Are you over 25?
in our lives, we've seen twice where a presidential candidate who won the popular vote lost the White House. Al Gore won the popular vote. George Bush won the White House. Hillary Clinton won the popular vote. Donald Trump won the White House. They can't keep letting that happen, because the more and more that the people choose one person and the power structure choose another, when people start to see that we really don't control this government, we really don't choose our leaders, they start to rebel. And that's why so much energy is put into the popular vote, because it needs to confirm the selection of the secret government. Now, with that being said, who do I think the power structure wants in the White House at this moment? Because they normally select presidents a couple years in advance, by the way. At least 4 years, they already know who's going to take the place. They leave nothing up to chance.
And the people are saying that in 2017, I forgot where I heard this, but we're going to get to it. But they were saying in 2017, Kamala Harris had a private meeting with Hillary Clinton at the Hamptons. Okay. So like he's saying, nothing with these people is random. And I was even telling my friend that, because she's always like going crazy. Oh, Marlene, Project 2025. I said, sis, let me tell you something. The simple fact that you even know about Project 2025 means that you shouldn't worry about it, right? It's not the project that you know of that you should be scared of. It's the projects that you don't know of that should scare you. The fact that the Heritage Foundation, we know who it is, they have a website. The fact that Project 2025 is on the website, is not hidden. Anybody can download it. Anybody can read it. That should not concern you. Right? Do you really think if something was detrimental, like something was so nefarious or like ominous, like, ooh, we have a plan, you really think they would just leave it out here for anybody to have access to? No. Come on now. Right? You know what I'm saying? You know? Like, think about it. Yeah, it's right there, Kevin. I'm like, when something is if it's right there, it lets you know it's a distraction. They're pointing you in that direction so that you don't look in that direction. Right? Because if this was something that they really felt like they could really do it, they could come to pass, you think these people would actually put on a website? It's open, don't need no password, don't have to pay for it, anybody can download it. That in itself right there lets you know this is not something to worry about. It's the projects that are written that you will never see. Those are the things you should be worried about. Who's going to oppress you and going to tell you exactly the blueprint of how they're going to oppress you and leave it up for free on the website somewhere? That's not how it works, right? But the people who don't want you to know what they're up to, they are going to point you in that direction so that way it takes the heat off for them. It buys them time. The more you're focused on Project 2025, right? Who knows what other project is happening, right? You're buying people time to put up some really evil thing. But I'm like, that once something is known to the public, it's over, right? It's the stuff you don't know. That's the stuff you have to fear. It's the projects that are being written that you have no idea of. There's not a website. There's no website for it. You know, it's like a Bugatti. Either you know or you don't know. You're in the club or you're not in the club. But this is nothing more than an actual distraction. The real project, you'll never know. It's just you're going to see it as like you're just going to live through it as it unfolds. Then you're like, oh. And maybe it might even take like hindsight for you to realize like, wow, so this is what they were up to all along. Right? But Project 2025, meanwhile, don't worry about it. Because the mere fact that it's on the website is right there. They're not hiding it. When you type Google, it just shows up on the Heritage Foundation website. I'm like, yeah, that's not the one. That ain't the one. The real project is somewhere else. Right? And that we'll never see it. We'll just live through it. And then you'll have to use your discernment, right, to make sure you don't get got. Right? Think about that. Exactly. It's not the real threat. It's not the real project. Right? But they know it's enough to buy them time. It's enough to distract people. Like, send them this way while we're working over here this way. It's distraction. Right? Just like I said, when you look, I said this about like, because when I discovered that Kamala Harris's husband is Jewish, like, I'm like, oh, maybe he's also a Zionist, right? But very often when we look at politics, we look straight at the politician. We look straight at the person who's running for office. And many times we fail to also look at their surroundings. We fail to look at who's the husband, who's the wife, because these people too want power, right? And we don't see it. Sorry, Bubba. Right? But very often, you okay? Okay. Very often, the person that has the real power, the person who makes the real decision, they're right next to the president or they're right next to the vice president. It is not the person you're looking at. And I've learned that too. When you study some of these great kings, some of these great, like even these great dictators, right? Many of them, it wasn't even their idea. It was their counselor's idea. Machiavelli is a counselor. He's like a political advisor. But you see, he pretty much ran the country. But he was not the one in power. He was not the actual one in power. But he was the one feeding the king ideas. Right? When you study France, I think like for Louis XIV and Louis XVI, if I'm not mistaken, right? It was the Cardinal Richelieu. He was the one running France. Because I think Louis XIV was like he was like a baby or something. So he can do it. He ran everything for that boy. Right? So many times, the people in power are not the one, they're not the one coming up with the plans, the ideas. No, it's the people next to them. So you have to scan the people. And I was like, oh, so if you vote for Kamala Harris, high key, low key, you're voting for her husband. You don't think even right now he has access to like secret documents and top secret things. And he has access to all of that and he reads all of that. And when she becomes president, he's actually going to be the president. You know, but people like that, they know they can never run, they can never win, right? So they find spouses or they find people that they can stand behind who are weak enough, who can be molded, and they put their ideas in their heads. Right? Kamala Harris is not intelligent. I know, Mom, so sorry, boo. She's not bright. So if she does become president, her husband is going to tell her what to do. Her Jewish Zionist husband going to tell her what to do. Okay, cool. Think about that for a second. I'm telling you, like, you have to learn to scan the room. Like, look at the people who are next to the power person, right? Look at their advisors. Look at their husbands. Look at their wives. Look at their friends, right? These are the people who are going to advise these people. Exactly. Without actually running for office. Just like Jill Biden. Jill Biden was running the White House at some point because Joe can't do it. But yet she wasn't elected. You see? And that's how they do it. The American people vote for one person and somebody else does the job. Yes, baby. Yes.
I'm not sure who they want. And the reason I'm conflicted is because they made Joe Biden stand down. A part of me says that they wanted Biden, but he's not popular enough to carry the popular vote. Again, maintaining that illusion of democracy. So a part of me says they wanted Joe Biden, but he's no longer popular enough to hold the popular vote. So to keep the illusion of democracy alive, we got to tell Barack Obama to tell him to stand down. Let's put somebody else in that spot and see if they can carry it. That's a part of me. The other part of me could see a Donald Trump. And the reason another part of me could see a Donald Trump is Donald Trump and Republican presidents in general are pretty good for war. They're very good for sparking up war. But although they're good for war, they are poor at building relationships with second and third world nations. Why am I bringing that up? China is on the rise. China is on the global takeover. Can Donald Trump build the relationships with South Africa? Can he build the relationships with Nigeria and Cameroon? Can Donald Trump build the relationships with Ethiopia and Egypt that the shadow government needs America to have so they can continue to go into the mother continent and freely exploit the resources? I'm not sure Donald Trump is the president to build those political relationships with Africa, Jamaica, Brazil, so forth and so on. I'm not sure he's good for that. And if he's not good for that, if the shadow government doesn't believe Donald Trump is good enough to build those diplomatic relationships so white corporate America can continue to rob the resources of the black nations of this world, then they might choose resources over war. It's really going to come down to whether or not the shadow government values the Chinese threat more or the need to make money in war more. In other words, is this election more about the ability to dominate other people, or is it more about being diplomatic and being able to build relationships with Africa so you can exploit them diamonds, that gold, that silver, that gas, that oil? So I'm not sure which way the shadow government is tipping its hat because I'm not in those meetings, but I'll tell you what will help me make a better decision as to who they want in the White House. When I see who the final Democratic nominee is, if it's not going to be Kamala.
Mark, I'm glad you say that. I'm glad you're honest about it. Like my dad, he tries to be fake about it. Like, oh no, I'm humble. I'm like, yeah, right, you are. Go sit down somewhere. I'm glad you say that because Libras love power. But the way they love power, they try to make other people feel like they're not interested in power. But they absolutely love power. They absolutely love to scheme and plan of how they want. Kevin, we talk about that, right? Because it's like, look at is it weird that all these political positions always have Libras in them? Okay. You understand? But the way Libra does it, it's like, oh, I'm not too interested. I mean, I guess kind of sure, whatever. Like, I don't really want it. But the whole time they want it, they have a plan. They strategize. Is it always the best strategy? I don't know. Right? I don't know. But they really do care about power. They are interested in power. They gravitate towards like powerful people, powerful position, where the money is, right? You know what I'm saying? They really do. But I feel like unlike water signs, they have more sense than to try to be bold or like be bold and loud about it. but they absolutely love money. They love power. Because for Kamala Harris to be a Libra, her husband is a Libra. It's like, child, what is this? Right? For her to attach herself to the Scorpio, because I'm like, I'm trying to be funny, you guys. This stuff is real. Okay? This stuff is real. When you look at, let me show you, right? Okay. Here we have, look at this, right? Look at this. You have a Scorpio and a Libra, right? Okay. We're going to start understanding these signs today, okay? Right? And then you have Biden and Kamala, right? Another Scorpio and a Libra. So here, Biden's a Scorpio, Kamala is a Libra. Don't forget, right? When you also look at Fannie Willis, right? What happens here? Fannie is the Scorpio, Nathan is the Libra, right? And you see the way that man came into her life? They attach themselves to people who are powerful. There's a sneaky side to Libra. I keep telling y'all this. They attract themselves to people who are powerful. They attract themselves to people who have power, but they're not aware of how much power they have. You see how, like, when she came into the courtroom, nobody even called her. She just walked in. She was huffing and puffing, like, yo, Fanny, chill, right? Right? That's the thing with water signs. They're very reckless. That's like, it's giving the crow. It's giving the crow and the fox, right? Is that the fox, right? Is that look now? Yeah, it's a fox, right? The crow was up there thinking they were so cute, so pretty, right? And the fox was like, oh, Mr. Crow, you so pretty, you so beautiful, your coat's so black, womp, 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 womp. Gave bunch of compliments. And then the crow dropped the piece of cheese because he was just, oh my gosh, oh, you think so? You think so? Dropped the piece of cheese. The fox grabbed the cheese. Mr. Crow says, oh, Fox, Mr. Fox, you're so sweet. You gave me so many compliments. I feel like we're friends. We're meant to be. Do you mind getting my cheese back? Mr. Fox said, with your black ass, what it look like? But you said my coat was beautiful. You said I lied to you, bitch. I got to get the cheese. It's the moolah. It's the cheese. It's the guac. Okay? Like, that's exactly. There is a fox. There's like a sly. There's like a foxy, like a fox. You know what I mean? A sly side to Libra. Very manipulative. Very they be scheming. Okay? Very, very. They be out here scheming, right? But they usually attach themselves to someone who has more power, someone who's more likable. Because Libra, I think, compared to Gemini, Libras kind of struggle with being liked. Like, they kind of struggle with that, right? So they attach themselves. And usually they have a tendency of attaching themselves to these water signs, right? Become very like, oh, yeah, I'm here to support you. I'm here to help you. But this whole Fannie Willis, Nathan Wade situation, who was left with the shame? Who was left with the embarrassment? Who's going to be going from one court to another court, to one hearing to the next, trying to defend herself and pretty much protect her law license? Is Fannie Willis. You know? But the way that man came into her life, he probably came into all kinds of sweet, all kinds of amazing, all kinds of whoa. He got Scorpio. Right? He got her. It's the same thing. When you come over here too, and you look at Joe Biden, Kamala Harris too, she acts like she's so stupid. She's always sounding dumb, like she's so innocuous. You know, she'll be a good helpmate. She'll help you to bring the black vote, right? And even until his last moment, you know what I'm saying? Joe Biden was fighting. He was fighting to stay on that ticket, and the whole time, Libras in the back being plotting. And the sad thing with him, see, Fannie Willis only had one Libra planning and scheming on her ass, even sleeping with her. I'm telling you, Nathan Wade sleeping with Fannie Willis was part of his strategy. Okay? He slept with her, got money out of her, did not marry her, did not divorce the wife. He's still not divorced. He was never going to get divorced. Bought a brand new car. Didn't even help this woman pay the liens off her house. Nothing. She flew him out for his big 50. I did a big one. I said, Scorpio, with your goofy ass. He played you. These air signs are dangerous. Y'all gonna learn. Stay in the water. Mind your business. Like TLC said, right? Stay to the rivers and the lakes like you used to. Okay, Cancer, stay in your little lakes, your little rivers. Stay over there. You cannot handle the Libra people, right? It's the same thing with Joe Biden. But the sad part about Joe Biden, he's being tag teamed by 2 Libras. Can you imagine a water sign being tag teamed by 2 air signs? That's not even a fair fight. You see? Because he really thought she was innocent. He's like, oh, I can handle this girl. I can handle this girl. Look at that. Look at what you got. When it comes to B. Taylor and Princella, B. Taylor is the Libra. Princella is the Aquarius. It's harder for Libra to finesse Aquarius. But when it comes to an air sign and a water sign, most of the time, water sign is going to win, right? And you see, you got Libra and a Gemini, right? That's why I say you put a Libra next to a Gemini. They're going to whoop that ass. When I tell you Ping gonna whoop her ass, now her Libra over there, what's his name? The Vladimir. Now, even though there's 2 Libras, her and her husband, Vladimir is he's another level unloaded type of unlocked type of Libra. He's on a whole different level. But her, you put her next to a Gemini, she's done. It's giving Kanye and Kim Kardashian, right? Kanye, Gemini, Kim is a Libra. Right? She couldn't handle that man. These people, they're crazy. They are crazy. Even if you honestly do an honest debate, you do an honest competition between this Libra and Donald Trump, the Gemini, she cannot win. You see, amongst air signs, there are levels to this. Geminis are some really smart people. And the thing about these people, somehow they don't give up. They don't give up. And they're very patient. They're even more patient than Libra. They're even more strategic than Libra. It's a very, very intelligent sign. Seriously, right? So I'm like, ciao. Okay. Pisces is a water sign. Y'all need to stay in the water. You see, like when you look at Lupita, her white man is a Gemini. And I said, Lupita, he gonna hurt you. He gonna hurt you. He gonna hurt you. Gemini people in a relationship, child, it is hard. Even this one right here, he's a Gemini, right? It is hard to be in a relationship. I even think it's hard being in a relationship with air signs because there's people who play a lot of games. They play a lot of mind games. They will test you to see how resilient you are intellectually. Like people who are air signs are people of like the intellect. They are really smart people. And they act like they're dumb. They sit here like they don't know nothing. Be very afraid of these people. I'm telling y'all, be very afraid. But I'm like 2 air signs who really love power, Libra and Gemini. And they play the game differently. So I'm like, Lupita, that white man, he's a Gemini. He gonna hurt you. You're not built for this, right? You have Portia, who's a Cancer, water sign, want to go mess with Simon. He gonna finish you off. She won't even recognize her life once he's done with her. Like, these people are ruthless. So Pisces, your water sign. Aries also another stubborn sign. So I'm like, child. Yeah. She only Kanye broke. She still wants Kanye back. Who has she found? Ever since Kanye left, what does her life look like? Nothing. If Kanye called her tomorrow, she'd be up there running. I kid you not. Hey, Sonia, I kid you not. Like these, I'm like, do you not see Trump? You don't see all the stuff they threw at Trump and he's still standing? They even tried to kill this man. And somehow he knew to move his head. I'm like, these people, man. It is something about these people. One day I was watching a documentary about the octopus. You guys, I'm watching the documentary about the octopus. I said, ooh, I'm like, this feels like James. Like, this feels like my husband. And I was like, and I told him, I'm like, I really think that your spirit animal is an octopus. I don't know how they do it. I really do not know how they do it. They always find a way. They always find a way to escape. It's a very elusive sign. It's like, how do you people do this? You see how the man said that they had, when President Ping was young, they locked him up in a concentration camp and somehow he found a way to run away when nobody else knew how to run away. This is what these people do. Gemini is very elusive. Like, I don't know how. You put them in this contraption, you come back, they're gone. It's like, how did you get out of this? I don't know how. Even me, it amazes me. It really does. I'm like, you people are all crazy. They always find a way. I don't know how. I really don't know how. They always find a way. And they're very resilient. I have to say that. I'm like, Sean, y'all crazy. You are crazy. You are really, really crazy, right? But here you, so I was really thinking like, this is really weird. Like, why do you have Scorpio and Libra keep coming after Gemini like this? Whether it's like, from Kamala and Joe Biden, or Fannie Willis and Nathan Wade, I'm like, this is weird. But I'm not that good at the zodiac stuff. Some people are probably better than me. So maybe they could explain it. Maybe it's like it has to do with Pluto in Aquarius. I don't know. But I don't believe in coincidences, right? Right? So I'm like, this is pretty interesting. But hold on. Let's get back.
And who will be the vice presidential nominee for the presidential nominee? In other words, let me see who the Democrats end up with for president, and let me see who that Democratic presidential nominee ends up with for their vice president. And then I could probably give you a better idea as to whether or not the shadow government wants the Democratic president or the Republican president.
You personally, who do you want to see represent the Democrats?
Nobody, because I don't see anyone when I look at the U.S. senators, when I look at the U.S. representatives, when I look at, I think we only have 1 or 2 black governors, the brother down in Maryland, and he's a freshman. So I doubt if they'll anoint him and pull another Barack Obama stunt where they snatched Obama out the U.S. Senate as a first-term senator and made him president. That's because George Bush destroyed America's relationship with Africa. Barack Obama became necessary because of George Bush's poor diplomatic relationship with Africa. So they said, here's a black man who alleges to have a Kenyan father. If we put Barack Obama in the White House, we can go into Africa, get them resources back, install our military system in Africa. And that's exactly what they did. Barack Obama was a supreme success for the white power structure in Africa. That's why they chose him. And just like George Bush made Obama necessary, Obama made Donald Trump necessary domestically, because Americans domestically got tired of hearing Barack Obama's rehearsed, pre-scripted answers to every question he was given. When Donald Trump came, sounding like a fool, but speaking from his heart, that endeared him to Americans who are sick and tired of the political game. They just want a genuine leader, even if he doesn't always make the right mistakes. So Bush made Obama necessary, Obama made Trump necessary, and then Trump made Biden necessary, and now Biden, it appears, may once again be making Trump necessary. But for me, I don't see anyone on the blue aisle or the red aisle that's speaking to the issues that affect American Africans. The George Floyd police reform bill still hasn't been passed. Nobody's talking about that. We don't have any anti-Black hate legislation at all. We have no economic empowerment legislation for Black people at all. Nothing about mass incarceration, nothing about miseducation, nothing about gentrification, nothing about police genocide. I'm sure you saw the situation that happened not too long ago with the sister in Springfield, Illinois, who was shot in the face 3 times maybe by a white deputy in her home, shot and murdered her in cold blood in her home. And we still don't have any anti-hate legislation or the George Floyd Police Accountability Act. And I don't think either candidate, President Biden or President Trump, has spoken to that. Now, let's say Kamala Harris walks in.
If you sleep on your side, I bet you hate your pillow, and this is why. They might be as fluffy as a cloud, but they just...
My question would be, how is Vice President Kamala Harris any better for Black men in America than Donald Trump? How is she any better for Black men in America than President Biden? President Biden may have drafted Bill Clinton's 1994 crime bill, but Kamala Harris did all she could to implement Bill Clinton's 1994 crime bill. Look at all the Black people that Kamala Harris had arrested and thrown in jail while she served as a prosecutor over in California. So in my opinion, if the Democratic Party wants the Black male vote, I'm not too sure they get it with Kamala Harris, but I know what she's going to do. She's going to do exactly what the Republicans just did in Milwaukee without Sister Amber Rose and with Hulk Hogan. Wait till you see the Negropeans who are going to speak at the Democratic National Convention. It's going to be a complete circus. I'm telling you what they're going to do. I believe they're going to grab the rappers and they're going to grab the athletes. They're going to find someone extremely popular within the hip hop industry and the entertainment world to speak for Kamala Harris or whomsoever the Democratic Party convention nominates. I promise you, because they have to outdo Hulk Hogan and they have to outdo Amber Rose. Now, with that being said, let me speak to both of them quickly. Hulk Hogan. When I was a 4th and 5th grader right here in Philadelphia, growing up in elementary school, I was a Hulk Hogan fan.
Yes, me too.
Anytime Hulk Hogan came to wrestle at the Spectrum in Philadelphia, I was there. I had the dolls. I had the belt. We used to make them out of cardboard and aluminum foil. I had all the wrestling magazines. I don't think there was a stronger Hulk Hogan fan in elementary school back in those days. Since then, what have we learned? In 2007, I believe it was, Hulk Hogan was caught on tape calling his daughter's black boyfriend the N-word. He was subsequently dismissed from the WWE Hall of Fame in 2015. They reinstated him a few years later because they claimed he apologized and worked on himself and all these other lies. So guess what happens a couple days ago? This black sister alleges that Hulk Hogan fired her from being a brand ambassador for his new Great American beer. So he has some beer he's selling. Somehow a black woman gets hired to be a brand ambassador for Hulk Hogan. And he fires her once he finds out she's black. Now, his public relations manager claims, who is black, that he can't be a racist because after all, he hired me. And of course, we know that that's complete nonsense. But here's the issue. For Donald Trump and the Republican National Committee to bring Hulk Hogan to Milwaukee, a city that is predominantly black. African people are the largest ethnic group in the city of Milwaukee. You brought Hulk Hogan to Milwaukee for the Republican National Convention when he fresh off an allegation of racism. You know what that tells me? That they don't care about black people, which we already know, but it also shows you that they are bold and unapologetic in not giving a damn about black people. How do you bring a confirmed racist, Hulk Hogan, to a black city, Milwaukee, to speak for Donald Trump if you care at all what black people think? And what did Hulk Hogan say in his closing statements? Hulk Hogan specifically said, you criminals, you scumbags, you lowlifes, and you drug dealers. Criminals, drug dealers. Criminals, drug dealers. Doesn't that sound like the same rhetoric that George Bush used to get elected? That's the same rhetoric George Bush Sr. used to get elected. See, so Donald Trump is digging back in the Republican Party playback, and they're weaponizing race against black people with the criminal and lowlife, because we all know what color. They're not thinking about white folks when they hear criminal. And then
this part, I don't know. When I heard this part, I said, Dr. Umar, it's up to you. If you hear criminal and drug dealer and then black people come to mind, I wonder why. Okay, because I'm like, why would you think he's talking about you? Right? Low lives are all over the place. There are different type of low lives. Criminals, he could be talking about all these illegals coming over here doing all kinds of stuff. Drug dealers, they exist across all ethnicities. Okay, so if somebody says criminals, drug dealers, et cetera, and then a black person comes to mind, you might want to check that. Okay, because why is your mind going there? All right. So Mark says he thinks that at the at the Democratic convention that Beyonce is going to be the one to come outside. She could very well be. She could well be. You know, one thing I've realized is that our entertainers, they're slaves. They're not free. For them to have the influence that they have, for them to have the money they have, right? They have to bend the knee to someone. right? Because they all have things they do. They all do all kinds of weird things, right? So if you don't work with these people, they're going to destroy you. They're going to expose you. They're going to say things you did when you were 15, 14. And most celebrities, they make money off their image, right? They make money off their image. So to act like government agencies are not heavily controlling our celebrities and, you know, forcing them to do what they want them to do, I think that's crazy. I don't think these people are independent. Right, so you could have Beyonce come out, Cardi B can come out, etc., etc. But once again, right? If people feel as though a multi-millionaire, like I think she's worth $500 million. If you feel like you and Beyonce got the same problem, then go ahead and listen to her, right? If you feel like somebody who's in a $200 million house understands what you go through, so you're gonna let her tell you how to vote, it's on you. Like when I tell you, me, Marlene, when I woke up on my bed today, I said, I want Kamala Harris to win. Okay? People need to eat. People need to eat the cake they've made, the food they made out their choices. They need to eat up their consequences, right? So if you're a regular person in America and you facing inflation, or like all the stuff we regular people have to go through, and because you see Beyonce, you want to vote the way Beyonce tells you to, you deserve whatever's coming your way. Okay, if they bring out Cardi B, a stripper, a sex worker, a woman who has told y'all that she used to degrade people and drug demands and bring the transsexuals to finish it off, and you feel like morally, ideologically, politically, you align with her, you deserve what you want. I want that for you. I really do. I truly do. Right? If it's always going to be celebrities and entertainers, people of a low moral cachet who appeal to Black people, let them indulge in this filth. Me, I'm like, you have to stop telling people what to do and let them do what they want to do. Okay? Remember, I told you, my brother's texting me now. Now he wants me to recall what I told him. I said, I don't remember. But you see, when I reached out to him and I said, you might not want to do that because what I just saw, it doesn't look good. Cuss my ass out, right? Now it's like, oh, Marlene, in 2018, remember when you told me? I'm like, I don't even remember now because it was so long ago. But I remember I didn't feel good about it. I remember that part, but I can't remember that in detail, right? People need to learn lessons out here. People need to grow up and people need to mature. But if you keep fighting for them, if you keep trying to protect them, if you keep trying to steer people in the right direction, they resent you because they feel like, oh, who are you to tell me what to do? Who are you to tell me what to think? Da, 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 da. People always take advice in the wrong way. That's why most female friendships are fake, right? Because you're not supposed to be a friend. You're supposed to be a cheerleader, no matter what, right? That's not a real friendship. No, I'm serious, Lonnie. The more you tell people, like, because you're thinking like, oh, if you're my family, if you're my friend, if you're in my community, if you're my little brother, if I hear something or if I receive something, I should really tell you because God forbid something bad happens to you, right? You understand me, right? But then because I tell you, be careful, that day he cussed me out. It was so mean. It was, what the heck is wrong with this kid? From that moment on, I was like, I stopped talking to him. And then when I moved back to VA, he's like, oh, my big sis. But I'm like, me. Once I'm turned off because it was so unnecessary. Like, what the heck? What did I say? Like the person's a stranger. You know me. Why would I ever call you to say something mean? Like, I'm like, y'all so obsessed thinking that people hate you. Like, I don't know. He has this weird obsession. Oh, Marlene hates me. I'm like, no, you're the type of person, when I talk to you, instead of being sensible, you want to defy me. You know, I feel like sometimes when it comes to younger siblings, right? I feel like sometimes they just resent the fact that I'm always right. But I'm right. What do you want me to say? I'm always right for the most part. I'm always right. It's not my fault. It's a gift. I don't mean harm for people. Maybe that's why I'm always right, because I have a good heart. Okay? I don't mean to harm people. But if I'm sitting here and I really see something, I'm like, yeah, this is it. They're like, my angel's really talking to me. You don't want to listen. Like, you know what, Big Sis, thank you for telling me. Let me pray about it and see how I also feel. But I appreciate you looking out, though. You know what I mean? No. So I've come to recognize when it comes to people, listen. Don't try to stop them. Because the more you try to give advice to people, the more they resent you. The more you try to look out for people, the more they have hatreds towards you. I remember telling a person once, The stuff you're trying to do, don't do it because it's going to turn back on you. This person is not good for you. She going to come back and hurt you. Oh, Marlene, oh, you're jealous. Oh, what up, child? When I tell you that stuff almost ended up in a lawsuit. I said, oh, she's trying to sue you now. How'd y'all get there? And I told her, I said, the best way for you to win is by working hard. Don't do that. Don't like me. I'm the type revenge, like scheming, revenge, all that weird stuff. I don't get involved in that kind of stuff because it always comes back to you. You think you're over here scheming and plotting against somebody the whole time. You're scheming and plotting against yourself. But whatever you wish for someone else is going to be your own portion. Okay? But people don't like to listen. Right? Don't want to listen. I'm like, you know what? If these people truly want Kamala Harris, let them have Kamala Harris. The Lord God, he tried to talk to these people. Are you sure you want a king? Like, yeah, other people have kings who want a king too. He said, okay. So he told Samuel to anoint Saul, right? Then they started crying. Oh my gosh, he's not a good king. We don't want him no more. We don't want him no more. What do you mean you don't want him no more? Right? Look at feminism screaming over here. Screaming over here. Talk about, oh, we like what they say? I forgot. They scream, they yell, feminism. We want to be feminists. We want to be equal to men. We want to have the same rights as men. We want to do this as men. We don't need men. We want to be in the forest with a bear. In the forest with a bear? Are you kidding me? Right? Because these women are so privileged. These men throughout the centuries have done so much to keep America safe, to have an economy, to have streets, to have a police force, have a military, have the Navy. Men have done a whole lot. And people take that for granted. They insult the man. They cuss out the man. They emasculate the man. They do all kinds of mean things to the man. No problem. Go ahead. You do it. You think you can do a better job? Go ahead, sis. Go ahead, though. Do it. So if these women think that Kamala Harris can handle Vladimir Putin, she can handle President Ping, she can handle the open borders with Latin America, she can handle Yemen, she can handle the men in Iran, no problem. Let her do it. Let her do it. And I really think that one day in this country, even a whole week, a whole month, I really think that men should go on strike. I think men should strike. Men should strike. These people think they like, I'm like, sometimes I'm like, what? Like, these people are crazy, right? Men should strike from the police force, from the armed guards, just go on strike. The military, the Coast Guard, the Navy, the Air Force, the firefighters, the police force. I mean, wherever you have men who give some type of protection, who sacrifice their lives to make America safer, they need to quit their jobs. And let these women run this country across all aisles. Like, let them do it all. Let's see how long they can sustain this. Because when you keep protecting people from themselves by providing protection, by showing up, by putting your manhood on the line, by putting your life on the line as a man, people take you for granted. This is where we've got us. This is where we've got a society. You know what I mean? Because let's be so for real. If a war was to happen right now, would you want men to be drafted or would you want women to be drafted? That's the same thing I said about poor people, people on welfare, people who believe in socialism, right? They're always sitting here insulting rich people, cussing out rich people, saying all kinds of mean things about rich people. Yet you're not productive, right? You sit at home, you receive benefits that people have to work hard for. People get taxed. You stay home and you have the audacity to insult the person who's making it possible for you to stay home and have free housing, right? Because people take other people for granted. And I'm like, rich people need to run. Go live somewhere just with other rich people. Let these socialists live by themselves. Let people who don't believe in working believe that everything should be free. Everybody should let them live amongst themselves. And let's see how far that lasts. When nobody wants to work and everybody wants to hand out from the government, right? And there's no rich people to tax. There are no driven people to tax. There are no hard-working middle-class people to tax. I want to see how these socialists are going to fare. I want to see it. Because people take other people for granted. They feel entitled to free housing. They feel entitled to EBT. They feel entitled to free public school, free books, free libraries, free teachers, right? They come to school, they beat up the teacher, they cause all kinds of mess, don't listen, break stuff up, create all kinds of commotion. You can't even teach the class. What is this? What is this, right? Because people are way too entitled. People feel entitled to protection from other people. People feel entitled to money from other people. People feel entitled to free housing from other people. And they never say to themselves like, wow, I wonder how hard this person had to work for me to be able to live this life. There's never any gratitude. So I'm like, for me, if the people truly want, if these women, if this liberal society, this cursed society, if they really want Kamala Harris, let them have Kamala Harris. Let them have it. Let them have it. Because until a woman fails majorly, until we have a woman completely embarrass herself at the world stage to show how incompetent these women are, how they truly cannot compete, how they truly cannot handle stress, we will never stop. Like this war will never stop. This social war between men and women, it will never stop. We need to let a woman be the president of America, and everything's going to fall between the cracks. Yeah. Then we're going to see if it's really good for a country to be ran by nothing but women, right? Look at Secret Service. They put all these females in there to look out for Trump. Most of them is like 5'5". The man is 6'3". The man is 6'3". He's not even tall enough to protect this man. What are we doing? But there you go, right? Put a woman in charge, Secret Service. And she says, well, it's my vision to have 30% women in the force. For what? Instead of looking for more people who are competent, more people who can save lives, protect all these people. No, she's focused on the gender and not focused on hiring people, recruiting people into Secret Service that can make America look amazing and that can truly protect these people. You have to protect presidents, former presidents, their wives, their children, their grandchildren. And you're more concerned about having a battalion of female than to have people out here who are competent. This entire country needs to be ran by women so we can see, because they're really delusional. Like me, I'm a woman. I know what I can do. I know what I cannot do. I know my strengths. I know my weaknesses. And I really do know that men are also important. Men matter. Men do matter. I don't want to go to war. If we had to go to war, I don't want to be drafted. I don't want to have to hold a gun. I don't want to shoot nobody. I don't want to be a firefighter. Like, there are certain jobs out here that men do, and we never say thank you. Like, you know what? Thank you, because I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. Do you want to do it? No. Okay. Nobody would feel safe if a house was completely up in flames and a bunch of ladies showed up to save people. Like, what they gonna do? Who can they carry? Okay. Like, do you know the muscle mass, the average muscle mass for most women? They're not that strong. They are not that strong. That's why men cannot be in women's sports. But people want to be so delusional. You know what I'm saying? But even WNBA, right? Look at the girl who was locked up in Russia. When they arrested her and they locked her up and they was going to put her in a prison with men, she started crying. She remembered she was a woman, huh? What's her name? Brittany Griner? All that gangsters, all that stud business, I'm stud. Yeah, all that stuff is privilege. Women pretending to be men. They cut their hair like men. They cut their boobs off. They wear a bunch of sports bras and act like they dudes, right? Until it's time to be in a prison with men. And they start crying like women because it's frightening. You know what I'm saying? Because even Brittany Renner, she might be tall, but she's not physically she's not intimidating. She's just tall like a giraffe. That's about it. Nobody's scared of her. Like, a lot of men could whoop her ass. She's not that strong. She's just really tall with a deep voice. That's about it. But I promise you, had they put her in a prison with men in Russia, her voice would have gone, it would have reverted back to a feminine voice real quick. Like, oh my gosh, no. Okay? Because it's a privilege. Even being in a society and being a woman and dressing like a man and trying to act like a man, right? It's because you live in a civilized society. If we threw your ass somewhere in a barbaric place, and like in the China, and you try to do that, get your ass whooped, you wouldn't do it. Because you know over there, real men will put hands on you. Right? It's a privilege. It's It's a privilege. It really is a privilege. And people take so many privileges for granted here in America. They don't even realize the price that was paid for them to have these privileges. No problem. No problem. So let all these studs go into the military. Let them fight. Let them be frontline against Jinping's military army, against these men, right? Let them get caught in battle and be an enemy of what? Enemy of fight. Is that how you call it, right? When they catch your ass and they lock you up, right? Let them be locked up in China. See how long they last. See how long they last. Being prisoners. What do you call it? War. What's it called? We have a term for that. Prisoners of war, right? POW, is that what it is? Like Senator McCain. He was a POW. They caught his ass in Vietnam. And he didn't snitch. He was in Vietnam. He was in a concentration camp in Vietnam. They separated him from other POWs, right? And he never snitched, and they tortured him. That's why his arm was like this. Like, that's why he had the arm like this, because he was tortured when he was caught in the Vietnam, right? But imagine if all these women or these studs get caught and they get locked up in some weird concentration camp in China somewhere or in Russia somewhere. Do you really think they're not going to snitch? Yeah, exactly. All of that, oh, call me Pops, right? Because it's like America allows people, like, because they know. Because in America, you can insult people and still be protected. You can bash men and still have a man police officer show up to protect you. You can say all the evil, mean things about a man, and if your house is on fire, you're going to get a man to come at your house and help you with your fire, right? That's how it goes out here. You can disrespect people, and they're still going to show up for you. So you think it's okay to be disrespectful, right? But if a lot of men start to apply pressure and not serve these women who are disrespectful, who think they don't need a man, they can be in a forest with a man, let them quickly. They'll be like, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have said that. You matter. Nobody, you should never allow anyone to take you for granted, a gender included. Don't let anybody take you for granted. And me, if I was most men in America, if they want to put Kamala Harris as the president, I think all men should walk off their job, especially those who are serving in our forces, especially men in the police force. They should all resign. I would love to see I would love to see all these police stations with no man. Every single one of them needs to resign. Then they're gonna start respecting police, because when you call, no one's gonna pick up, no one's gonna show up. Call your girlfriends, call your sisterhood, let these women come help you. Because people think it's easy to be a police officer because they're not gonna do it. They don't have to do it. Right? People they have all these issues with the police. They want to defund the police, but it's funny how they never sign up to be police and to model what it is to be an exemplary police officer, right? No, I just want to complain about it. So do something. Sign up. You and your friends, you're going to sign up. Show us what good policing looks like. They don't want to do that. They just want to sit here, complain. And I'm like, if they let this woman be president, I think most men who serve need to walk off. They need to go on strike and let these women have their way. Let them do it so they can see if it's so easy. If we don't need men, if men ain't shit, let these ladies do it. Let them do it and see how long they last for, right? See how long they last for. Like, please. Imagine being a woman and you detained somewhere in some prison camp and you got menstrual cycle, you have all kinds of issues and you don't have no pads, you don't have the child, no Motrin, nothing to help you. You ain't got no heating pad for your back because your periods is killing you. Like, we got to stop playing. We need each other. But if people feel as though men are disposable, I do feel like men need to learn to walk away. They need to learn to quit. They need to learn to resign. Let these women run this country and let's see how far it goes. Let's see if they can do a better job. I do want to see it because I'm like, y'all too comfortable, because every day, night in and night out, we have men at so many positions who keep us safe, from the borders to the airport, to the police force, to the firefighters, right? To people who are at the tower with the planes. Like, we have so many men in cybersecurity. There's so many men who show up and keep us safe. But we keep living like these people are disposable. We don't need them. I'll pick a bear. Put bears. Put these bears at the hospital. Put the bears as firefighters. Put bears at the police station. Put the bears at TSA. Let TSA hire bears to monitor who gets to go on a plane. And I want you to feel safe when you get on that plane. And I hope your plane lands safely. If you ever do land or you crash, I don't know, right? Let's start taking all these bears out the forest, and let's bring these bears outside. And let's train the bears to protect these women since they like bears so much. And I feel like men need to learn to take a step back. Men also need to learn to go on strike. You need to strike. I even said, do not even propose to these women anymore. Let these women propose to you because you're not needed. So let her show you that she's needed. Let her get on her knees, get a ring, propose. Let her have a 6-figure income, blah, blah, blah. Let her take you out to eat. Be in your soft boy era. So people can see how dangerous the life is when you don't have male protection. When you don't have men around you to protect you, we're going to see how safe it is out here. Even the men who do all the deliveries, the Uber Eats, the DoorDash, the Amazon, all the UPS drivers, the majority of them are men. You go get your own packages. Get your packages, drop off your packages, drop off the packages to the sisterhood. The majority of our delivery people are men. UPS, the post office is men, right? USPS is men. FedEx, it's men. DHL is a lot of men, right? All these dudes need to go on strike. You go and you pick up a load that's like 250 pounds. See how you can do it. And see how you can do it for so many days. Okay? I want to see that happen. All these males in the hospitals, all these male doctors go on strike. Let these ladies operate on themselves. They know so much. Let them do it. Let them do it. Oh, yes, baby.
Not thinking about white folks when they hear lowlife. So he's literally criminalizing black people to get elected while black people are running around thinking he's the best thing since sliced bread. Now, let me go to my sister, Amber Rose. Sister Amber reached out to me a couple months ago to do an interview, which we may do. That'll be completely up to her. I told her I'm willing to do it. I was interviewed on Power 99 FM, Philadelphia's #1 hip hop and R&B station, a few days ago. And the question came up, did I see Amber Rose's Republican National Convention speech? And I had not seen it, but Sister Roxy, shout out to Roxy and Mikey Dredd, Power 99, Sister Roxy talked about how she felt that Amber Rose never really identified as a black woman. I said, well, in my conversation with Sister Amber Rose, she very much affirmed the fact that she was African. And Sister Roxy said, nah, Doc, you're going to have to do some research. So after my interview on Power 99 the other day, I went home and I did some research. First of all, I watched Sister Amber's RNC speech from Milwaukee. I watched it. And Sister Roxy had alluded to an interview Amber did 9 years ago in 2015 when she said, and I did hear her say, that I am not a black woman or I do not identify as a black woman. So Sister Roxy was correct. Amber did say that. But in defense of her, I said, which is the same thing I said to the Kendrick supporters when they came at Drake for wearing the blackface. I'm the most unapologetically black man you're going to find in this country. At the same time, I understand people have to evolve their political consciousness. So what I said to Roxy and what I'm saying to you is, if Amber Rose said, I don't identify as a black woman 9 years ago or so, but she has since come into the consciousness and now embraces her Africanity.
So when you are living in this area, you have to live it like you cannot take yourself.
I can forgive her for her coonish behavior 9 years ago. If Drake comes to me and says, yeah, Doc, I put on the blackface, I make jokes about black people because I was primarily raised in a Jewish household and I kind of saw myself as white, but I've evolved since then and I know I'm a black man, I can forgive him for his previous coonish behavior. My thing is this, If Amber Rose considers herself a black woman now, I can't hold her to that. She's still responsible for what she said, but she don't get canceled because she's grown. If Drake says I did that, but I now consider myself a black man, I can't cancel him because at least he has evolved. All of us suffer from post-traumatic slavery disease. All of us suffer from post-traumatic colonization disease. We all have it. So a mixed race African might have it a little more, but if they've made amends with their own soul, if they've made amends with their own African ancestors, if they've made amends with their own selves, and they're saying, I stand before you now, Dr. Umar, as an unapologetically African woman, Amber Rose, or an unapologetically African man in Drake, I can accept them. So with that being said, nothing Amber Rose said in her speech in Milwaukee the other day, I found to be disrespectful or towards black people, or should I say warranting of a cancellation. Nothing she said I felt was warranting of a cancellation. Did I agree when she said, these are my people and this is where I belong? I absolutely don't agree with Amber Rose when she said, these are my people and this is where I belong. I absolutely didn't agree with Amber Rose when she said, quote, and I may be paraphrasing, when she said, the best thing we can do for the future of our babies is to elect Donald Trump. I would have to ask my sister, whose babies are we talking about? Because Donald Trump just executed 5 black men who were babies to their parents at one.
As far I didn't agree with Dr. Umar. Dr. Umar, here you are with the pandering, right? Because Donald Trump cannot execute anybody. Presidents do not execute anybody. He could have pardoned him. He could have done something with his state of execution, but he's not the executioner. The states executed those people. Like, don't do that, Dr. Umar. Come on now. Sometimes Dr. Umar, he'll start off so great, and then we'll just lost somewhere in the prairie somewhere. I'm like, what president executes people? Child, don't do that, right? He didn't and I'm like, the thing about it too, yeah, he could have done something with their state of execution, but my thing is, they went to the Supreme Court. Before you can even go to the Supreme Court, you go to the appellate court. So if all these courts kept saying no, 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 who is the president to say yes? And then later they're going to use that against him? Child, so I get it. It is messed up. But I'm like, I also get where he's coming from. Because if you know that you want to run for re-election, you have to be able to justify why you're going against all these courts who have said no. You went to Supreme Court. The Supreme Court said no. And he's supposed to be like, oh, I'm going to go against the Supreme Court. They're like, oh, there you see, there you go. He doesn't respect the law. He doesn't respect the courts. He thinks he can do whatever he wants to do. So it's like, I mean, you kind of have to stop a little bit. My issue with the whole Amber Rose situation, I don't understand how when she was part of hip hop, her boobs were out. She was out here all naked. When she was out here doing the slut walk, the whole walk, tattooing her forehead, doing all kinds of ratchet stuff. Okay, nobody had an issue with her. Now that she wants to talk politics, even if you don't agree, at least it's not the slut walk. Okay, at least it's not sex work. So I do appreciate that Amber is growing up, putting some clothes on, okay, and trying to have intelligent conversations. Because I'm like, why is it that when you do sex work or when you are into that type of stuff, nobody has an issue with you? But the moment you want to start talking politics, oh, now we got to cancel you because we don't like the side that you're on. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, what is it called? Right? So my issue is that people have the right to grow. People have the right to evolve. It shouldn't be automatic cancellation because, like I said, to me, self-interest is everything. If you feel like this person or this party aligns with who you're becoming and how you're maturing, that's good. That's that. I don't know how people say we want to be free. We fight for freedom, but you can't have freedom of thought. You can't have freedom of your political ideas. You can't have freedom of your faith. People need to be free. What's the big deal? If she wants to be Republican, if she wants to support Joe Biden or the Trump, that's on her. Why does it matter? Why are people so triggered that the people they like don't think like they do? Even Siamese twins, I don't even think they have the same thoughts. I'm just saying they're connected, right? But I'm like, just because you like someone doesn't mean that they have to reflect your ideals. They don't owe you anything, okay? They don't owe you anything. But I'm like, Amber Rose, she was part of the culture. And I'm like, being part of the mainstream Black culture, honestly, how did it serve her? She was this weird, she was always out here naked. First, she was a stripper. Let's start there. She was stripping. Then she got into the relationship with Kanye. Kanye treated her like a sex toy for the most part. I don't think he respected her, right? She's a baby mama to 2 different men. Both these men don't want her. Wiz Khalifa left her. The other guy, he's over here dating. He's dating Cher, right? The culture has not served her purposefully, right? Maybe if she had been a conservative, she never would have been a stripper, okay? But she went for mainstream Black culture, and it turned her into what? A little thotty. And now she got a whole tattoo on her forehead. Okay. So if she looks back at it and be like, this was not a healthy experience for me, and I don't want to be part of it no more, I want to try conservative values, more power to her. She has kids that she needs to raise, and she needs to be an example for her children. Right. And it's a lot better for her to try to do politics than whatever she was doing beforehand, because it was very degrading. And it's like, and I hate the fact that people don't want to admit that part of being part of mainstream Black culture, like these girls, you know, they always have to be hypersexualized. They always have to inflate their butts. They got to do all these BBLs. They got to, you know, be so promiscuous all the time. It is not okay, right? Because being promiscuous is part of the culture. Being with different men, having kids by different men, it is part of the culture. And so when you evolve from that, maybe you do become more conservative, right? Now, should it have been Trump or not? I don't know. But if she felt for it, it was good for her, that's fine. But when Amber was throwing her life away, y'all, people were not saying, oh my gosh, Amber, stop. You could do better. No, they were cheering her on, because that's what it takes to be successful with mainstream Black culture. You have to bring yourself down. You have to sell yourself short. You got to turn into a whole sex object. It's dehumanizing. It is very dehumanizing. Look at most girls who are part of mainstream Black culture who are very popular. They're always naked. They're always naked. All these female rappers, they all sing about sucking penis. Every single one of them. I suck peen, the vagina. That's all they talk about. Yeah. So it's like, it's a very awful culture. You see all these young girls before they were known by the culture. They were very innocent. Many of them wore their own hair. They wore their natural hair, right? They get part of the culture. Everybody wants to be blonde, okay? Everybody wants to be ratchet. Tattoos everywhere on their face. I mean, it's ridiculous. I saw a video of a sister on TikTok, on Instagram. She had a baby shower, y'all. And part of her baby shower, it was men coming with guns. I'm like, what is this? Why would you bring that energy? You're pregnant. And even though those are like, they're like AKs, like they were like toy AKs, but I'm like, why would you even bring that energy around you? Because we just never know. We never know. Why do you want your baby shower to look like this? You know what I'm saying? Like, since when do we have baby showers that look like you're being kidnapped or you're being mugged, or I'm like, it was a bunch of AK-4, like the people that had the toy guns like pointing at her in her belly. And I'm like, why would you manifest that for yourself? Because the mindset is so dark. It is so dark. It's so filthy, right? So I'm like, yo, if that's what she wants to do, that's what she wants to do. But I'm very glad to see Amber put some clothes on, and for once, she's trying to be intellectual. More power to her, sis. You know what I'm saying? Look at Blac Chyna being part of the culture. What did it do? Turn that girl into a stripper, into a sex worker. And no matter what she tries to do, be a Christian, anytime you see Blac Chyna, you think of sex work. She can't get away from that. And she tries, but she can't. You know? And it's all, when you're young and you're part of it, it's cute and all. When Drake talks about, oh, call Chyna tonight, tell her I'm in town tonight, it sounds really cute. But when you get older and your kids get grown, you're like, dang, you sold yourself short. Now you try to rebrand your image, but it's too late. It's too late. You know what I'm saying? It's too late. And so to sit here and act like a lot of these girls do not have remorse about being part of the culture, you know, being trendy in the culture, they do. They regret it. And they're trying to rebrand themselves. They try to be more conservative because their kids are getting older. You know, you might not care what people think about you, But what about your kids? And these boys are like, what? They're like 10 years old, 13 years old. They're getting older. And a lot of these mamas are trying to rebrand themselves for their sons. They want their children to be proud of them. They want to have some type of decency. Yeah, it's so sad. It is so sad, you know? But every single one of these girls who has been part of the culture, from the girlfriends of rappers to the female rappers, it is degrading. It is very, very degrading. Black women degrade themselves when they're part of the culture. They degrade themselves. They truly, truly degrade themselves. So I get it. You know, it's really hard. It's hard to have values and like be part of mainstream culture because it is just it's too much. It is overwhelming. It is seriously overwhelming. You know, who wants to talk about sex all day? Every song talking about sex, every song talking about this, vagina, this, it's excessive. Have y'all even seen Cardi B's like latest video? Like her behind is all out. They're like, what the heck? Girl, it's enough. Put some clothes on. People have seen so many behinds now. People are like uncomfortable because that's all we see is people's butts all day, every day. There's BBL butts with the craters in them and just like shaking their behinds and stuff because that's all these girls have to offer. Hey, Bruna, it's their behinds. We want more than that. And I'm like, for me, even if you agree, don't agree, I commend her for trying to use her brain for once. Use your head, not give head, but actually use your head. Yeah. The culture destroyed Angie. Like, Angela is gone. Because I'm like, she tries. She baptized herself. She's doing all this. But you can't help it. Like, when you see Black China, you know exactly where your mind goes to. And it's hard to take her seriously. And she might never be married because of that. Because it's like, you can't separate her from her being Black China. Then add her mom on top of that. It's like, it's bad. It's a bad mix. It's a bad mix. You know? But it's like people, and like I said, I also agree. Let biracials be biracials. It is what it is. I don't think it's fair to tell one person you got to choose one side. They're mixed. They're biracial. They have this and they have that. So, you know, we got to stop. It's okay.
One time. So whose babies are we talking about? Donald Trump hasn't introduced any legislation or executive orders to deal with the police extinction of Black men. He ain't dealt with miseducation. Donald Trump done nothing about mass incarceration. And who's being mass incarcerated? Our Black babies. Who's being exterminated by these police? Our Black babies. Who's being miseducated in these schools? Our Black babies. So where I'm going to call Dr. Umar out because all this sounds so good, but it's not up to a president to. I'm so confused. Because they're like, oh, the man is racist. Okay, so if he's racist, how you gonna have an answer for Black people? Okay, he is a white man in his 70s that you say is racist. How is he gonna come up with answers for Black people? This is why Black people themselves should write a plan. Write what you want. Let them know what you want. And as a matter of fact, let all these politicians know what you want, right? And that's why I said, like, to me, the same way you have a Project 2025, Black people should also have their own plan for what they want. Across every aspect of society. When it comes to incarceration, what do you want? When it comes to jobs, what do you want? When it comes to money, what do you want? When it comes to education, what do you want? You can't be mad at someone for not giving you what you want when you never actually wrote down on paper to say, this is what I want. I gave you a plan. I wrote everything down. This is what I want. This is what I need. You know what I'm saying? It's like, oh, but I have problems, but how dare you don't solve my problems? How did you tell me how to solve your problem? You know, you can't be mad at someone if you don't clearly say, this is what I want. And to this day, we're in 2024, right? Who wrote anything down? When Ice Cube said, write the platinum plan, people started cussing his ass out. Sure, no problem. So who's going to write it? NAACP. They don't write anything. They're now in the show business and they do the image awards, right? So nobody is sitting here who is Black, who has these answers, is saying, let's put stuff on paper. Let's give it to Donald Trump or give it to Kamala Harris, right? And then if it doesn't get implemented, then you can say you didn't do what you were supposed to do. But you have to give somebody. Exactly. I don't even think you know how to do it.
How would you solve mass incarceration? Because the reality of it, to me, here's what I think. Just like with the whole drug problem, because they asked Joe, when they had the debate, they asked Joe Biden and they asked Donald Trump, how would they fix the problem with addiction? But I'm like, how can a president regulate addiction? What are you supposed to do, right? If people are addicted to substances, or people do not want to become addicts to substances, I think first and foremost, the family matters, right? The community matters. Families and communities are the ones who have access to the people who are most likely to become addicts or who are already addicts, right? But what can the president do? Be your personal concierge for your addiction? No. Okay? When it comes also to mass incarceration, yes, racism plays, systemic racism plays a part. There might be bias in the courts against Black men. I agree. But we also have to talk about cultural mindset, right? That also encourage a life of crime. People are not just innocent. People are not just sitting here like, oh my gosh, look, it's the government. They came and arrested me. No, there are certain cultural attitudes that tell people it's okay to break the law. Because everything is not just racism. People have created a certain culture that says it's okay to act this way, but this way is illegal. So we also got to say, like, you know what? Maybe certain things that we tend to laugh about or we tend to like normalize as part of the culture, maybe we don't want to do that. Because if you have a culture that wants to act this way and the law that says you must not act that way, the law will always trump your culture. Right? You have to obey the law. But if you have cultural behaviors that make it okay to not obey the law, then you cannot be mad if you get arrested. Right? Because the man can change the law, but you also have to change your behavior. You have to change your cultural mindset. And a lot of people do not want to change the cultural mindset. They're like, no, I want to keep my mindset, just defund the police. That's not how it's going to work. We got to meet halfway, right? But I'm like, a lot, or like even the school system. My thing is, I feel like you should revamp the DOE because some things do not work. But ultimately, families have to care about their child's education. You have to care about your pupil because there's only so much a teacher can do. There are other kids in the classroom, right? If you don't make it your business to check that your child does his homework, if you don't check their grades, you don't show up, you don't email professors, listen, you cannot blame other people for your child not being successful. It is your child. And a lot of people are under the impression that teachers are there to raise their children. Yeah, because you got to fight too, right? The government got to help you, but you also got to fight. But like most classrooms have like one teacher to 20 kids. She cannot be a concierge for all these kids. You know, even in the house, children have to know, like, hey, in our household, we go to college, right? That has to be the culture of the house, right? In our household, we get B's and A's. The parents have to create these attitudes, right, towards education. The parents have to put it in their kids. You're going to college, right? Parents have to put it in their kids. You don't want to be pregnant until you're married. Like, it matters. Culture matters. Families create cultures. Communities create cultures, right? But I'm like, you cannot make the government responsible for people's morality. No, you have to look at your morality. You have to decide what you want your child to be. You're the parent. It is your job to come up with a vision for your child. Who do you want your child to be? But you can't say, oh, well, the teacher, it's not the teacher's job. Even the teacher, he or she, when they're done teaching, they have their own children to raise. Most teachers have families. Most teachers also have kids that they have to raise. So she can't be teaching your kid and then raising her kid and then raising all your kids. No, a teacher is there to teach. Okay? A parent is there for everything else. It is your job to raise your child. It is your job to make your child care about school. It is your job to make your child feel like this is really serious. This is your future, right? But a lot of parents do not care. They don't care. The children come to class, their books is messed up, their backpacks is dirty, everything is dirty. They don't care. Don't do their homework. Don't turn in their homework. There are no consequences. If you email the parent, hold on. Oh, little baby. Well, you won't be stuck to me. Right? But if somebody is emailing you about your kid and you don't want to check your email, what can we do? What can we do? What's the government gonna do? Right? So you can put all the resources out there, you can have the programs out there, but if people can't be bothered to go to apply themselves, if people don't want to win, the government can't make you into a winner. People have to want to win. And I think that's the problem with socialism. They think, oh, just tax rich people, take the money, create these programs, do all these handouts, and somehow you're going to turn a lazy person into a driven person. No, people also have to want to win. And the problem with socialism, it assumes that people are just poor. Otherwise, they're really driven. They're just poor, you know. They really want to make it. No, a lot of people are really happy and they're really comfortable being poor. They don't want to change. They don't want to evolve. You know what I mean? You can have families like 3 generations. They all dropped out of high school. They don't care. So stop assuming that the poor person, the poor and meek person, you know, all they need is help. All they is that no, they do not care. Okay? It doesn't work like that. You can have even your own family. You can do everything for a family member, and they're still going to embarrass you because they don't want to do better. They don't care. You know, you have families who have tried. They've tried everything to help this one family member. They don't care. They're going to go bring more babies. They don't care. Right? You have parents, you have families who said, okay, fine. You have one baby. We'll help you with the one baby. They do everything as a family. You would think she'll go get on birth control, not get pregnant. No, she going to do it again. She don't care. She wants to ruin her life. So I'm like, that's not fair, though.
When Sister Amber Rose says, if we care about the future of our babies, we will elect Donald Trump, I cringed on that. I completely disagreed with her on that. But did she say anything that I feel will warrant her to be canceled from the Black community if she does, in fact, identifies as a Black woman? Nothing she said I felt went far enough to cancel her. It would be no different than if somebody went up there and sung Joe Biden's praises, or one of these rappers who's going to get up in Chicago and sing Kamala Harris's praises, or whoever the DNC chooses. So for me, people saying Amber Rose need to be canceled for speaking at the RNC, nothing she said I felt warranted a cancellation, but I do need her to clarify her racial identity. Now, I'm going to say this last point on my sister. In her defense, we were communicating via text. And of course, I never share my text messages with public figures. And I'm only sharing this because I don't think she minds me saying this. Sister Amber told me in confidence through text message, the reason she identified as mixed race is because she had been told by Black people her whole life that because she had a Black mother and a white father, she could not consider herself Black. She said she had been told that if she had a white mother and a Black father, that she had been told that the man dictates the race of the child. And she said that she was led to believe by us, by Africans in America. And of course, she's from right here in Philadelphia, as am I. But she was led to believe by us that because her father was white and not Black, she could not identify as one of us. Now, assuming she's being honest, and I have no reason to believe she's not, assuming Sister Amber is being honest, I can't fault her if we made her to feel that she was not Black. Guess why? I talked to a lot of mixed race Africans. And as you know, Art, I think we've had this conversation before. With Pan-Africanists, we believe in a one-parent rule. One parent. If your mother Black or your father Black, as long as you identify full-time, we accept you as African. That's how it was for the most honorable Marcus Garvey. That's how it was for Kwame Nkrumah. That's how it was for Patrice Lumumba. That's how it was for Robert Sobukwe. That's how it was for Bishop Henry McNeil Turner, Major Dr. Martin Robinson Delaney, Bishop Alexander Crummell, Edward Wilmot Blyden, going back almost 300 years. If you were mixed and you consider yourself one of us, you had a Black parent, you were one of us. And that's what I told Sister Amber in response. We haven't talked since then, okay? But all I'm saying is to clear the air. If Black people made her feel that way, and there is sufficient proof that they did. Why do I say that, Art? Because right now we're dealing with this multiracial thing. You have American Africans saying that if your mama Black and your daddy white, you not Black. Or if your mama white and your daddy Black, you not Black. Or if either parent is not Black, you not Black. So there is evidence. I know for a fact that what she's saying is true. Is it true for her? Is she just making that up? I'm not going to put that on her. She spoke to me in confidence. I believe she told me the truth in confidence. But yet and still, just like Drake, Sister Amber is going to have to publicly declare whether or not you identify as a Black first woman like Drake, Black first man, or whether y'all want to be considered mixed race. And I don't support mixed race because when
I don't see Drake doing that, because if he does that, it's bad for business. You know what I'm saying? Because Drake likes to pick and choose when it's convenient. Like, you know, I don't see Drake saying like, oh yeah, I'm Black first, then I'm white Jewish. You know what I'm saying? Because his base is like, I don't see Drake doing that. I really don't see. Amber is not as big as Drake. She really isn't.
Black person tells me they're mixed race art, what they're telling me is, I may not be good enough to be white, but I'm too good to be Black. And that is why I do not identify with people who call themselves mixed race. Now, to clarify, Art, I don't care if they say I'm mixed race for the purpose of making sure people know I have non-African parentage. In other words, if I'm identify myself as mixed race, so people understand my biological ancestral origin, that's cool. I'm talking socially, politically, professionally, culturally. How do you identify? And if they say mixed race over Black, I couldn't consider Amber Rose or Drake my brother or my sister, but I believe they are both Black first. And being Black first doesn't mean you have to reject your white parent, your white family, your white ancestry. Just like when my brother Charlemagne told me the other day on the Breakfast Club, he said, well, Drake says he's a Jew. I ain't got a problem with that. He came from a Jewish mother. Just because he admits he's Jewish doesn't mean he rejects being Black. But if he's pushing I'm Jewish all day and I never hear I'm a Black man until it's time to show up to the BET Awards, then I have a problem with that.
Yeah, that's real talk. But can you imagine how that Democrat convention going to be, man? Like, can you imagine that, yeah?
It's going to be a circus, brother. It is going to be a circus. Now, let me give you this, Art, about the Democratic convention in Chicago. And I hope Black Chicago will turn it out, because Kamala Harris is going to push the same initiatives as Joe Biden. She's going to continue to purge Black America with brown migrants. She's going to continue to do that. Let us be clear. The migrant crisis was a Democratic initiative. So all these Black people going to run over to Kamala Harris, they better keep in mind that the Democratic agenda is to purge America of Black with brown migrants. Are we sure we want that? But I'm going to be honest, Art, no matter how you look at it. When you look at Donald Trump wanting to give the police complete immunity, police can never be held responsible again for criminally neglect behavior while carrying out their officer duties. We can't swallow that. Donald Trump will basically make Black America a police state if he gives them complete immunity. At the same time, you got the Democrats taking care of every other group in America but Black people. You can't win, Art. And when Negroes say, who do we vote for? The lesser of the two evils. Which one is the lesser of the two? Which one is lesser? I can't tell which one is lesser. They're both bad. They're both bad. We know Kamala Harris don't like Black men, because she made her whole career locking them up. She's married to a white man. And let me say this, Art, this could backfire.
My baby was being loud. They need to stop saying that it's full immunity. It is not full immunity. It is what is it called? Qualified. It's qualified immunity.
Fire on the Democratic Party. I'm going to tell you why. To white America, Kamala Harris to them is Barack Obama with a female's face. Even though Obama has not endorsed her, And I'm going to be honest with you, Art, that could be politically motivated. Barack Obama may publicly be saying he doesn't endorse VP Kamala Harris for president of the United States, so it doesn't appear to the American people that she will simply be Barack Obama's puppet on strings. In other words, that could be a chess move. I'm going to tell the American public I don't support her, so it doesn't look like I'm the one making all the decisions, when the truth of the matter is a Kamala Harris White House might be a Barack Obama White House wearing a skirt.
If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to cut the live right down, Chad. I gotta put this little bit to sleep. You see how he's so stuck to me? Oh Lord, what have I done? I can't wait. I can't wait for this baby to be 3 months old. He had to grow up. Huh? My God, he loves me way too much. Like he's just stuck to me. Mm-hmm. Oh. Oh, I know. I want to see your face. Maverick, you are just too much. Look at it. He's like, I gotta hold him all day. Yeah, let me see your face. Show your face. Uh-huh. Little baby. I hold him all the, you guys, oh my gosh. He wants me to just like stay in bed with him. He wants to hold me all day. Ah, I know. Ooh, you just burped. You just burped. Put your little head on. My little person. He's my little buddy. But my gosh. Sometimes I'm like, I don't know, like maybe he's afraid, he doesn't know his surroundings. I mean, it is new. He's only been a human for like less than 50 days. Oh, thank you, Jim. He's only been like, yeah. Thanks, everybody. Oh, they say you're so cute. Say thank you. Say thank you, Maverick. I gotta hold him all day. Oh, it's the shade. I know exactly what you. You know, it's okay though. I'm used to it now. But my first one, it took me by surprise. I didn't expect him to look like that. I had a moment. I felt like, don't take offense, y'all. Please don't take offense. You know I'm crazy. Do not be offended. Do not. Okay, we're family. Child, my first one, James, like my first child. I felt like the people on the plantation. I can't. I feel like an African slave on a plantation. I was like, oh my God. It felt like the child ran right through me. Nothing. My ears, maybe. That's all he has. If you see my son James, he looks nothing like me. Like somebody, when he was younger, go to the airport, they look at the boy like blank if she's kidnapping you, like, because people don't think I'm his mom. I hope in the name of Jesus, right? Oh, that really took me by surprise. I remember being in the hospital, like, oh my gosh. Yes. Like it was a moment. So and the thing is, for me, it was consensual. It's not like I didn't have consensual sex now, right? But it really had me thinking, like, for all the African women who were on these plantations getting raped, and they had to keep those pregnancies, and then the baby come out, and it's like super light with green eyes. Like, what the freak is this? Y'all, I had to adjust to him. I was really shocked. I can't even lie. I know it's probably messed up to say it out loud, but he knows this. I tell him that all the time. I was like, Trey, when I first saw you, I was like, oh my gosh, who is this person? That's my child? Yeah. He looks nothing like me. You know, so by the time this one came along, I was like, yeah, that's how it goes over here. I was like, oh yeah, sure, whatever. That's just how it goes. But the first one, it was shocking because I really felt like, because I thought, I don't know why I thought that, but I felt like James is light skin, but I'm dark skin. I just felt like my dark skin was like darker. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, I'm from the motherland. Okay. I'm pure. Okay. Like I'm darker. I just felt like, you know, because usually if you mix a darker color with a bright color, you know what I'm saying? You be like, oh, it gets like in between. Girl, where? My complexion always loses out. I'm telling you, I'm the only dark skin one. Even my dog, Shushu's blonde. One day I'll show y'all Shushu. I'm the only dark skin one in this family. But you get used to it though. Yeah. You wouldn't think he was my baby too, huh? You know, who baby Marlene stole out there out the hospital? Oh, child. Yeah. Little Maverick. Yeah, it's giving I stole you out the hospital. Mm-hmm. Yeah. But he has my ears, though. He has my ears. He has something. Okay? Little small ears. Yeah. You know? If you see my ears, they're pretty small. Hold on. Yeah, it was a little bit traumatic. You're not supposed to say that out loud, but it was a bit traumatic because I didn't expect him to. Because I really felt like, I thought our firstborn was going to be like somewhat dark skin-ish. Because I mean, I can't say I'm 100% African because, you know, they did colonize the Africa. But it's not like, America was like a lot. There's a lot of bad things that happen to Black people. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot. And you're like, child. Now, I do feel like on his dad's side, the Louisiana people over there, because when we went to Jimmy's grandma's house, you know, there was a Frenchman and there's a French dude in our bloodline, but it was consensual though, because he married the lady, right? But on his dad's side, I don't know. You know, yeah, how you learn things, huh? You do learn. You like, I was like, oh my gosh, this baby is like, woo, Trey. It's very complex, Mark, and I always lose. Like nobody is dark skinned, not a single person. So I'm like, this one, the middle one, Stefan looks a bit more like me. Stefan looks like me a little bit, but he's also light too, though. But Trey, the first one and this one, nah, they have my ears. Like James usually gets like complexion. James usually gets the complexion. The hands, he gets the hand, he gets the feet. All of them, they have his hand, they have his feet. The ears is like meeny, miny, mo type of stuff. Yeah. But you could easily see me with this baby and think I stole someone's baby out the hospital, huh? That's a mess. I was not prepared for that. It was a shocker. No, it really is not a dumb. Over here, over here, my dark skin genes they're not dominant at all. They don't dominate nothing. They are quite recessive. So I'm like, everybody's light skin. Even my dog is light skin. She's a blonde. Shushu's a blonde. And I'm the only chocolate queen over here. I guess it makes me special, I guess. But I was like, yeah, I was so shocked. And I thought he was gonna get darker. No, he never did. I was like, wow. This is crazy. You know, it is insane. It's really crazy. Yeah. Like you have like, so I get these like super light-skinned babies and they have dark testicles. That's how you know they're from the motherland. Like the testicles be dark. But everything else, light skin. And then the testicles is dark. The motherland. So that's where you see the dark skinness. Otherwise, everything else is just like super light. Like, what the heck? Shannon's like, brother, you are so stupid. That also shocked me. I don't know why I thought light-skinned men had light-skinned testicles. I don't know. I thought the whole thing was, I don't know. This conversation's getting out of hand. But I really did. That's what I thought. I thought like, if when you're light-skinned, you have light-skinned testicles. No. You're like super light and you have like testicles. Oh, this is, I'm so serious. I was so confused. Oh my God. Oh my goodness. The Congo Square. And that's exactly how I call it. How did you know? I call it the Congo Square. Okay. Because I was like, what is going on? All of them. They will be like super light. Then it's like, ooh. Yeah. Isn't that crazy? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's how you browse. I was like, how did she call that? Dude, that's crazy. It is wild. Oh, I was not prepared for that. So now, like, by now I'm used to it, though. But with Trey, I was so confused. Like, what is this? You know? She said I was shocked by my results. Yo, it has been an experience. It has been an experience. I was like, no, it is not. It's like it's dominant all around, but when it comes to that part, that section, that's like straight up out the motherland. Okay, they would make Dr. Umar very proud. Dr. Umar be like, so how do you identify, nephew? He'd be like, Congo Square, like that's what's up. Okay, but it's like that was also very shocking to me, you guys. I wasn't going. It was a lot for me. I had to adjust. I really did. I can't even lie. One day I'll probably tell you all about that, but I truly had to adjust because I didn't think. I really thought he's gonna be dark skin, like not dark skin, but like a bit more like caramel chocolate-ish. You know what I'm saying? Nope, that boy came out. I mean, Trey was so light. I was like, how? Oh my! When I tell you, it's like the boy is just like, he just ran right through me, like just my ears. That's about it. You wouldn't think he was my son. Even when I go to his school and I'm like, that's his mom. We look nothing alike. But when people see him with James, they know that's his son. Oh, yeah. I know your dad. I'm like, yeah, sure. Because they look just alike, right? You know what I mean? And it was hard for me. I think that even affected, I think it also affected us bonding, mother and child. It really did. Because I was like, this is weird. This is really weird. I don't know. I struggled with that for a bit. Because I was like, he doesn't look like me. You know? But the thing, it was like black. Like, I was like, how? And it's such a contrast. Like the people, like they're so light and it's so dark. You're like, damn, how? Okay. Then Stefan also, but I was kind of used by Stefan, but then this one I was also really used to it too. That. Yeah, it is so bizarre. Even my brother married a white woman, right? So my nephew, even him, you would think he would have been the bit. You know how like you have somebody, right? Like you see how like what's her name? Heidi Klum, her baby with Seal, right? Her son, he just graduated. Even though he's biracial, he's kind of dark. He's not even like his complexion ain't even give biracial. You like Heidi Klum, your mama? He looks more black than biracial. Right? And you know how like, and then you know how some biracial be like really like mixed, like Amber Rose type of stuff, right? Cool. So like even with my nephew, like my nephew's like, you would think his daddy, I'm like, I don't know, he would think his dad was white. Like he is super light. And I'm like, damn, our genes must not be that strong. He's not even like somewhat brownish caramel. My nephew's not caramel, like he is like straight up pink. And I was like, ooh, what is this? You know, I do know, like where my dad's from the Ivory Coast, I do know that they were smashing Portuguese people. I know that the Portuguese, when they came there, they were smashing. So I don't know if like that's still like in our DNA. So maybe that's why also we're defeated like this, you know? Because sometimes, you know, sometimes some genes can be recessive in you, but maybe if you meet someone that's for them, it's like it's actually dominant, your recessive plus their dominant takes over, you know? Yeah. Kenzo, her son Kenzo. Kenzo is dark, right? But you would think Kimura would take over. No. But you know what, too, though? A lot of Vietnamese people back in the day, they were smashing black people, too. So maybe she also has, like, black in her blood. Plus, she's Vietnamese. So, like, when her black somewhere in there met with his Togolese, I know he's from Benin, right? His Benin blood, it's like his dominant and her recessive and made a dominant. Because Kenzo is quite dark. You would not think his mom was Vietnamese like that. That is so crazy. But I'm like, yeah, genes are crazy. genes can go like your whole when you have a child with someone, your whole genetic code can start tweaking. Because I was not ready for that. It was like it was an adjustment period. I can't even lie. I had a harder time bonding with Trey because he was just so light and he looked nothing like me. I was really confused. I loved him, but I don't know. It was hard. It was really hard. So I'm like, why? I don't know. I felt like an African woman on a plantation. I ain't gonna lie. It was weird. It was really weird. But then by the time all his younger siblings got him, okay, I just know how it goes now. So it is what it is, right? And I made peace with that. Yeah, I made peace with that. But it is something, though. Like, you could be a dark-skinned woman and your baby going to be lighter, looks nothing like you. And then you can be a light-skinned woman and then your baby's going to be dark and look nothing like you. Wow. So what country are you from? Because I know, like, from my dad's side, because a lot of his people, like, we have, like, really light skin. They almost look like redheads. It's just bizarre. My auntie looks like she's a redhead. She almost looks albino. We have, like, people with really curly hair. So I know they smashed the Portuguese because they're right about the water. So they were having sex. But you just don't think that after, like, centuries, like, it's still in you, you know? So maybe that's what happened. My recessive, like, these recessive Portuguese genes connected with his French genes. And then, boop, boop, it gave this. Oh. And they get Chinese and Vietnamese? Wow. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? And it's like, and imagine, like, you know, thank God. Y'all, I'm being serious. Like, thank God we live in a modern society, right? But imagine if this had happened, like, centuries ago. They would have thought I had an affair. Like, if you have a child and one is light skin, one is dark skin, they might think you had an affair. Can you? Because, like, they didn't have DNA back then. You know what I'm saying? Right? But imagine, right? So like we thank God for DNA. But I'm like, imagine like back in the day, like back in the village. If a woman has a light-skinned baby the first time and then she has a dark-skinned baby the second time, they might think she had an affair. Oh, they're gonna send you back to your family. Oh, and they're gonna ask for their dowry money back. Yeah. But you know what, Jenny? Even though you guys are the same color, he could have came out light-skinned. Girl, we all have stuff we don't know about. Because I'm like, you're from here. Like, you're actually, like, you're FBA. Nelson is an FBA, right? A lot of y'all, you have white people in your genes. Don't come for me. So you can have two brown-skinned Black American people. They're going to go have a baby. The baby could come out same complexion with green eyes, super light brown eyes, hazel eyes. I have seen it. And they'll be like, what the heck? Child, lo and behold, there's a white man who did something evil. Okay? Yep. That's why I say, like, if you study Black American history, a lot of people have white in them. And it was not consensual. It was not consensual. So you're thinking, like, oh, no, I'm brown. My husband's brown. We're going to go have a brown baby. You go have the baby. Baby is born. He has your complexion. He opens his eyes. You see he got like light brown eyes. Or he has like super hazel eyes. I have seen things. I'm like, what is this? Yeah, you see? That's what I'm like, oh my gosh, they want to act so outraged. Like, oh my gosh. I'm like, y'all know, I hate when people pretend not to know American history. Like, it is very violent. A lot, if not the majority of Black America, like FBA, ADOS people, the majority of them have white people in them somehow. And it was not consensual. It was not consensual. And that's the point I was trying to make the other day. I'm not saying it's okay, right? But I'm like, imagine if these great-great-great-grandmothers had deleted one person because of that act, a lot of people would not be here today. Because these white genes that show up in the Black person's blood, most of them is not consensual. Yeah. Yeah. So you just never know. That's why we say, like, you're like, the stuff be tweaking. Like, you see your baby, like, how is that my child? I was like, oh my gosh. But I've learned, like, through my kids, I have learned a lot about DNA. You think, oh, because your dark skin is automatically a dominant gene. No, it's not. No, it's not. Another Black person can come and they're lighter than you. They can wash you out. And the baby comes out, the child looks nothing like you. You're like, oh my goodness. Yeah, it is real. I'm like, this is just madness. So even this, and that's why you start thinking like this whole thing about, oh, I'm mixed. Like usually people think of mixed as like biracial, but honestly, a lot of us are mixed. We're mixed with many things. We just don't know because we just go for what we see like is my dominant gene, right? But I'm like, a lot of people are mixed. Until you have a baby, then you're like, oh, where? Like how? But for Trey, like I was really like it was a cultural shock. Like I really was like, oh my gosh. How? I was for a while. It was like, you know, but I got used to it. Wow, that's crazy. I didn't know. Yeah, mommy didn't know. Well, all right, you guys, I'm done being stupid for today. I hope I entertained y'all. I love y'all. I did my best to come outside with this little baby. Yeah, we'll come outside tomorrow. You gonna be nice? Okay. So I enjoy your night. I'll holler at you tomorrow. I'll be back with this one. Oh, Lord. Mwah. Love y'all. Good night. See y'all tomorrow. I got 3 pages of non-Black relatives. How is that even possible? Key ones include MC1R. Wow. That is crazy. That's insane. Got little hiccups, okay? Say bye to your aunties and uncles. Say love you. See you tomorrow. Y'all talked about me and my genetics. I don't like that. They love you. We trying to understand, baby, okay? Don't get offended. All right? All right. Love y'all. I'll check it out. Yes. Good night, everyone. I love y'all. We love you guys. And we'll see you guys tomorrow. Bisous. Gotta go. Uh-huh.